It's the dawn of a new day, folks. Across the water in Kobe, Japan. Yesterday, my co-caster and I saw some of the best Flesh and Blood we've seen in a millennia. But today, I think it's going to be even better. My name is Bryce Platts, joining you from Southern California, along with my cohort here, Mr. Charles I Don't Eat Scones Properly Done, the 2023 U.S. National Champion. Charles, are you excited or what?
I am so excited, Bryce. Thank you so much for that, hyping up this event. I am so excited to see the calling at the World Tour in Kobe here, the final conclusion. Those games that we cast yesterday were absolute top-notch Flesh and Blood. Really exciting every single round, lots of highlight moments, and I can't wait to see what today has in store for us.
Oh, and we've got a scorcher of a first match, but we can't talk about any of that yet, Charles. Why? Because we've got plenty of other talking points before we actually proceed on down to the match area. So first one, the talk of the town, is the fact that this event could very well be a historical moment for Flesh and Blood. The historical moment, a potential 10th hero in the Pantheon of the Immortals. That's right, the Living Legend leaderboard is coming up right in front of your face. Zen Tamer of Purpose is right on the precipice, Charles. Is he going to make it?
I think he has a really good shot of it. I think Zen is actually quite strong into this current meta. A lot of decks want to be attacking for packets of 1 damage, whether it be assassins with their daggers, or flick knives, or rune chants from some of the rune blades that are out there. And I think Zen lines up really well into those style decks because he has access to his namesake, a Zen State token.
And just scrolling through the first couple pairings that I'm seeing here from the day, we got 5 or 6 near the top of the table. So it's entirely possible that we say goodbye to the first blue Misty hero from Part the Mistveil. But that's not all, folks. If CC is not really your speed, we've also got Skirmish Season right around the corner. And speaking of Living Legend is a part of the Skirmish Season. You can either be playing Living Legend or the super fast and fun Blitz format.
Yeah, I really love this. The changes that came in the most recent banned and restricted update really shook up those formats in some interesting ways. So excited to see where the Blitz and the Living Legend format go from here.
Oh, we've also got some amazing prizes for anybody that would like to attend any of these skirmish events at your local game stores. What do you like here, Charles? What's on your Chuck E. Cheese prize wall list?
I'm definitely looking to pick up a Channel Lake Frigid myself. Longtime fan of Ice Heroes, and Channel Lake Frigid, one of the best ice cards in the game. Probably the best ice card if I had to go out on a limb and say that. So really looking forward to hopefully picking up a copy of Channel Lake Frigid for myself.
And hey, if you can't make it to those fabled ice cards, you can also get some Flaming Draconic cards. Myself and you were talking just before we went live about how much we've been enjoying Fang lately, and there's some really nice looking Fang staples in the participation bracket there. Of course, you would love to see that cold foil Ira Scarlet Revenger, but we've also got some other stuff here. Let's take a look at how heroes shook up in the Living Legend skirmish season just a few months ago. So Starvo is at top of the pack. I hear you are a bit of a Starvo abuser.
Yes, I do love me some Starvo. Speaking of ice heroes, Starvo is all of those elements, including ice. Channel Lake Frigid features prominently, but I love Starvo. He definitely looks like one of the most popular decks in that Living Legend format, but certainly not dominating. There's lots of other options there. Every hero from the history of Flesh and Blood is legal there, so I'm sure you can find some really cool decks, no matter how you like to play the game.
And if we were to chop the life totals in half, there's also some serious Blitz shakeups going up. Zen did ascend for a very brief moment there in the Blitz format, but he's back and he's ready to attack, and he's doing awfully well. And he's got yet another season of skirmish ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how the banned and restricted announcement that removed some of his tools in the Blitz format affects him. I think he's still a pretty strong deck, but we're going to have to see how that all shakes out and see what other competitors can come and take his throne.
You know what I didn't notice yesterday, Charles, is how big of this pie goes to Levia. I honestly didn't realize how strong she was in Blitz.
Yeah, Levia's got really big numbers, but she does suffer from inconsistency, and the longer the games go, the more chance that inconsistency actually comes up to bite her. So in those shorter games of the Blitz format, her power level is pretty high.
Skirmish season, folks, it is right around the corner, March 15th to the 30th of this year, 2025. Get out to your LGS and play some of the more fringe formats in Flesh and Blood. It is all good fun. You don't have to be an intense competitor all of the time. Sometimes We like to play the game and feel at home, don't we, Charles?
Absolutely.
Moving on from skirmish season, let's see what's at stake for our calling competitors today. It is day 2, which means we're going to have 5 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. And right before you is all the stuff that is on the line. You like money, Charles?
I do like money.
Well, our first place is going to win $5,000 in USD. Second place, $2,400. Third through fourth, $1,200. $750 for fifth through eighth. Ninth through 24th, of course, gets $400 US, and that all adds up to a big whopping prize pool of $20,000 USD. And that is just for the calling here in Kobe. That doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of all the events that are on display across the pond.
Yeah, these World Tour events are a ton of fun. There's lots of other side events as well, including a Battle Harden starting up today as well, I believe. So there's so much to do at these World Tour events, and let's see who takes down the calling event today.
First through eighth is going to get those PTIs as well, but there can only be one gold cold foil full art Stonewall Gauntlet, and that is going to go to our champion along with 16 World Tour points as these players try to vie for their chance at becoming the player of the year for their particular region. Well, we've also got a day 2 meta breakdown. Let's take a look at some conversions, shall we, Charles? This is how everything shook up on day 1. We had 287 players out there. Is there anything, before we take a look at the conversion rate, is there anything in particular that stands out to you here from yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Aurora, definitely the deck to beat and the deck to watch. You know, more than 3 times representation of the next closest deck. I was really impressed with how many Fangs showed up here. I wasn't thinking that Fang was super high on people's radar here, but 11 players with Fang, and I think it had a pretty decent conversion into day 2 as well.
I also have to notice that there's only one lone Kano. I have to imagine that would be very different if this event was happening in the United States. We know plenty of Kano abusers in our neck of the woods, but let's go ahead and take a look at how everything converted here. Aurora is doing all right. Oftentimes you see the most highly represented deck perhaps being picked up by players that aren't as savvy, and so the conversion rate, it doesn't actually look super good, but in this case 32% making it to day 2 is impressive.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's above the other close competitors like Zen or New. Florian as well, getting up there at 38%. That's a pretty good conversion rate for the Florian, but the most interesting thing I think about this chart is what is not on here. Who's missing?
Oh, I think it's a Draconic hero, Charles. I think Syndra is completely missing from this chart. Let's go right back and take a look at how many we had. Oh, excuse me. We are going to navigate on back to the meta breakdown. We originally had 20, if I'm not mistaken, of these Syndras. There they are at the top. I wasn't seeing them because I thought they would be further down the chart based on the fact that none have converted on to day 2. That's going to be a massive disappointment to folks that thought, saw Calling Memphis and some other, and Calling Christchurch for that matter, and thought, hey, this deck seems abusable. I'm going to take it on over to Calling Kobe. Alas, no conversion here, Charles.
Yeah, Syndra really came out of this format, hot off the presses, and hey, this looks like Syndra might be the best deck. Turns out, at least at Calling Kobe here, not doing so well.
You'd have to imagine that just meant that players came prepared to face her. Calling Memphis and Calling Christchurch were different. It was a totally different bag because people didn't quite understand how Flick Knives interacted, how to block her the most efficient way, but you better believe that people have been testing their butts off specifically for Syndra. Charles, we've been talking about Fang. One lonely Fang made it on through out of the 11, and I can't wait to see if we can get him on stream.
I am rooting for that Fang.
I am too. We haven't had a chance to let you talk about Guardian, Charles.
Well,
hit me with the Jarl stuff.
I will say the absolute highest number on the screen comes from my boy Jarl. 3 out of 5 converted into day 2 for a healthy 60% conversion rate. So, wrap it up. Jarl's best deck. No more reason to talk about it.
Next highest conversion rate is 50% on Rhinar.
Second best deck in the format, right?
Second best deck in the format, baby.
Surely Rhinar versus Jarl is the matchup everyone should be practicing and really getting familiar with.
And it goes without saying that the one converting Rhinar is Mr. Eugene C, the one that puts in the reps like nobody's business in this region on Rhinar. So I'm really hoping that we get to see some juicy Rhinar play as well today, Charles.
That would be awesome.
Well, folks, let's get on back to us, and then very quickly head right on down to the match floor. Let's hop in a big old jet airliner and fly ourselves over to Osaka, Japan, where our first match is all about to be underway. We got Vespa in the left corner of your screen, and we got Ichiro Okamoto, who was the final match in Swiss of yesterday. He technically had the win, all but clenched, Charles, but he wasn't able to close it out against Nova Chan. He simply ran out of time.
Yeah, you got to call it a little bit of maybe analysis paralysis or something where he wasn't able to quite execute that end game to finish out the game before time expired, and thus leading to a draw in the final round.
Now, Vespa is a player to watch. He made top 4 of calling Phuket, and he is on an incredibly powerful hero today. Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry, just seems to draw really strong players to her, right? We saw Michael Fang yesterday. Even though he was getting his own Phantasmaclasms played against him, he still came out on top, and Vespa hopes to do the same in this situation. It's yet another Aurora. We've got the best deck and format on full display here, but is she going to be able to handle one of the mainstays from Part the Misfail?
Yeah, I really like looking at the equipment here on the Enigma side. We see the new quick dodge flexors, the leg equipment. This is really powerful against any deck that's trying to go very wide, something like that Aurora. Being able to block multiple times on one turn to cover up those important breakpoints is going to be very important in this matchup.
Yeah, one of your blues will block for 6, making those boots pretty sweet. E-Strike for 7 is the first action played in this game, Vespa being the turn player. Looks like the chosen mode is buff powered, so this E-Strike is coming in for 7. Ichiro Okamoto takes stock of his hand to see if he can do a little bit of fixing. Oh yes, 3 cards go down to the combat chain, and Ichiro looks like he has found himself a little bit deficient on action points. No real go again in the hand to speak of, unless, of course, that last card is an instant. Looks like he is all too happy to be doing some filtering here. Restless Coalescence comes out of the hand of Vespa to establish a little bit of a ward board and pass it on back over to Ichiro.
Yeah, it can be a little risky sometimes attacking Aurora on the first turn of the game. If they have something like Electromagnetic Somersault or the ability to play an instant, then they could potentially create an embodiment of lightning, but that was not the case here, and so Vespa gets to move on and develop the ward on the first turn and be ready to go.
Looks like Ichiro has been rewarded for doing a little bit of filtering. We definitely have some go again here. We also have our first copy of that all-powerful card, Channel Lightning Valley. And luckily enough, he doesn't have too much ward board to push through before he can get the on-hit effect of draw a card. He's also got one of those new cards from the Aurora Armory deck, just legal for the time of this tournament, Skyward Serenade, which is essentially just going to become a 0 for 4 in its own right.
Yeah, I love the flexibility of that card, just really letting you make your deck function, right? If you need to go find a go again, you need a lightning starter, it just does a lot. And it's also a yellow pitch in a pinch if you really need to keep that Channel Lightning Valley around or to swing your Starfall.
You got to keep your pitch in the pinch. Am I right, Charles?
Indeed.
Okay, so Ichiro, he's really tanking on this decision here. I have to wonder how heavily that last game is weighing on him coming into day 2. I know that can be something that just absolutely rattles you.
Absolutely, he's taking his time, really making sure he knows lines here. It is still early on, of course, it's just the very first turn of the game, but you know you gotta. This Enigma deck is poised to be pretty defensive. We talked about the equipment suite here, and you got to think the Vespas are going to play a little bit defensively, and so in that regard, you got to make sure you're able to close out the game in time.
There's our first copy of Skyzyke making its way to the Banished Zone. Sorry, I'm going to have a little bit of fun with the pronunciation.
Sure.
Because Sam does, so I have to as well.
We can make up a brand new pronunciation every time if you want.
I love that. Let's work on that, Charles. So Skiznik is coming down onto the combat chain. It's got 4 Go Again. Go Again conferred by the Embodiment of Lightning, plus 1 conferred by the fact that it has Go Again, and that's the way the card reads. So 4 Go Again, threatening that Restless Coalescence, which hasn't done too much work yet. Might just be blocking 2 here. But let's take a look at what Vespa is working with here. A lot of cards that block, but all of which are red.
Yeah, not the most ideal hand on Vespa side in terms of blocking this out, but it does contain an Enlightened Strike, one of my favorite cards to just make sure, even if your hand is otherwise a little bit clunky, you're going to be able to convert your hand for a pretty decent rate by just using that Enlightened Strike and maybe bottoming a card that you couldn't otherwise have played, and now clearing up the arsenal slot to be able to use that as well.
No blocks were declared there, and a Fate Foreseen covers up all the damage, which is good for Vespa because a Channel Lightning Valley did come down out of the hand of Ichiro Okamoto. Starfall is the follow-up here, pitching that Skizzik that came back to the hand thanks to Electromagnetic Somersault. 2 Go Again is covered up by a Spectral Manifestations. Luckily, we still have a flow counter because we pitched the Skysnike, and it goes down to the bottom of Ishiro's deck and puts a flow counter on Channel Lightning Valley. That thing is going to be here to stay for a little longer.
Yeah, I like pitching the Skysnike here, just really making sure that it's still in your deck for future Skyward Serenades and keeping that Channel Lightning Valley around to be able to generate some more value on a future turn.
This is a curious turn here. I mean, with 3 reds in hand, do you just send a Miraging Metamorph here, Charles?
I think it's probably either Metamorph or just the Enlightened Strike, and then Arsenal the other...
The Spectral Manifestations?
Yeah, Arsenal, whichever card you think is best here. I think Spectral Manifestations has the higher upside, but I could see it either way. It's early on enough that you could, in theory, get some good value out of that on a future turn.
Vespa has to be thinking about that Tunic counter being up next turn, so he's probably happy to just pocket that Miraging Metamorph and be able to say 1 card 7 on the next turn. These Illusionist attacks are just so unbelievably above rate sometimes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me here. Just saving that, as you said, for that Tunic counter coming up next turn. Unfortunately, he may not have an aura to pair with it. This Sigil of Suffering is currently threatening to destroy the Restless Coalescence.
And so it does. Restless Coalescence goes into the bin, but that's A-okay as far as Vespa is concerned because that denied a card draw off of that Channel Lightning Valley. Ichiro has got to be really upset that that ward board got developed so early on in the game.
Yeah, I know it is still very early for Vespa here, but I think all things have gone pretty in his favor thus far. Electrostatic discharge, followed up by a Scar for a Scar from Ichiro Okamoto. That means this is 7 Go Again because he is at a life deficit of 4, currently 36, plays 40, as this first attack on Ishiro's turn hits the combat chain. Looks like no blocks are declared. 7 damage taken on the side of Vespa. Oh no, it's going to be 10, Charles, because there's a Lightning Press in the hand. Oh, that is huge. So Vespa wasn't planning on blocking it anyway, but here it is still going to pump up to 10 damage here. Looks like there's a little bit of a discussion around maybe the timing on this. If they went to reactions or if it was too late to play that Lightning Press to convert to damage.
It does seem, however... Oh, yeah. So damage is conferred. Does look like it was a little bit too late here. So just 7 coming through, not 10 with that Lightning Press. A card is going to be drawn off of that Channel Lightning Valley, which is great for Ichiro because he is definitely going to want to find another source of damage with which to deploy that Lightning Press. Oh, he's found a good one, Charles. It's Flittering Charge, which is going to get Go Again if any instant is played during this chain link.
I wonder if Ichiro has an instant such as Lightning Press in his hand. Oh, he does. And there goes the Lightning Press, so that's another 7 damage coming through Vespa. Vespa is just saying no blocks, send me the bill.
Vespa just sitting there thinking they always have it, don't they? Even after they've showed me they always have it. Okay, so 7 into 7 is Ishiro's turn, which is pretty darn good as far as the Aurora is concerned. Channel Lightning Valley goes to the bin, however, because we do not have 2 lightning cards in the pitch zone. Vespa's got a full grip, and he's going to use it. Scar for a Scar coming out. I don't think I've seen this in too many Enigma lists.
No, I haven't seen it in too many either. I think there's a lot of value in Scar for Scar into a variety of matchups where you're anticipating that you need to pressure the opponent, generally maybe in the Enigma Mirror match, or maybe sometimes into decks like Assassin where you just need to be able to utilize 1-card hands pretty efficiently. Turns out Vespa really likes Scar for a Scar.
He's running at least 2 here, Charles, because that is the second attack on this combat chain as well. So 4 into 4. Vespa seems to be doing his best Aurora cosplay, honestly.
Yeah, hey, why not? 4 into 4 into 9 is a great option here for Vespa, and does get to use the Phantasmaclasm effect to take a look at Ichiro's hand.
Oh, and Ichiro is jumping the gun a little bit. He's revealed a Down and Dirty in his arsenal, so this Phantasmaclasm is not long for this world. But still, Vespa gets to take a look at the hand and bottom one of these cards.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Ichiro is playing quick, and maybe that the results of his last game is coming back in his mind. He just wants to play a little bit faster this time, and Vespa is saying, hey, just slow down. Let's do this in the proper order of everything. And so Ichiro is maybe giving away a little bit more information than he needed to at this moment.
All right, Phantasmaclasm is still sitting on that combat chain. He's really, Vespa, that is really tanking about which card to put on the bottom. Doesn't go for that Channel Lightning Valley because he would rather go for the brick potential and try to shut this turn down from Ichiro, especially now that he already had a little bit of information about what was in the arsenal, and he knows that it's going to be devoted to popping the Phantasmaclasm rather than to offense.
Down and Dirty, definitely not a card that you see too terribly often in these Aurora decks. Sometimes any of these Phantasm poppers that have 6 or 7 attack are hard to play in Aurora, and so you end up not really including them in your list at all for these Illusionist matchups. But Down and Dirty, one of the best ones, because even if you can't cast it, if you draw it at, say, a time when they don't play a Phantasm attack, set it in an arsenal, and you can get some value out of it later.
And I really like the fact that it's coming back into Ishiro's deck here. I mean, this was like the de facto popper back in the Lexi days, just because she utilized her arsenal so much. And the fact that he's got it here just means that he is respecting all of the illusionists that are kind of coming out of the woodwork. It's not just Prism, right? And this card works probably even better into Prism.
It does. Prism has some of the heralds that reduce your attack by 1. Those herald. And so that makes the 6 power poppers a little worse than the 7s, but I do like the utility that Down and Dirty also brings for Aurora into Assassins, where if you have a Down and Dirty in your graveyard, then it's not too bad to get hit with a Codex of Frailty, because you can always block that Arsenal Disruption with the Down and Dirty itself.
So Ichiro looks like he is thumbing that Tunic counter. He's going to float 1 resource probably to send out that Starfall. Oh no, proving me wrong. Pitches an Electrostatic Discharge, creates a Rune Chant token. This is probably because the fact that his Channel Lightning Valley is face up for Vespa, because Vespa saw it thanks to the Phantasmaclasm last turn. He just wants to prevent some kind of awkward damage for Vespa to block, because he's got to be thinking that he's going, Vespa that is going to be able to block out whatever he wants and prevent the card draw of Channel Lightning Valley, but Ichiro just wants to make it a little bit harder.
Yeah, this is not the most explosive turn out of Ichiro here, but it does still present 1 arcane damage into 5 physical, which are some awkward breakpoints to block efficiently on Vespa's side, and if any point leaks through, then it's going to represent an extra card draw off that channel. So making the best of a hand that maybe isn't pushing the numbers quite as high as we've seen in the past, but still an efficient turn from Ichiro here to really make Vespa think about how he wants to handle this situation.
You might be thinking, well, this is kind of weird, because normally when Auroras have Channel Lightning Valley in the hand, they like to lead off with that Starfall and play a little bit of cat and mouse with their opponent when they're choosing blocks, but it was all face up for Vespa. Vespa probably would have just snap blocked that Starfall, and then Ichiro would have had an even more awkward turn at that point. So instead, we're just creating a Rune Chant, setting a current funnel for 5 thanks to that Electrostatic Discharge that has hit the bin. Let's see what Vespa is working with in terms of his hand. We do have a fistful of blues here. We've also got a Sink Below at the ready. The awkward bit is that Ichiro is not saying 4. Normally, that's what you can expect from these Aurora decks, or hey, even 7 when you're combining it with an Electrostatic Discharge. This 5 is almost a little bit more awkward to block than your bread and butter Aurora turn.
Yeah, I think that I would think it's likely the Tunic counter is used for Arcane Barrier here, although the Tunic counter could also be used on the Miraging Metamorph that we know is an arsenal. So Vespa's probably weighing those 2 options here. Hey, is it worth having this really efficient turn, or do I want to spend that Tunic to use the Arcane Barrier and deny the card draw?
Still really thinking about this decision. There's a lot of points that Vespa has to consider here, namely that he has a Command and Conquer in hand, but his opponent is almost assuredly going to be off their arsenal next turn, unless, of course, you let some of this damage leak through, and maybe it could be, even though you're giving your opponent a card, you can very simply just offer to rip it away and then make decisions that much harder for them. The issue there is if you let some of this damage leak through, then how do you convert the entirety of the hand? Looks like Fiendel Spring Tunic is removed. 3 energy counters are removed to block that Rune Chant, and we're lining up a block with Command and Conquer on the current funnel.
Right, just wants to deny that arsenal. It's a little bit tough to really rely on that Command and Conquer at this point. There is still the Crown of Providence for Ichiro, so if Vespa said, well, I can give him a little bit more value and let him take that arsenal, it's possible you just cash in that Crown of Providence. So maybe it wasn't the ideal time to kind of give that away just yet.
But hey, a Rage Spectre is an awful good trade-off here. So this is going to be 6, no go again here because it doesn't have a +1/+1 counter on it. And we can just save that Miraging Metamorph for the next time that Tunic is up. Then we can do the 1-card 7 thing.
Yeah, it's still fine. You know, you're still using your Tunic efficiently, just getting that kind of back on cooldown, you know, to get it recharging. That's still efficient. Still has a good turn here attacking for 6, keeping the pressure on Ichiro. Generally, these Aurora decks don't like to block, and so the goal for Vespa here is just to throw some big numbers at him. We saw like with the Phantasmaclasm, get his life total low, and force him to start blocking with a deck that has many 2-blocks and many cards that don't block at all.
And then the board can just run away from there. We're back over to Ichiro Okamoto, who is at a 4-life deficit in his own right now. 22 plays 26, and Entwined Lightning is the first attack on this combat chain. Fused with a Gone in a Flash, looks like Ichiro is holding on to yet another Lightning Press, which is hopefully going to help him leak some damage through and get a card draw off this Channel Lightning Valley.
Really powerful to have that Lightning Press here with the Channel Lightning Valley. It's going to make it almost certain that Vespa's going to take some damage here unless there's some really timely defense reactions. There's not a ton of ward on Vespa's side, so you got to think it's pretty likely this Channel Lightning Valley draws another card this turn.
It's going to have to be something with Go again, though, because Gone in a Flash and the other attack in hand simply don't have that keyword, and Ichiro is really going to want to convert the entirety of this hand. It's entirely possible that whatever is drawn off this Channel Lightning Valley is a big old brick.
Yeah, it's possible. Even if it is a brick, no matter what card it is, it can still pitch to that Starfall and continue the chain and just convert into a little bit of damage and take out some of that extra ward.
It does mean that if Ichiro wants to go for that play, he is going to have to commit the Lightning Press here because Entwined Lightning simply is not a Lightning card. It's an elemental card. Even though it has Lightning Fusion, it doesn't fit that clause to give Starfall +1 and go again.
Yeah, also remember the quick dodge flexors on Vespa's side. If the pumped up attack could potentially get covered up by that quick dodge flexors, that's an option that Vespa has available to him.
And looks like he's going for it. Quick dodge flexors comes out, and I feel like this gives Ichiro the go-ahead to use that Lightning Press to great effect because it's going to be leaking over by 1. At that point, even if Vespa does have the defense reaction, he's not going to want to commit it just to block 1.
Yeah, it looks like Vespa's really valuing trying to keep this Rage Spectre around, or at least keep it for a later chain link, thinking that the quick dodge flexors is ideal to cover up this attack, and wants to preserve that ward 1 or the potential to attack for 6 on his turn should he be able to get back to it with the Rage Spectre still on the board.
Now, if you're just joining us, folks, it's important to mention that we have not seen a single Transcendence out of Vespa at this juncture. So Traverse the Universe is simply not a headpiece that is online at this moment. I can't imagine a world where Vespa decides to block with it before he's Transcended once.
You certainly don't want to. That is like a last resort kind of situation. Ideally, Vespa is looking for a way to Transcend first, then find a manifestations of Miragai, and as soon as he finds that manifestations, you better believe that Traverse is going down as soon as possible.
Ichiro taking stock, taking a little bit. We know that he's got the Lightning Press, the Gone in a Flash, and of course the Static Shock.
So the big consideration here for Ichiro is if he plays the Lightning Press right now, it's pretty likely that it actually gets through. But it does mean that he's kind of wasting some of the damage because Vespa is over-blocking this with the quick dodge flexors.
He decides to close the chain and opts for a Rune Chant token on Grasp of the Arknight. That is incredibly curious. I guess the reason is we've got 2 lightning cards in the pitch at that point, and we get 1 more flow counter, 1 more turn with Channel Lightning Valley.
Really patient here from Ichiro, sees that Vespa has committed a whole card that blue to deploy the quick dodge flexors, and he thought, I could continue attacking and give Vespa a lot of value with those flexors, or I can just say, okay, you've done your thing. I'm just going to go to next turn, pitching 2 cards to keep that Channel Lightning Valley round. Normally that's pretty efficient, but he's just saying, let's go to next turn and I'll try it again.
And there could be a massive punish anytime you just pass to an Enigma with 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. In this case, this is probably the best case scenario for Ichiro because there's not a huge board with which to swing on Vespa's side. Instead, it's just going to be a Miraging Metamorph and pass on back. That being said, a lot of life has been bought for Vespa and maybe some breathing room with it. 26 plays 15 as we pass back over to our Aurora player.
Yeah, that was definitely a heads-up play from Ichiro to really get a lot of that value. It does come at the expense of a lot of life total, so Vespa holding the life total lead here and feels pretty comfortable the fact that he can play the game however he wants from this point, but Ichiro is going to have a big turn here. Let's see exactly how big it gets.
First things first, Entwine Lightning fused with a Gone in a Flash. I'm having deja vu from the last turn. The difference here, however, is that fact that we have a Rune Chant token, which is just going to make this a little bit harder to block out. That being said, you could always let the Rage Spectre eat that first little bit of arcane damage and then make this block perhaps a bit easier. That being said, Vespa has not found a defense reaction, and I don't think one hit the Arsenal last turn. I could be wrong about that, though.
I don't think so. I thought there was another red or blue, or possibly a truce. No, maybe the truce was the pitch card, actually.
Truce was the pitch card for sure. We'll have to see. But for now, it's just 4 go again. And Vespa, unfortunately, has found himself a Transcend card once again, but it's the Sacred Art. He simply doesn't have the resources to pay for it. And I've seen players in the past simply pitch a blue and then choose the only mode being Transcend. But in this case, maybe not the optimal line. He does have a lot of life to work with, but we'll have to see how he decides to go. Okay, the Rune Chant is eaten up by the Rage Spectre. Rage Spectre goes the way of the birds, and Vespa decides on blocks here. Doesn't look like it's an easy one.
Yeah, this is a tough turn. If there was an inner chi in his deck, you got to think the play is pretty straightforward to just block with that Traverse the Universe, but Vespa doesn't have that option really available to him. Despite finding that Manifestations of Mirgai, there's no inner chi anywhere in his deck to turn that on, so he's going to have to find some other way of making use of this hand that actually has a couple of cards that don't block at all in it.
4 damage is going to come across to Vespa's face. Descends on down to 22. Ichiro gets to draw a card because of Channel Lightning Valley. Luckily enough, there's no pesky on hit from that that aura for the rest of the turn. But what has Ichiro drawn off the top? It's a Scar for a Scar, and it's active here, Charles.
It certainly is. He's taking a big turn, but it is coming up just at the right time, being able to cast this with Go Again.
Perfectly unbricked is Ichiro off the draw on that Channel Lightning Valley. 4 go again. Hits Vespa and takes his life total on down to 18. There's only 3 life points that separate these two champions as of yet. Let's see what the follow-up is going to be for Ichiro. 3rd attack on the combat chain. Ooh, it's a Ravenous Rabble. So we are doing the thing that Aurora likes to do.
Oh, 4 go again. Oh, how about 4 go again? Did I mention 4 go again?
Yes, you did. And Ichiro's going to do it again in his own right. Now, the last 2 cards in hand are a Gone in a Flash and a Static Shocks, neither of which have go again. But he's also detecting that Vespa just wants to take as much damage as possible here and play out that those 5 cards. Let's see if he can make him pay. It's a Skyward Serenade, probably going to transform into a Skyzyke with an embodiment of lightning. And, yep, we're going to say 4 go again.
Yep, 4 go again, again and again. It does look like Vespa is kind of committed at this point to just say no blocks. It looks like in order for his hand to really be functional at all, he needs to keep every single card that he has and probably rely on that Tunic counter to turn that yellow into basically a blue in terms of pitch and allow him to actually develop the Manifestations of Mirgai here.
So he's just taking it. He was above 20 life at the start of this turn. Now he is at 10. Looks like a Static Shock is going to finish off this combat chain, unless, of course, Ichiro decides to pop the Snapdragon Scalers here. What do you think about that decision, given the fact that Vespa is just taking all this damage?
Yeah, I was about to say, it's weird. This is 4 without Go Again, but of course, Ichiro does have that option. I think because no matter what you're actually doing here, I don't think it's going to be threatening lethal on Vespa. He certainly has armor and some cards to block, and he still has 10 life to work with. I don't think it's quite worth to throw all that in just to put in a few more points. I think on Ichiro's side, it makes more sense to hold on to this and make sure you have a good turn next turn.
4 damage connects on the Static Shock, and because he has played a Lightning card earlier in this turn, also 1 arcane damage from the on-hit of Static Shock, which means that Ichiro was starting at a deficit on that turn, and now he's bought himself a bit of a surplus. He beats Vespa by 10 life as we pass back over to Vespa, but you better believe that a 5-card Enigma is going to have something to say about that. Rage Spectre is the first action on this combat chain. We're going to gain our action point back because of the text on Rage Spectre and the fact that he has no extra auras besides that one. And then we're going to play out the Sacred Art, pitching the Manifestations of Mirgai, just trying to develop a little bit more of a ward board and maybe go wider. So it looks like Vespa is probably going to be able to swing this entire board out with that inner chi. Do we think we're going to see an Enigma activation here? Probably. Or maybe we just pitch the inner chi and continue swinging out?
His life total's quite low. I think we can use the Tunic resource to make the attack with the Rage Spectre. I think that's definitely going to come. That's the most efficient. Didn't quite catch what Vespa's arsenal was. That might be a consideration as well. But I think at this point, given the life total discrepancy, I think it makes more sense to create an extra Spectral Shield rather than push for 2 extra damage. Once again, you're not really threatening Ichiro to actually bring his life total to 0, so the extra ward on the back end is probably a bit more valuable without knowing what's down in that arsenal for Vespa here.
Kill your opponent is definitely the name of the game here, but in order to do so, you also have to not die yourself. Spectral Shield to go again, which was free thanks to the text on Enigma Ledger of Ancestry, is the ask for Ichiro Okamoto. Looks like we are lining up a block. He's thumbing the grasp of the Arc Knight. It's important to mention that Ichiro has not cashed in any of his equipment blocks so far. So in reality, he's sitting at more of like a 20-21 life, effectually.
Yeah, it makes sense to just use the grasp here. The game is probably going to last 2, maybe 3 more turns from this, just one way or the other. Either Ichiro clears through the board and kills Vespa, or Vespa snowballs it out of control and takes the win on his end without taking any more damage. And these battle-worn or temper equipment that can block multiple times, they can block multiple times on different combat chains. And so if you're thinking, hey, the game is coming to a close, just cash it in. Make sure you don't get stranded with an unused block on that equipment.
Ichiro has taken 2 damage, descending on down to 13 from the second Spectral Shield generated by that Sacred Art played earlier in this turn. Now he's facing down a Rage Spectre coming in for 7 because it's got a +1/+1 counter from the Sacred Art, and it's also got Go Again because it's got a +1 counter. So I think we're about to find out what is in that arsenal. Could it be another Miraging Metamorph? We've got 1 in the pitch.
That would be absolutely huge, or it could even be a 2-cost attack such as Command and Conquer. There is that Tunic counter still available. This is a big turn for Vespa to really turn the tables. He kept his whole hand for this. He took 21 damage for this turn. You better believe it is going to be powerful.
Okay, Ichiro taking stock, seeing exactly what he can plan to lose from this hand. He's not going to show us, but that's okay. He's got all the information, and that's the only person that needs it. Can Ichiro find a way to save enough life points and also put together enough of a pressured turn? Oh, it is the Miraging Metamorph that was lying in wait in the arsenal, which means that Vespa is threatening lethal here after taking so much damage. 5 plays 6 here, and a 7 damage attack is on the combat chain.
This is so huge, and this is what I love about Enigma, is that Enigma can take so much damage, feel like they're very far behind, but then just have these massive pivot turns, like we saw with Michael Fang on Enigma yesterday. Just had one big pivot turn. That's all it takes, because as soon as that big pivot turn makes their opponents start blocking, every card they block with is one less card that they can use to pressure the board that you've built. And if they don't successfully pressure it, you're just going to swing them all again next turn. And at that point, you're going to run away with the game.
My goodness, Ichiro just blocks with that Crown of Providence. Finds a snatch for his troubles. Let's see if he's going to be able to make use of it. We're not going into this turn with an embodiment of lightning, but that might not matter here, Charles. I definitely think that lethal is going to be threatened here. That being said, Ichiro has a lot of ward to get through here. Granted, it's only 3, but that can make all of these breakpoints nigh usable. And Ichiro has descended all the way down to 1. His heart must be beating fast as the last moments of this game play out before our very eyes.
Vespa has a lot of defensive tools here. Obviously has the 3 ward already on the board, has the Tunic for 1 block as well, the Traverse the Universe, which is now just finally online for the very first time, being able to use that Traverse to grab an inner chi. So you got to think Vespa's got lots of ways to deal with the offense that Ichiro is sure to put out.
Gone in a Flash is the first attack here. We don't have an instant, as far as I could tell, in Ichiro's hand, which might mean that the Snapdragon Scalers are going to come out to play here in order to get Go Again.
That seems quite likely. That is one of the best uses of Snapdragon Scalers, just making sure that you can start your chain once you've played a Lightning card and have Go Again on it by some means. You're able to continue your chain with things such as Current Funnel or your Starfall, or even activating your Hero Power to create an embodiment of Lightning.
Vespa taking a look at his opponent's graveyard, got to be thinking about how many Lightning Presses have been played this game. I believe that 2 have been played, but 1 has been pitched. If Vespa remembers that, he has a little bit more leeway with which he decides to block this.
That's definitely the scariest card at this point, is that Lightning Press, the ability to add that kind of reaction speed damage that Vespa would have less options to deal with. It does have some ways to generate some extra ward with that calming gesture or other defense reactions, but you definitely need to be cognizant of the potential tricks that Ichiro can come up with.
Still just 4 damage on the combat chain. Looks like we have a blocking card. It's this round's on me. Currently just blocking 3, but there's plenty of ward board to take care of any other damage that could come over the top. Ichiro doing some knuckle math and snaps those scalers, giving Gone in a Flash go again. No other reactions means just a Spectral Shield and the block card are all that is needed to shrug off this damage.
The wonderful part about ward is it helps cover up those breakpoints pretty effectively. Ichiro still has the action point and has that lightning on the chain, so now a lot more cards in his deck are active, and he's able to use the Starfall and continue this combat chain.
Luckily, the Frindel Spring Tunic was up. 3 energy counters means that this Starfall is free, but Vespa finally found a way to transcend, so Traverse the Universe makes its way out onto the combat chain and into the hand of Vespa.
Traverse the Universe, such a powerful card. You know, we talked a lot about these the Mistveil heroes and how only you know, one of the 3 that we saw yesterday actually ended up winning their games. This Traverse the Universe is just so powerful, especially when the game gets late and both players are low on life total. The ability to block for 2, cover a key breakpoint, and then have that whole extra card and the flexibility that allows, very important at this moment.
Looks like the Inner Chi might just be utilized to pay for a Phantasmaclasm that's in the hand of Vespa. Usually, the Traverse the Universe is a telltale sign that there's a Manifestations of Miragai in the hand of an Enigma, but that is not the case here. Vespa might just be trying to put together a good 2-card hand with which to pressure the life total of Ichiro, and otherwise just try to stay alive.
Yeah, it's not always the most ideal to just use it as gaining a card that will pitch for a blue, but at this point, you know, you don't have that much life total or that much time to wait around and try to find another manifestation. We might see this game end without a single manifestation of Miragai being cast.
This combat chain is now 3 chain links wide, and E-Strike with Go Again is the attack that is going at Vespa's face right now. 5 Go Again, and we've still got 2 ward on board with which to shore this up, but Vespa's only got 4 cards in hand, one of which is that Inner Chi and does not block unless, of course, he's forced to pitch it into the Enigma Ledger of Ancestry hero ability. Looks like we're lining up a block. It's a Rage Spectre blocking for 3 here. 2 is leaking over, threatening to take care of the Spectral Shield and Rage Spectre. Yep, and it's cleaned up by Vespa. No damage conferred here, but the ward board is gone. The shields are down. Can Ichiro put something together with these last 2 cards?
I think there's a bit of confusion as to where the graveyard goes here. 1 card was blocked on the Enlightened Strike and 1 was destroyed that was on the board. So 1 is technically still blocking on the combat chain. I don't think it's that particularly relevant. They've got it all sorted out. It looks like Rage Spectre momentarily went into the wrong graveyard.
Ichiro was having a laugh. He was like, am I seeing double here? Where did you have 2 Rage Spectres on this board? No, sirree, Bob. Vespa says, no, I was simply blocking with this card. That's how it goes. We've got 2 cards left in the hand of Ichiro. We know one is a Snatch. The other is a Second Strike, which is just not going to have Go Again here, unfortunately. So he's going to kind of bluff with that last card in hand. Maybe Vespa is thinking, well, he has played a Skyward Serenade, so maybe he shuffled that Lightning Press back to the top. Currently, it's just 4 draw card on hit. Vespa looks to the sky for inspiration, trying to find a way to survive this turn.
Vespa does have some options here with his equipment as well. If he really feels threatened, he can use the Tunic and float that resource to be able to use it on the Calming Gesture after the combat resolves, or potentially as a reaction if he just really needs that 1 ward.
Oh, and the Phantasmaclasm that we thought was going to be utilized by pitching the Inner Chi hits the combat chain as a blocking card, which means that Vespa has blocked this entire hand out. What is he working with here? It's simply a Scar for a Scar plus an Inner Chi, which means that he's simply going to pitch the Inner Chi, create a Spectral Shield on his turn, swing for 2, and then 4, which is a really hard couple breakpoints for Ichiro to shore up on his turn.
Yeah, he'll still have a pretty good turn on the back end. Ichiro doing his best to sell the possibility that he might have a reaction here. We know that he doesn't because we have seen his hand, but it is good to leave your opponent guessing a little bit. Don't give up any of that free information. There is still plenty of time in the round left, and taking an extra moment here to think or to let Vespa overthink it himself and see if he wants to use that calming gesture, which he does. It does mean his shields are up, but his shields are down in a way as well, as he has no more arcane barrier left to be able to prevent any rune chance that might be coming.
Ichiro says, "Mama, poker face. Let's look at my mama poker face." But alas, it's simply a second strike that goes to the arsenal. No lightning press here. Generating a spectral shield with a +1 counter is Vespa to go again because Enigma has a free spectral shield token swing every single turn, and we know that the follow-up is a big bad 4 from Scar for a Scar.
Looks like he is committing both pieces of equipment here, or at least thinking about it. At 1 life, you got to imagine you got to be as defensive as possible here. Cannot afford to let this get through.
It is a lot of 2 blocks in that hand. Also a burn-up shock, which could be very detrimental. The great thing going for Ichiro is the fact that Vespa simply doesn't have any more AB, but there's still a couple spectral shields to get through. It's not a foregone conclusion that any of this arcane damage is going to be getting through.
It did look like Ichiro had both Flicker Wisp and a Burn-Up Shock, which do combo together very nicely when your opponent doesn't have any arcane barrier. That 2 arcane from each of them is going to be basically, you can't block that except with the spectral shields, and we might just find Vespa dying here with cards still left in hand because he does not have that arcane barrier to be able to pitch to it.
But does Ichiro expect this Scar for a Scar coming out? This might just ruin his dreams.
Yes, he's going to need to put 2 cards here to block this out. Does he have 2 other ones to block?
So his turn, I guess, could just be Flicker Wisp fused with Shock and then play Burn Up Shock, but it looks like Burn Up Shock is being lined up as a block, leaving Arc Lightning and Flicker Wisp left in the hand.
This might do it for Ichiro. Let's see. So he's going to be able to Flicker Wisp for 2, Arc Lightning for 2, and we know that that is going to connect in because Enigma has nothing. Second Strike would have Go Again and presents a breakpoint as well. This could get real dicey for Vespa here.
Here we go, folks. Flicker Wisp fused, which means that 2 arcane damage is going to come off the back of this Flicker Wisp. Vespa has a good think. Oh, plays out the Restless Coalescence, which is absolutely huge here, folks. Gets a +1/+1 counter from one of those Spectral Shields and immediately creates a new Spectral Shield. So we've got 3 wards still sitting on the board for all of that. Vespa just goes up by ward 1. Arc Lightning is the follow-up here, which means that another 2 arcane damage is going to remove 2 of those Spectral Shields. There's 1 more. This Second Strike does not have the buff, and it does not have Go Again. So this is only 3. No more arcane damage is going to come off the back of this because of that timely Restless Coalescence.
That was so huge for Vespa here. Without that arcane barrier, you know, shields are down, and he is vulnerable to this arcane damage. He does have some ward cards in his deck, but Restless Coalescence in that exact spot was the perfect draw to be able to counter.
I'm sorry, folks. Arc Lightning will confer the Go Again, so there is still 2 arcane damage. But that being said, the Restless Coalescence has still done its defensive damage. Only 1 damage goes Vespa's way, and he's got 2 cards to work with. One of them is an Enlightened Strike, which means the other one doesn't matter. This is 7 damage coming for Ichiro's face, and he's got no fridge to work with anymore.
No armor means Ichiro's going to need to put 3 cards in front of this unless one is a defense reaction. So this almost certainly means that Ichiro is going to have to commit most of his hand, have very little offense to work with next turn, and give a lot of the tempo right back to Vespa here. You gotta love the position that this E-Strike is putting him in.
I'm seeing 2 blocks so far, Charles. It's hard to make out what else is in the hand.
Oh, is it all
3
2
blocks?
Oh, that's
3. Oh no, this could be the death knell here. Ichiro draws up such a terrible blocking hand, Charles.
You can start to see it on his face. He knows his only option here is to put all 4 of them in front. Or, actually, one of them doesn't block, and he extends the fist bump.
He's played so well up until this point. He had Enigma on her heels. Vespa was feeling the pain, unable to transcend except for taking 21 damage on a single turn. But Vespa comes out on top. The Ledger of Ancestry puts another name in her book.
Vespa continues his undefeated run here at World Tour Kobe.
The only undefeated, by the way.
The only undefeated. He is putting space between him and the field, currently 8-0 with Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry. We've seen all of these Auroras in the field, all of these aggressive decks, and Vespa says, nope, Enigma is perfectly good to an 8-0 start.
Boy, howdy, Charles. That was a scorcher of a game to start off
close.
our day. That was absolutely back-breaking to watch. The Aurora player had all of the gas, was sending so many lightning bolts the way of the Enigma player, and finding a way to make the most efficient use of those hands. We saw a lot of really patient play. When the quick dodge flexors came out to play and were threatening to block 4 more damage, he simply says, all right, I'm going to keep my Channel Lightning Valley out and pass back to you. A lot of really smart heads-up play, but alas, it's really hard to overcome an Enigma, even when she doesn't resolve a Manifestation to Mirror Guy.
Yeah, that pivot turn that Vespa took to really develop that big board and the Sacred Art Transcend, and still having that Traverse the Universe available to defend that board once it was created, really well played from Vespa there to be able to know the spot and to be able to turn the tides of the fight.
Oh, well, this is just the beginning, folks. We are just getting warmed up. We've got 4 more rounds of Swiss, and then, of course, our top 8 cut to watch here at Calling Code Bay, a part of the one of the Flesh and Blood World Tour stops for the year. One of many, I might add. But we'll talk about the World Tour a little bit later. If you would like to get into one of your local game stores for a little bit of less intense, maybe slightly more casual Flesh and Blood, you can join us for Skirmish Season, which is coming up towards the end of March here. We've got March 15th to 30th. Look for events at your local game store. The chosen formats this time around are Blitz and Living Legend. How do you feel about those formats, Charles?
I am a big fan of Living Legends. I've been playing Flesh and Blood for quite a while, so I've played many of these heroes when they first came out or when they were legal in Classic Constructed. I'd love to continue playing them, moving into the Living Legend format. Really excited to see how that all shakes up.
Well, there are a lot of prizes on the line. We've got a random playmat going out to one of our players, a bunch of participation promos. We've also got a cold foil Iris Scarlet Revenger for our winner, and of course our top 4 is going to get those gorgeous cold foil Channel Lake Frigids never before seen until this very moment.
Ooh, cannot wait to hopefully get my hands on one of those.
We had the channel Mount Heroic in cold foil last Skirmish Season. Did you get your hands on one of them?
Unfortunately not. No, I did not manage to take one of those down, but you know, I'm not gonna let that go twice without getting one of those channels.
You mentioned Living Legend, Charles. There are a plethora of heroes to choose from. Remember, you don't have to choose a hero that has attained Living Legend status. You are allowed to play any hero in the format, and we are mostly unrestricted with the cards that you can put into your deck. That being said, there is one hero that is restricted far more than any other, and that is the one that got the most Living Legend wins during last Skirmish Season. Bravo, star of the show, who is back to menace the format.
Yes, he is certainly, you know, Bravo, star of the show, Starvo, as he's known, one of the most storied heroes of Flesh and Blood, the first Living Legend hero, and only appropriate that he is still on top in the Living Legend format. He has been hit with a number of bans and restrictions in the Living Legend format over the time that this format has been made, and so. But despite all those, he still is very competitive. And but if he's not maybe quite your speed, this pie chart has a lot of slices on it, so there are lots of viable heroes to take to your skirmish.
Yes, indeed. How about Blitz, Charles? There's plenty to play with there, even though the life totals are halved. There's way more on offer than all of CC combined. I mean, we have so many young heroes in this game, it's not even funny.
It's actually crazy how many heroes are young only, or there are extra ones. There's the size of the Blitz format is absolutely huge. That being said, we see Zen, my boy, on top of the Blitz, at least in the previous season. We'll see if he's able to maintain that after some additional restrictions have flown his way.
If you'd like to prove that Zen is your boy and not the boy of my co-caster, get out to one of those skirmish events for Season 11. That's March 15th to 30th this year, 2025. Folks, that's going to do it for us here for Round 8. But we will be back with more Flesh and Blood and more Zen, my boy, Tamer of Purpose, after this. has been the Mists versus the world all tournament long, and this time the Mists have come out on top. The last round victor goes to Vespa, our only undefeated at Calling Kobe, one of the many stops for Flesh and Blood World Tour in 2025. Charles, are you ready for some more Flesh and Blood or what?
I certainly am. It's been very impressive, the undefeated run by Vespa with Enigma here, continuing to defend that undefeated run against a very powerful Aurora deck. But I am curious to see what kind of other decks are looking just outside of the top of the bracket.
Do you mean there are other decks than Aurora and Enigma?
I think there may be one or two extra. Who do we got on offer this round?
Oh, Charles, do we have something special for you? Let's go ahead and hit the button, Max. Let's go on down to the match floor. It's Rhinar, Reckless Rampage in the hands of the man himself, Eugene C., who is currently X2, going up against Nick Butcher, who's looking rather clean cut and suave today, I might say. X2 on Florian Rotwood Harbinger.
Sure is. Looks like we are getting into the action after the first turn here. Nick Butcher has already made an attack, has gotten through presumably one arcane point of damage onto Eugene C and has set up an arsenal. And now Eugene is taking a look at his hand to see what he is going to be doing on his first offensive turn of the game.
Nick has bought himself just a little bit of a buffer here. 1 damage leak through 39, plays 40 on the side of Eugene C. He has a little bit of a snicker as he pushes his scab skin leathers to the 4. Looks like we're rolling dice already, folks. 4 cards in a dream for Eugene C. We also have a little bit of interesting stuff in the equipment suite. We've got that skull horn in the bottom there. Normally you would think, oh, that's a source of AB. But hey, that's AB2, which means any rune chant you want to block with that will require 2 resources. So not the most optimal choice against a bunch of rune chants, I would think.
It did miss what that scab skin roll was, but I think it was just 1 action point on Eugene. So he rolled the die, and that 1, I believe, indicates that he has just 1 action point. So either a 2 or a 3.
I hope so. I hope that was not a rolled 1. If it was, we would be passing a lot quicker here, Charles.
I think so, yes. But, you know, hand it to Eugene, a brute player through and through. First action of his feature match game, roll scabs.
I love that. Looks like it's a Bear Fangs in hand, so a little bit more variance. Oh, pitching a Trot Along. Yet another one of these blue block 3s that came out of the Hunted, and it's just making its way into a lot of CC decks. Freewheel Renegade goes to the graveyard from, oh my goodness, from Outsiders. Kind of an awesome card in limited format. I don't see it employed too often here in CC, but there it is. What we're rolling a lot of dice on. Oh, we were rolling for the 1 to 4 for Intimidate. Remember that mechanic?
Yes, the most popular, or the second best converting deck into day 2 by pure stats is Rhinar. So everyone is super familiar with how common this deck is, right? And how powerful it is, a force in the meta. No one. Rhinar is a very low played hero right now, so a little bit of remembering how his mechanics work and how all these interactions do with that Intimidate trigger. It does make these decks that are trying to use these heavy defense reactions, such as Nick Butcher's Florian here. If that Intimidate randomly lands on that defense reaction, it makes it pretty hard to block.
Bear Fangs connects for 5 damage, just sending Nick Butcher's life total down to 35. His first action of the turn is going to be a Bramble Spark fused with Plow Under, and then Plow Under. Looks like the first decompose of the game is going to hit, I think that was 3 Earth cards in the bin for him.
Yes, it is. It is not enough to buff up the Plow Under here. It still is going to be just that 2 base attack plus 3 more from the Bramble Spark, of course, but does need 1 more Decompose before he can really start throwing out these buffed up Plow Unders and Felling of the Crowns.
It's still going to cause some disruption for Eugene, who has found himself very resource deficient here. It's just 1 yellow card representing his resource curve for the next turn, and then 3 reds to work with. So it's hard to tell whether or not the Arsenal disruption there was significant or not, but bottom line, Eugene is looking at a bit of an awkward turn on the pass back.
Always pretty valuable to get out that Arsenal regardless. So, this is kind of like a Command and Conquer that guarantees hits, right? You know, it attacks for 5 and already takes away that Arsenal. So Eugene looking like he wants to at least block it out a bit.
Apex Bonebreaker and Splatter Skull are going to block that Plow Under, which means that a Might token is generated for Eugene C., our Rhinar player, which means that next attack on the first attack on his turn is going to have +1 power.
Seem like he's just going to he's going to come in with that pulping and see if he can maybe get go again on this if it's not blocked.
That being said, pulping is kind of a risky play. I mean, granted, Eugene is not expecting to go much wider on this turn, I don't think. He is intimidating a card out of Nick Butcher's hand. But the risk with pulping is always a defense reaction in the arsenal, right? Because if it is blocked by a card from hand and a card from arsenal, then it will lose its go again. Currently, it has Dominate. Does Nick Butcher have the answer in the arsenal? Looks like a Channel Mount Heroic, and another Plow Hunter has made its way into his hand. He's blocking with a Channel Millennium Tree, filling up that graveyard for another Decompose, which, yeah, I think it's going to be... Oh, no, it's only 2 Earth cards this time because Bramble Spark is elemental. So maybe not a turbo, a fast lane to the Florian hero ability being online, but Nick Butcher is still getting there pretty darn quickly.
Yeah, I like Eugene getting that pulping out here right now on this turn before it has the potential to be stuffed up with that with a defense reaction.
Eye of Ophidia found in the hand of Eugene C. It's not just Rangers or Wizards that run that card. Hey, Eugene says that the Brutes can think and opt their way just as good as any other hero.
Yeah, especially if you are playing a lot of these cards like Pulping or potentially Wild Ride or something that... we saw the Bear Fangs, right? That draws and discards a random card. Rhinar doesn't have the sheer density of 6 power attacks that something like KO does. So that little bit extra opt really helps to ensure that it's much more likely that those effects trigger the way you expect them to.
Even though there are no lightning heroes in this match, the pace of play is lightning quick. And Eugene C is playing out a trot along. The next attack with base power 3 or less is going to have go again, and that attack is going to be a Mandible Claw. Pitching that Eye of Ophidia. Let's see what he's working with, folks. He has the opportunity to put these cards on the top or bottom of his deck. It's a Smashback Ailhorn and a Wild Ride in... Can't quite tell the color there.
It looks red to me, yeah. So, playing that 6 power Wild Ride.
Looks like the Wild Ride goes to the top, and then the Smashback Ailhorn goes to the bottom as Nick Butcher lines up a block here. Autumn's Touch is going to shrug off that 3 damage as we proceed on down the combat chain. Looks like it's going to be a pulping, and Eugene now knows the card on top of his deck is a Wild Ride. It is a 6, which means that this pulping is going to get Dominate and hopefully hold on to go again, especially because Nick Butcher was not able to deploy that arsenal. So Eugene must be thinking that is probably not a defense reaction.
Right, and so this pulping is going to be pretty hard to block for Nick Butcher here. He's already lost 1 card that he wanted to block with, and then a random Intimidate. It really makes these blocking decisions much tougher. You are used to just being able to say, oh, what card am I at least able to use in my hand? Like, how can I get the most value here? Rhinar says, you don't get to choose. It's random what you're going to be able to block with, or maybe you can't block at all. And this leads some decks into situations where they end up with extra cards in hand, or potentially a little bit clunkier plays that don't quite line up the way they're hoping to because of this Intimidate mechanic.
Now, Rhinar players have been a little bit down and out lately by their own admission, namely because they say sometimes their Intimidate mechanic simply doesn't matter. In this case, this game in particular, I kind of want to give the edge to Eugene because, man, like Florian really needs to be able to choose the cards that he blocks with in order to have effective turns.
Yeah, so many of the mechanics of Florian point to having his own choice in blocks. You want to get those earth cards in the graveyard in the first place to allow you to decompose, and a lot of the ways you want to decompose comes from defense reaction, that root-bound Carapace. And so if Eugene gets lucky with his Intimidate rolls and it happens to take out the earth cards or happens to take out those root-bound Carapace, then Nick's ability to decompose quickly is going to be at severe jeopardy.
We are passing back to Nick Butcher here, who is throwing out a CNC, a beautiful Fabled one, I might add, onto the combat chain. Looks like it's 7 on offer because he generated a Might token from the Summerwood Shelter. Nick Butcher sitting at 24 life to Eugene C's 30, currently at a 6 life deficit, but Eugene is in the tank about whether or not to let this arsenal go. Looks like not a blue in the hand once again. 2 yellows, a Swing Big, and a Skullcrack. Hey, Swing Big is one heck of a 2-card hand, though.
Yeah, luckily a lot of Brute hands work pretty well off yellows. A lot of their cards just require 2 resource cost. So being able to have yellow as a resource card still means Eugene can have a pretty good turn. I do want to call out that this Command and Conquer being for 7 is so impactful. Normally you're expecting it to just be 6 and you can block it with 2 cards. Now with this extra point being added to it from that Might token that Nick Butcher got from the Canopy Shelter, it really makes it that much harder to block. You can see Eugene really thinking hard about how he wants to handle this.
This is exactly when Eugene wants to be cashing in armor, however. It looks like Skullcrack, Scabskin Leathers, and the Savage Sash are going to come out to play here. There are going to be very few on hits coming out of Nick Butcher, which means that every time there is one, Eugene is probably just going to reach for that fridge.
Yes, that's one of the big selling points of Brutes in this current meta is that they've got lots of really good blocking armor to be able to cover up these important breakpoints at the most important moment of the game.
Here we go, intimidating. We've discarded an agile windup, and because of Rhinar's hero text, that means you're already intimidating. It doesn't matter if it's a random discard. It's just any discard of a power 6 or more attack. And then the follow-up is, of course, Swing Big, coming in for 8. If Nick Butcher is able to block it out, he's going to get a quicken token for his troubles. But hey, Eugene's also got an agility token to work with next turn. He's doing his best Aurora cosplay, saying, hey, I got an embodiment of lightning myself.
Yeah, I really love the thematics on a Swing Big, right? If they block it out, then they can get a Quicken token. But if they blocked out, they probably aren't going to be able to use that Quicken token very efficiently because they use so many cards blocking. And so ultimately that means that that text is not that relevant a lot of cases, and Swing Big is just a good old 2-cost attack that comes in for 8.
Brutes love to swing big clubs, and yeah, this is their namesake card. 8 power is just something to contend with. What is Nick working with in the hand? We got a Ripple Away, which could have been, by the way, discarded for that agile windup to prevent the agility token from being generated. But Nick Butcher says no, indeed. Maybe he needs that blue in order for his turn to function. Looks like we're lining up 2 cards on the block, thinking about it this way, that way. Do we block? Do we not? I don't know. Nick Butcher is the only one who can answer that question. Oh, what did he hit on the Intimidate, though? Oh, I wish we could see it, Charles. Because if it is that Rootbound Carapace, a red one, in fact, that could be an absolute clunker.
Yeah, especially with a card already being in his arsenal, and he needs to find a way to deal with that.
Face Purgatory coming out to play. Looks like a non-attack action, an attack action, and Face Purgatory had been blocked on this combat chain. So it's not only is he going to get that Quicken token, but he's also going to draw a card for his troubles.
Yeah, that exact combination allowing you have that extra card from the Face Purgatory does mean that the drawback that I said is not often drawback really is here, with this Enlightened Strike being one of the best targets to give a Quicken token to.
But alas, he's got no other cards in hand. So, oh, no, he does. He has one. So this is great. We've chosen Buff Power, which means that we've got E-Strike for go again. Nick is finding the way around some of these potentially awkward Intimidates. Enlightened Strike can simply put a dead card that was intimidated away to the bottom of the deck, and wow! It's a haymaker of a follow-up, Felling of the Crown, which has all modes active here. Nick Butcher immediately decomposes, which means that Eugene C is going to have to put a card from the bottom of the hand. He's got 5 Earth cards in the bin, so that means this Felling of the Crown is coming in for a big bad 8 as well.
Yeah, with 3 Earth cards going down there, going up to 5 here, so that means his next Decompose should get him his Florian hero power fully online. But that's in the future. Eugene's got to worry about this right now. He's got to lose a card right away to this Felling of the Crown, and then 8 damage is still coming through. He's already down by 1. He can't really afford to just take 8 to the face here, and he would be risking dropping very low.
So what is Eugene going to choose? To bottom here, looks like we got a Send Packing, a yellow Pummel, Swing Big, and a blue Barraging Beatdown. Honestly, that means we've got a 2-card hand that can work. Perhaps keep the Pummel, send the Swing Big, block with either the Send Packing or Barraging Beatdown, depending on what he bottoms.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering, it looks like he's sending that Pummel to the bottom, but I think there was also a consideration to use the Savage Sash this turn to discount and basically gain an extra resource or 2. Looks like he's opting to play it a little bit slower, a little bit safer, throw a block. It does mean that this agility token that he got last turn from that agile windup may not go to the best of use, as he won't have any extra resources after swinging this big.
He is swinging this big for sure. Another Swing Big comes down onto the combat chain. 8 power on offer here. It's got go again because of that popping agility token, but he's not going to be able to make much use of it. And Eugene is now at a life deficit. 18 plays 24. Right now the life total's in the favor of our Australian.
Yeah, I do think that the disruptive aspect of Rhinar's intimidation, credit to Nick Butcher here. He's been able to really navigate these really well and be able to make the best of the hands that he's had, even though some of them have been slightly disrupted in terms of his ability to block here. That being said, Eugene is still absolutely in this, still has got all of his equipment at least at 1 counter left, has a lot to work with, coming in with a big attack, and we still haven't seen any of Rhinar's real signature power card, the Blood Rush Bellows. You got to imagine one of those got to be coming up soon for Eugene.
Yeah, and Nick is going to have to keep a little bit of life in the tank in order to survive one of those Blood Rush Bellows, because oftentimes these Rhinar decks, unlike Levia, unlike KO, are going to strip the entirety of the hand while presenting like 20 plus damage.
Yeah, generally Blood Rush Bellows out of KO or Levia tend to have higher raw numbers. You actually threaten more points of damage on there. But if you're doing that out of Rhinar, especially with the version that we've seen Eugene with like Wild Rides and other draw discard effects, you might just not have any cards to block with. So even if the numbers are a little bit lower in total, if you can't block and it just kills you, it doesn't matter what the numbers were.
No, true damage sometimes is better. That's why, like, arcane damage is usually a little bit underrated, especially in the hands of our wizard friends. But, you know, the fact that the numbers just can't be blocked nearly as efficiently make the damage sometimes a little bit better.
Yeah, and so we saw Nick just block out that swing big, get that quicken token, but he's still going to be able to really use an efficient 2-card hand here to activate Grasp of the Arknight, make a Rune Chant, come in with a Swarming Gloomveil, and then swing his Reaping Blade afterwards. So despite blocking out, he still has a very efficient turn on the back end. Just that raw efficiency on small card hands, that's what we saw out of Florian yesterday, and that's what we're continuing to see out of Nick Butcher's Florian here today.
24 plays 17 as a Rune Chant has connected with the face of our Brute player from Hong Kong. That means 3 go again here. Swarming Gloomveil is doing some head jab cosplay and is followed up by a Reaping Blade for 3. Eugene accepts the damage on the Swarming Gloomveil, down to 14. I'm sorry, I guess that was both sources of those. Yeah, here we go. Eugene is down to 11 life here. 24 plays 11 as we pass on back over to the Brute. And there's the Blood Rush Bellows, finally able to be deployed. That has been sitting in the arsenal, rotting away for quite some time. Eugene has probably been in agony waiting for another Command and Conquer or Plow Under.
Yeah, waiting for a good opportunity to deploy it here. And luckily, Nick just had some raw damage to throw and not any disruption. So Eugene gets his full grip. He gets to do some intimidating. He still has that Savage Sash if he's a little bit short on resources. And the wonderful part here about Rhinar versus something like KO is you got 2 Mandible Claws to work with, so you can guaranteed get those big attacks in, and then he still has the rest of the cards that he's drawn. He doesn't look super happy about it. He's got his head in his hand here.
I don't know how we could be upset about this, honestly. We've got plenty of resource cards to pitch. We've, you know, still got the Scab Skin. I guess the fact is we don't have any go again on any of his attacks, but he's got 2 floating and then another blue with which to work. So it could be, you know, Mandible Claw for 5, Mandible Claw for 5, and then one of those really scary attacks. I'm sure Eugene is just hoping to be doing more intimidating on this turn.
Yeah, one of the cards in his hand looks like Sand Sketched Plan. This is a Rhinar specialization card that he might be thinking about, how can I use this to get an extra action point out of the deal? Otherwise, he's considering his Scabskin Leather's roll odds. He might be considering his Savage Sash. Looks like he is doing
playing
that
the Sand Sketch Plan.
What is he going to... He's probably going to grab Beast Within, I have to imagine, is the most likely card he's picking up because that's the card he wants to randomly discard here. And his other 3 cards did have 6 or more. So no matter what card here, he's going to get that extra action point. But now the question is he going to have enough resources to deploy his 2 Mandible Claws plus 2 attacks behind it, which is what he really is hoping for here.
I believe he had no misses left in this hand, so we can guess that he's at least going to get 2 action points here. It's the Splatter Skull. It is not the Beast Within, if indeed he did find that card off of the Sand Sketch Plan, but it could be all good for Eugene because we're doing some more intimidating. So Nick Butcher only has 2 cards to block what is going to be a fearsome damage. Oh, it's another Blood Rush, ladies and gentlemen! 2 Blood Rushes here!
Oh,
Eugene deploys it again! Oh my goodness, he's discarding a Send Packing. He's drawing 2 more cards, which means that Nick Butcher is only going to have 1 card with which to block on this double Blood Rush turn. Does Eugene have the resources at this point? He's got a blue. He found his Eye of Ophidia once again, and he's got Beast Within ready to go. My goodness, this is going to be a scorcher.
Oh my goodness, the absolute, like, the nerve of Eugene to go search his deck for another Blood Rush Bellows. He's like, you know, the only way I can win this game is if I find another Blood Rush Bellows off the Sand Sketch Plan and I don't happen to randomly discard it. And by God, that's what he did. Let's see if this is enough to overcome this massive life deficit and just propel Eugene to win. Nick only has 1 card left. He can't block for. He can only block for 3. The rest of this is going straight to his life total.
And he said, I might as well block with it now. Ripple Away is blocking this Mandible Claw. Nick descends on down to 20, but this is just the first salvo coming out of Eugene's turn. Here comes Savage Feast, which means that we're discarding the beast within that is in hand. So we're going to draw 2 cards here. Yeah, we're going to lose 2 life, but whatever. This turn is just going to keep coming, and he's drawn a Wild Ride to boot. He's got 1 resource floating, and my goodness, he's going to be able to play this Wild Ride and whatever comes next.
Wow, what an amazing turn for Eugene here. This Savage Feet attacking for, I believe, 10, and then the Wild Ride only, he had the extra action point from the Sand Sketch plan. I think this is just game over.
This could be curtains right here. He found another blue. He's going to pitch it for the Mandible Claw, and then he's got the Wild Ride to follow it up. Just 2 on the Grasp of the Arcanine is blocked here. Descends on down to 5 is Nick Butcher, and then it's Wild Ride. It doesn't matter if it has go again, folks. He's simply going to die to it. Nick Butcher extends the fist bump with nothing to do but die on that last turn.
How much life did Nick start this turn out with armor, with cards in hand?
I believe it was 24 life, Charles. Dude, Eugene not only won that, not only is he playing Rhinar Reckless Rampage, a hero that nobody thought would be doing well at this tournament, he's also playing it like a brute. Man, he is putting his power cards in his hand when he knows he's going to discard, taking that 75 out of 100 chance. Oh my gosh, that was some spicy play.
My face has been stuck like this ever since. Eugene starting the game, just saying first action of the game, let's roll scabs, and he finished the game by taking an equally risky line, searching the deck with that Sand Sketch plan to find the second Blood Rush Bellows. He realized, hey, I'm behind in the game. It's a little risky, but you gotta take this risk. You gotta run those odds and really hope for the best. And it paid off here for Eugene, and that's why he is the Rhinar Master and moves on to 7-2 over Nick Butcher's Florian.
My goodness, we've seen people pulling the slot machine on other decks, but none is more gambly than Rhinar himself, and that's the power trade-off that you have. Intimidate can be the best mechanic in the game, or it can kind of be a little bit lackluster, but in the hands of Eugene C, it looks unstoppable. So, folks, we're reeling a little bit here, but we've got stuff to talk about. There's another World Tour stop coming up next week, and I'm going to be there. It's World Tour Sao Paulo, which is going to be coming at you March 21st to 23rd, and I already alluded to it a little bit. One of the folks that's going to be there is myself, Bryce Platts, along with Felipe Lima Cardoso, who was a top 8 finalist at the Calling in Los Angeles. I believe he also won the first ever Battle Hardened there in Brazil, and this is going to be the first Calling, and I'm so excited to be sitting next to him on the desk.
Yeah, that looks like a great event. Obviously, 2 great casters. Obviously, I know how great you are, Bryce. Felipe, great player. I've played him a few times at some competitive level events. Wonderful guy, wonderful, nice guy. Great player as well. I'm sure that he will provide some excellent commentary to that amazing World Tour event.
There's some Fabled packages on the line, but not... Oh, this is not the souvenir package. My apologies. I'm thinking of Pro Tour London, which is almost sold out. Get yours now very quickly. But we're talking about Sao Paulo right now. We're talking about Brazil, not England at the moment. This is the Fabled package. You've got the Hunt to the Ends of Rathe playmat, and also, of course, your Fabled event voucher, your Silver event voucher, your 2 Bronze event vouchers, and then some promo packs. We talked a little bit yesterday, Charles, about which way we'd like to go. Both of us are Fang aficionados, so we're looking at Pack B, but also the art on Pack A from Path of the Ninja is awfully tempting. We've also got the Go Again package, which is going to offer all the same stuff, except for, of course, that Fabled event voucher. So if you just like to be a side event warrior, go on and get down to Sao Paulo. You don't have to play in the Calling there. You can simply use those Silver and Bronze tickets to play in some really fun side events. That's, of course, March 21st to 23rd. That's next weekend. So there's plenty of flesh and blood all around the world at all times, folks. You can look for events near you and get out and play some flesh and blood. So, Charles, with that, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with more Eugene C. balls to the wall, dice rolling action, more flesh and blood, more Charles Dunn, more Bryce Platt after this. I don't know if there's going to be a better match than that, Charles.
I'm still in shock.
I am absolutely reeling at the absolute audacity of Eugene C. putting a Blood Rush in his hand when he's knowing he's going to discard, but I mean, like a 3 out of 4 chance to just wipe your opponent off of the map when they're plus 20 life. That I kind of want to go play some Rhinar.
So I kind of want to as well, but I was looking at that hand, and I'm looking at that as like, oh, I'm going to grab a Beast Within, hope to hit that, maybe make 2 or 3 attacks wide. And Eugene's like, no, that's not good enough. This is why he is playing this at the calling and doing extremely well with it. And this is why I am sitting in a booth and not playing Rhinar at a competitive event right now.
Well, Charles, you're not always in a booth. You are a very intense competitor. You're the 2023 U.S. National Championship champion. You've also won a calling, if I'm not mistaken.
I have, yes.
You have been in these players' shoes, right? How are you feeling at this point, towards the end of Swiss Day 2, and about to go into the top 8 cut? Are you getting nervous, or are you still feeling lean, mean, and fab playing machine?
I think it's best to really, as a player, to be taking it one round at a time. Like, let me, block out the noise. Don't think about your records. Don't think about what you need. Just think about what is the best play here for this turn, this matchup. Take a deep breath and focus on the game, and then think about the results afterwards. That's my approach to it. I know some players, like really hype themselves up. I like to get hype once once you've achieved it, right? And so in these last couple rounds, we're going to be looking at some players who are fighting their way into that top 8 spot, and they really just got to, put that past them and think about how do they make the optimal play right here, right now. Don't think about the records. Don't think about the tournament. Think about the best play for the game.
Speaking of one game at a time, there is one hero that is represented only with one person in the day 2 of this calling, and that's Fang of Blades, and we're gonna check him out now. Let's teleport ourselves on down to the match floor, shall we? We've got Fang of Blades, a hero that is close to both your and my heart, Charles, being played by Miyaji Kotaro, and then Zen Tamer Purpose, the man that is trying to reach Living Legend status at this event, played by Kaiser Wong, who's no stranger here. He's a member of Team Blue Pitch, straight out of Hong Kong. He's X&2, same with his counterpart on the other side of the feature match table, and Fang of Blades is going to be going first. He's got to be happy about that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of both of these decks. Obviously, the calling that you alluded to that I had won was on Zen Tamer Purpose back when he had Bonds of Ancestry and the whole 9 yards there.
Back when you were a bully, you're saying.
Back when I was playing a very, very strong deck. Zen has been brought down a touch, but he is still a very competent deck, very good deck, just not the head and shoulders above everything else. But Fang is the newcomer here. I think it's still, people are still trying to figure out what is the best way of building Fang, what are the optimal configurations to be able to attack this meta.
So there's kind of a 2-pronged approach, or maybe 3, because you've also got the equipment to consider. Right now, this list from Miyaji, because he's got a Ravenous Rabble, and also because he's got that Pursue to the ends of the Edge of Oblivion, there was a lot of pursuing going on in the Hunted. That makes me think he is on a more redline list. However, he's got the Grains of Blood Spill in the chest slot, which kind of makes me think that he's got a couple blues in there as well. Yeah,
finding the exact right ratio of blues is really, I'd say, one of the most important deck building decisions for Fang. You want some blue cards in the early game before you have 3 fealties and your weapons come in for free. But once you do have 3 fealties, which is, their prime goal with the deck, those blues are more of a liability. You don't want them at all. And so finding that right ratio where you have playable turns in the early game, but not too clunky later on once you've got those fealty, is the deck building balance that you need to strike in Fang.
And if he does indeed have blues, I really like the choice of Grains of Blood Spill here, because it basically makes it so you only have to find a pitch card every other turn, as long as you're connecting with daggers, rather than finding one every single turn. Because speaking of brutes that can play well with yellows, Fang can as well, because usually you just have to pay for those Obsidian Fireveins, and otherwise it's all zeros.
Yes, so with the Ravenous Rabble also revealing, I've got to think that there's not that many blues. Playing Ravenous Rabble, if you have really any number of blues, is a little bit risky. Historically, we've seen that card just be at its best in decks that have very minimal amounts of blues.
Okay, we pass back over to Kaiser Wong, who is at a 1 life deficit, 39, plays 40 here. He's going to see what he can do on this, his first turn of the game. The first action here is going to be Tiger taming Kakara to go again. Looks like Miyaji might be shrugging this off. Yeah, there's a lot of reds in the hand of our Fang player.
We've got to imagine that's going to be a trend until he gets these Obsidian Fire Veins online is he's going to be no blocking, just hoping to get those marks, hoping to cash them into fealties, while Kaiser's going to be trying to throw out as much damage as possible and try to find those all-important Transcend cards and just kind of playing his efficient turns otherwise.
Miyaji should be at 38 here as he lines up a Valiant Dynamo block on this E-Strike for 7. You better believe we're going to see a lot of Valiant Dynamo block throughout this game because I don't think there's a hero that can make easier use of them than Fang. Maybe Kasai, but even she's going to have to be pitching most of the time. I mean, especially once he's online, Fang basically just gets 1 block for free every single turn.
Yeah, I think that's what's so impressive about Fang to me is, yes, he does have this hard deck building requirement. You do need to find the right ratio of blues and resource cards and be able to get your deck active. But once you are active, once you have those 3 fealties and your weapons are free to swing, the deck is just so good at generating value. It's able to swing both weapons for free. It's able to reset that dynamo, which is essentially kind of 3 points of value at least for free every turn. You have the 2 weapons plus the 1 on your boots. And that's not even to account for the bonus that they gain from the reactions. And all of that without any resource pitch. Fang is insanely powerful with those fealties, but until that point, the numbers and that we're going to see out of him are going to be rather anemic.
Anemic is a good way to describe it, but hopefully he can cauterize his own anemia and start doing some bloodletting on the other side of the board. This is a nice way to do it. This is Tooth of the Dragon, which is going to buff up that Obsidian Fire Vein and give go again, and also cause Kaiser Wong to lose a little bit of block value on that Ancestral Harmony that he put in front of the Obsidian Fire Vein. Now this one is coming in for 4. Miyaji still got a card in hand and a card in arsenal. You talk about potential underdogs. I mean, Fang Drakaya Blades is potentially an underdog, just talking about like the conversion rates and the amount he's been explored and stuff like that. But also, Kaiser Wong on the Zen side of the board is just like a more renowned player. Miyaji doesn't have any real notable wins to speak of. Kaiser Wong, however, placed 48th in the World Championship in 2024, 59th in 2023, and then 16th at the Calling in Los Angeles. I mean, he's from a renowned team as well. So we'll have to see how Miyaji can put all of this together, and he's found a really nice piece for the second Obsidian Fire Vein. It's Searing Gaze, which is going to push this up to 7 go again, and also confer the first mark of the game on hit. And hit it does, as Kaiser descends on down to 35 and gets marked.
Yeah, really optimal reaction there, being able to apply that mark and then cash that in later for a fealty the next time he hits Kaiser. That's what Fang needs to do is generate those marks, generate those fealty. He did have go again at the end there, but did not utilize it, did not have a card in arsenal that was worth playing there. We're just saving that for next turn. While Zen is going to still be looking to find a Transcend of his own. We haven't seen that yet. It's still early on in the game, but you got to think goal number 1 is Zen is Transcend early, Transcend often.
2 go again coming at the behest of the Swinging Staff, but it's covered up by a That All You Got, which just fits so perfectly into the Fang shell. So I'm personally running it, and I absolutely love it. And it's paying dividends here because Miyaji is going to be able to draw a card once the combat chain closes. The follow-up to that Kakara is, of course, a Mauling Chi, not buffed up by a combo from the Crouching Tiger. So it's just going to be 5 vanilla here, and Miyaji is going to accept it on down to 27.
Yeah, talk up how good of a deck Zen is. I think he can do some really powerful things. Thus far, Kaiser's hands have not really aligned with that. We've seen a lot of just swing Kakara and then throw an attack like Mauling Chi. It's been a little bit lackluster, but hey, so has Fang with before he gets all those fealties online. So, kind of fair play to both players. Neither one is really blowing the top off this game just yet.
Speaking of lackluster, this Ravenous Rabble, which is the first attack for Miyaji on this turn, is only coming in for 3 because we revealed another That All You Got on the top of the deck. So, the fact that these you have to have a couple resource cards in the Fang deck is a bit of an issue here. But luckily enough, Ravenous Rabble is still a red card, even though it came in for 3. It's going to allow this Blaze Headlong on the next chain link to come in for 4 go again. Always threatening the first fealty token of the game. Looks like Kaiser Wong takes it on down to 31. The mark is consumed. He's no longer being hunted by Fang, at least not as intensely. And for his troubles, Miyaji has generated his first fealty token, trying to prove to his Emperor that he is the most loyal of all. The follow-up is March of Loyalty. Yet another 4 go again because he has generated a fealty token this turn. So this 4 power attack is going to get go again.
We have said 4 go again quite a bit today, but typically in the context of Aurora and in Rune Blades. But turns out Fang has very good weapons as well and very good ability to also go for 4 go again here. And Miyaji is showing that to great effect here. And Kaiser is just like, wow, that is a lot of damage coming out.
You've said 4 a lot of times this turn, Miyaji. I'm not feeling great about that. But Kaiser is blocked with a Tiger Eye Reflex from hand, and so he has a Crouching Tiger in the Banish Zone with which to work on this turn. 26 plays 27. Kaiser Wong is just at a 1 life deficit, and even though Fang is far from being online, he's only generated 1 fealty token, he's still keeping pace with this Zen Tamer of Purpose who has been at the top of the meta for a very long time.
Yeah, Kaiser kept a reasonable size hand here. He is still leading off with that pitch into Kakara, but we know from that rabble that Miyaji has that all you got. So I can't really see why this is the best line for Kaiser here. We just know this is going to get blocked kind of for free by that all you got.
Maybe Kaiser is just thinking, well, I'm going to have to send the Crouching Tiger this turn anyway, so he's going to cycle that card almost no matter what. But, you know, this feels pretty bad, sending a Kakara into the That All You Got, the Crouching Tiger into the Dynamos. Things are coming up Miyaji right now. Fang is looking hot.
Yeah, Kaiser just taking these small hand turns, weapon into another attack, into a chain finisher, whether it be levels of Enlightenment, Mauling Chi, or Enlighten Strike. Not the most explosive things. We haven't seen that transcend yet. You got to think as Fang here, hey, you're really glad that levels of Enlightenment did not get a transcend.
And Miyaji looking to do a little bit of filtering here, even though his arsenal is not threatened. Because, oh, interesting, he goes for the arsenal card, because in hand he's got a Hunt End, which is far from being online here. You must have 3 fealty tokens in order to play that extremely powerful Draconic attack reaction. Miyaji just did a little bit of filtering here. He draws another card off of that All You Got, which blocked the Tiger Taming Kakara early on in the turn. So he's got 5 cards in hand with which to work. Let's see if he can get a little bit more loyal to his Emperor.
Yeah, you got to think that Hunt's End, you're right, he's probably not casting it this turn, but his arsenal slot is free, and if he thinks that he can generate a couple fealty, maybe he can use it later. But I do see 2 Affirm Loyalties in there, or, sorry, I'm missing the name. Affirm Loyalty, is that the one that just generates a fealty on its own, if it's the second Draconic Chain Link or later. So if he's able to just cast both of those, he can just skyrocket right up to 3 fealty from 1, and will be able to play that Hunt's End this turn, even though it may not look like he's able to otherwise.
But he is going to have to pitch 2 reds here. I believe he's still red-handed at the moment. This Obsidian Firebane comes in for 1. The other question is, has he found another Draconic attack reaction with which to get to Chain Link 2? I kind of think that one of those Affirm Loyalties is going to be needed to vote to this first one in order to give it go again.
Honestly, that does mean that he would only end up with 2, but maybe there's another way of marking or something else. I do see a Scar Tissue. Yeah, he has to use 1 here to give a go again. So he's not going to generate both fealties this turn, but he might end with 2 fealties and a mark on Kaiser, which would still be pretty efficient.
Okay, looks like he's going to go for the 3 fealty now. Kaiser has said no blocks. Affirm Loyalty and Scar Tissue have been deployed on this Obsidian Firebane, so 7 damage comes across. Kaiser descends on down to 19 life and is marked. So then we're going to be able to pitch another red card, which, you know, I would much rather have pitched 1 blue here, Charles, but that's just me. Obsidian Firebane number 2 comes down on the combat chain, threatening supreme loyalty to the Emperor and the all-important power of free daggers for the rest of the game. Will Kaiser sniff it out? Does he have the defense reaction in arsenal? We'll find out.
Kaiser does not know that this is threatening the 3rd fealty token, but Miyaji is really hoping this is true, because if he doesn't need to pitch any card at all, you basically look at his pitch zone, and this turn, he's pitched a Saber Bloodshed. That's worth 4 points of damage at least.
And also potentially a card draw because he was able to mark on the first combat chain.
Of course. And then the Hunt's End is worth 5 points of value because it's 4 plus the bonus for the Fire Vein. That's basically 9 points of value that Miyaji had to pitch this turn that could have been converted to offense if he had all 3 fealty online.
Kaiser accepts the 3 damage, which means that Miyaji has proven his loyalty. Even though the Emperor is dead, Fang is still hunting people in his name, and now he's got 3 fealty and no resources to pitch for those Obsidian Firebane. Back over to Kaiser Wong, who I believe has 3 cards to work with. Let's take a look at what he's got.
He is not blocked at all, so I believe this is his go time. He is looking to transcend. He's realizing, hey, Miyaji is online with these 3 fealties. I haven't transcended yet. I just need to pitch to make the Sacred Art transcend. It's not that efficient. You really wish he could have got all 3 modes in this, but hey, at this point, the game's not going to last too much longer if you give Miyaji the space. He just needs to go to transcend and get some kind of offensive action happening here.
Yeah, he's got 8 points deficit to the Fang player on the other side of the table. So you're right. It is go time. And unfortunately, even though he's had to just simply pitch a blue in order to transcend off that sacred art, he also is going to gain a resource from the 12-petal Kasaya, which means that he is A-okay to pay for a Mauling Chi or something else at the end of this turn. Or hey, how about a Chase the Tail, which has just been put in Banish Zone?
I thought I also saw a second Chase the Tail in Kaiser's hand. This might be a double Chase the Tail turn coming up.
That is a scary thing.
It sure is. Miyaji does have a lot of armor work with and a lot of life total. You got to think, now that he's got those 3 fealties, you're probably not going to see too many blocks out of it, outside of maybe those dynamos, of course. I think Miyaji's probably looking to just send me the bill, tell me how much it is, because I'm going to take a big turn right back at you.
Boy, howdy. This turn is getting pretty big on Kaiser Wong's side of the board. He's also got the Pouncing Paws at the ready, which was his only point of block during the last turn on Miyaji's side of the board. So you would have to imagine that he's going to pop it, create another Crouching Tiger in the Banish Zone, and maybe that's how he's going to be able to facilitate this double Chase the Tail turn.
Yeah, he's going to need another pitch card to play the second Chase Tail, but if it's a blue pitch, they'll be able to also throw the Tiger Taming Kakara in there and really rack up this damage.
Doesn't even matter that he's been a little bit lackluster all game. I mean, Kaiser Wong is showing that he can almost bring his opponent to their knees in one turn. Here comes Chase the Tail number 2 for go again, and a Pouncing Paws at the ready to get maximum value.
Yes, it was just a red pitch, a little unfortunate there, but that does mean that it's still enough to bring that Chase the Tail and then come in with the Pouncing Paws to attack for 3 more.
Now you might be wondering what the heck is making Miyaji hold on to this hand with the grasp of death, and it looks like it's an Oath of Loyalty, perhaps another 0 for 4 attack as well, but I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like it's enough to threaten 16 life from what I saw.
No, and it needs to be even more than that, because now that there's an Inner Chi in Kaiser's deck, this Traverse the Universe is active to make Kaiser get a 5-card hand here, can block for 2, find that Inner Chi, and Inner Chi is just the best card in Zen deck. Literally, you can go into search for any card in your deck with that. It just is going to be the best possible card. So despite that big turn from Miyaji to get those 3 fealties online, and Kaiser came back with a vengeance, and I think that Kaiser is very happy about the situation he's finding himself in at this exact moment.
Back over to Miyaji. That being said, the life totals are still awfully close. Miyaji is only 3 points down. Valiant Dynamos wasn't blocked with here, which might mean that there is not going to be 2 swings of these Obsidian Fire Veins this turn. If you're paying attention against your Fang opponent, that can be a telltale sign. Right now, it's just 4 go again from the Oath of Loyalty, and Miyaji is committed to playing only Draconic cards for the rest of the turn. Kaiser Wong stares down his grip of 4. Both players sitting here, X and 2. Any loss can be the difference between, top 8 or a lesser finish, so it's also important to get everything right. Kaiser Wong blocks with a Flick Flack, and the follow-up is a 4 the Drakai. 2 4s on this turn. Kaiser Wong simply blocks with 2 cards and gets the turn passed back over to him.
That was a really efficient turn out of Kaiser here. The Flick Flack is so good against these decks that want to go wide. Things like the Fang with multiple chain links, or Aurora, which we know is extremely popular, that wants to go multiple chain links wide. Flick Flack is just one of the best possible cards here.
Kaiser Wong having a big laugh as the last That All You Got, blocking the 3rd Tiger Taming Kakara of the game, comes down onto the combat chain. Finally, we have a block from those Valiant Dynamos and a Shelter of the Storm from the Storm to shore up the rest of that damage. No points of damage conferred for either players during the last 2 turns of this game, but hey, Miyaji has got 4 cards and a Dream and the green light to go ahead and do his worst.
Yeah, this is basically the same situation we were at the start of last turn, right? No damage has been done on either side. Miyaji with the 4 cards to attack with, although now the only difference is the Dynamo doesn't have that counter.
And we have our first free Obsidian Fire Vein pushed out onto the combat chain. This is 1 damage and no cost, baby. What is Miyaji working with? I do see a yellow Scar Tissue. It is hard to make out the rest of the cards. Maybe a Blistering Blade, maybe a Pledge Fealty.
I think they're probably red cards that cost 0. Does that narrow it down a little bit for you?
Not really. Not in this particular Fang deck, but hey.
Well, I did my best.
You know what card I don't think it is, however, is Hunt's End, because I think there's only one more lurking in the deck of Miyaji. The first one was pitched very early on in the game, and the second was also pitched further on down the line when we didn't have 3 fealty. So, hey, there it is. Unfortunately, no super powerful attack reaction here. Let's see if Kaiser Wong can weather the storm.
Super powerful attack reaction. How about Pledge Fealty? That's a super powerful one, right? It creates a fealty token. That's the best thing you can do in the deck, right? Well, it is when you don't have 3 fealty, but once you already have 3, making the 4th maybe not quite as valuable. It does have some utility here, right? It does give go again to that Obsidian Firevein, and he does now have an excess fealty that he can turn this Scar Tissue into a Draconic attack reaction should he find the need for that.
And now we've got 4 go again, conferred, of course, by the Pledge Fealty, which is a red card, so Blaze Headlong is going to gain go again. And we are very happy saying for Miyaji at this point would love to just play the value game, but he does have a lot of 2 blocks in this deck. If Kaiser is able to put together a massive turn, that is when Miyaji is really going to be feeling the hurt, because none of his cards are going to block super efficiently. It's got to be all gas all the time in order for him to get there in the end. And he's finally eclipsed Kaiser in the life total race. Once again, 13 plays 12 as Kaiser lines up a block with a CNC. Looks like Miyaji is popping one of these fealty tokens in order to give go again with Scar Tissue, which has now become a Draconic attack reaction. So not only is it going to get +2 and mark on hit, it's also going to give Obsidian Firevein +1 and go again, which means that 1 damage goes through and Kaiser is marked for next turn.
Oh, this is really great play out of Miyaji to be able to get that mark at the end of his turn. And what card did he set? He set a Savor Bloodshed. That means that Savor Bloodshed is going to convert for 4 damage next turn and threaten to draw an extra card. That's basically going to be like a 1 card, at least 6 or 7 points of value out of that single card next turn.
And you're okay with that because Kaiser just sent an E-Strike draw card, and the card that he drew as he looked to the heavens and thanked or cursed the stars was Cosmic Awakening, which is going to go into the arsenal. There's only 1 chi in his deck. There's no hope of using this for anything at this point in this game. So basically, Kaiser Wong's arsenal is dead for the rest of the game.
Oh my, that is disastrous to get that on the 1 random draw. But on the Miyaji side, this is going to be a massive turn. I think it's possible Kaiser needs to cash in this Traverse and his equipment this turn. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Miyaji's going to take a huge turn here, assuming he drew some reactions, and it might just force more cards out of Kaiser and maybe even just kill him.
Kaiser's body language is so tense here. Let's see what's in the hand. Not only has he lost lost his arsenal essentially for the rest of the game, he's also got so many 2 blocks in his hand. There's 200 wins and then 2 3 blocks. It's going to be really hard to survive this turn, or at least with anything that is going to present Miyaji with force any cards out of Miyaji next turn.
Yeah, you can see by the body language, Kaiser is not happy with this turn of events here. He knows that he's staring down a Obsidian Firevein for 5 currently with on-hit draw card thanks to that Savor Bloodshed. It doesn't have go again currently, but you have to imagine it's going to be at least 6 go again. He's going to have some other way. That should be for 5. There was a Savor Bloodshed played, but we got to imagine that is basically at least 6 go again, if not more. Yeah, there they go. Now they caught it.
And so if Kaiser decides to overblock here, because he has 2 blocks and 2 3 blocks, he could throw 2 cards in front of this, block this out completely, but you're basically just forfeiting the fact that Miyaji is going to be able to draw a card here because, yeah, like you said, this Obsidian Firevein is going to be for +1. But also, you could overblock it, and then what if Miyaji does one of those side steps, and then you're just screwed for the next combat chain link?
Yeah, this is still threatening a card draw on the next dagger. And the beautiful part about Fang is that he has a really easy time giving both of his weapons go again. And so a lot of these attacks that kind of are 0 for 4 attacks like Snatch or Hunt to the Edge of Oblivion or For the Drakai, those are really good kind of chain enders as well. Once you've attacked twice with daggers and your opponent thinks, oh, I can just block out here. Yeah, you have go again, it doesn't matter. Oh, but you finish up with a 0 for 4, it's huge.
Well, and furthermore, we have attack reactions that allow us to go even wider with our daggers. This is one of them, Long Whisker Loyalty, but looks like the chosen mode here, because he only has 1 Draconic Chain Link, is going to be buff power, which means that 2 is leaking over, and Kaiser Wong descends on down to 9. 9 plays 9 as Miyaji draws a card from that Savor Bloodshed and consumes the mark on Kaiser Wong. Let's see what he got for his troubles. I see a Tooth of the Dragon. Oh, I see an interesting bit of tech. That's Tenacity, which means that it's going to get buffed up for every card, not card from hand, card including equipment that has blocked this combat chain. So Ravenous Rabble for 4 comes down as the second chain link here, and oh boy, this Tenacity is gonna be big, Charles.
What a perfect time to draw this Tenacity. You got to imagine he's playing it for exactly this situation when the opponent's low on life total. They think, oh, I got to panic block. I got to shove all my armor. I got to overblock this dagger, otherwise I'm going to lose to the attack. Then you throw the reaction, you get the go again, and they're just like, oh, here's my 1 card attack for 5 or 6 or even more.
Oh my goodness, and he's going to be able to go a little bit wider. He can, oh my goodness, Charles, he's got a Tooth of the Dragon in hand. So what he can do is send the next Obsidian Firevein, play the Tooth of the Dragon in order to get go again. Also the yellow Scar Tissue, why not? Let's get another +2 on there. And then he can pop a Fealty in order to buff that Tenacity even more.
Oh, this Tenacity is double digits. This Tenacity will have 2 digits in the damage total that it is coming in for. I don't know exactly how much. It depends on how much Kaiser blocks, but it's at least going to be for 10 here. And I think that might just seal the deal on Kaiser here. Despite blocking with the Traverse Universe and all the armor, the Tenacity is going to turn that on its head. Normally, you think, hey, I'm going to block with Traverse. I'm going to take a big turn on my turn. You might just be dead before you get to use that.
Salt the wound, eat your heart out. There's a new kid in town, and its name is Tenacity. Right now, it's just going to be for 6 if it's Draconic, right? Or I'm sorry, not 6, because Tooth of the Dragon is then going to confer
up to 9.
4.
And
yep,
you got to think,
9.
Kaiser has to block with at least 1 card. Otherwise, he is just probably going to be dead to this dagger.
2, and he's so sad about this sidestep. Here comes Tooth of the Dragon, conferring go again and +1. And you better believe we're going to pop a Fealty here. Yes! Draconic Tenacity is coming in for a big, bad, lots of damage. So let's see, this is going to be 5 plus, oh my goodness, 7 plus 4. This is 11 damage here on this Tenacity to round out this combat chain. And Miyaji is saving a card for Arsenal, I don't know, just in case?
10 damage coming here with the Tenacity. 2 base plus 3 from the Tooth of the Dragon plus 5 cards on the chain link. 10 damage. Kaiser extends the hand. He cannot block that out with the 2 blocks. And Fang takes the day.
Yes, my hands are raised up in victory because Fang Drakaya Blades is a real deck, ladies and gentlemen. Get out of here, Zen Tamer of Purpose. Yeah, you think you're going to ascend to the Pantheon of the Immortals? Fang has something to say about that.
That is absolutely the way you draw it up. You know, one of the most powerful cards in that Zen deck is the Traverse the Universe. It sets up a big turn. It grabs that inner chi. But if you just die with it on the combat chain, it's pretty hard to use that inner chi, isn't it?
Oh, boy, it is. And it feels really good to, you know, shove an Obsidian Firevein into the heart of the once king of the meta, Zen Tamer of Purpose. Wow. My heart is beating fast. We've had some scorchers of games in the last 2. I mean, heroes that everybody has probably written off for these tournaments and Pro Tour season coming up are dominating the day.
Yeah, the only Fang in day 2, only 1 out of the 11 that were registered here at the calling made it into day 2. And here we see take down the second most popular deck, that Zen Tamer of Purpose, who is, of course, trying to hit Living Legend himself if he could win this calling. But with that loss, that's 1 less Zen, who's really at the top of the standings here.
And not only that, he was piloted by Kaiser Wong, who is a fearsome player in his own right. Yeah, sure, he drew up some clunkers, but he also had a double chase the tail turn, which is, you know, nothing to shake your hat at. The kiddies love to come out to play with the chase the tails, and that is the most fearsome thing that Zen can do at this moment. All right, folks, let's talk about what is coming up. We've got, I mentioned Pro Tour season. It's Pro Tour London. My co-caster is going, aren't you?
Oh, of course I am. I'm really looking forward to it. You know, I love all these high-level Flesh and Blood events. Play the game and see the world all around the world at these World Tour events. At the Pro Tour in particular, it's just a really special moment being able to travel over to London, see the United Kingdom there, see the wonderful city, and of course play great games of Flesh and Blood.
It's the domain of Big Ben and also of scones, Charles. And whether or not you put the jam on first or the cream first, you're a friend of mine. I've decided I slept on it, and you're an okay guy with me. Yeah, that's right. We got a Sink Below promo that is looking really juicy. Grab yourself a biscuit, grab yourself some tea, and of course, a Sink Below promo. And one way you can do that is by buying that souvenir package, but you better move fast because it is almost gone. I got one of these at the World Championships in Osaka, and I am very happy to have done so. If you like that Sink Below promo, get your entire play set with the souvenir package. But like I said, move quick. Move very quick, folks, because they are almost gone. We've also got the Fabled package, which at this particular event is going to be featuring a little bit of ice. We got a Crumble to Eternity playmat, Jarl sleeves, we got your Fabled silver and bronze event vouchers, and also, of course, those really cool paths of the Ninja and Warrior in terms of the promos. Furthermore, there are more promos. You got calling participation promos, and if you are interested in Fang at all and you liked what you just saw, how about that Long Whisker loyalty promo? I'm more jazzed to pick that up now than I was before.
Of course, yeah. We saw it play a very pivotal role in this game. It really only got one mode active, but you saw the flexibility of that card, and hey, Fang is doing well. It's doing well in this calling.
You know what else was played, Charles, was For the Drakai, which is one of these other 3-card promo packs, and that's for battle-hardened participation, of course. For the Drakai was already a beautiful card, but look at it in extended art, my guy.
Oh, I love these extended art cards. Seeing the full art of our wonderfully talented artists that make these cards of Flesh and Blood really come to life, and the artwork on For the Drakai, as you mentioned, one of my favorites.
If you're not able to get your hands on that souvenir package, there are other ways in order to get that Sink Below promo. There are plenty of Sink Below events going on all weekend long, one each day. Friday at 10 a.m., Classic Constructed. Saturday, 6 p.m., Sealed Deck from the Hunted. And the same for the Sunday event at 5 p.m. So get your Sink Belows, fire up some scones, spread some jam and cream, and have a great time. There's going to be a lot of great people there, including Sam the Man O'Byrne, who was casting with us just yesterday, his partner in crime, Pankaj Bajwani, and Pankash's partner in crime, Hayden Dale from the Arsenal Pass podcast, and of course, the most amazing fourth wheel out there, Brian Gottlieb, lead game designer over at Legend Story Studios. Well, Charles, it has been a day, my friend, and there's so much left to go.
There absolutely is. I have had a great time casting these, and I cannot wait to see what more exciting matchups we have in store for you.
Oh, we'll be right back, folks. It's going to be a short break, and then we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, more heartburn from Obsidian Fire Veins, more pizza after 10 o'clock after this. Blues be darned, Charles. Fang Drakaya Blade says, I'm only ever going to pitch reds, and I'm still going to get there in the end against one of the big dogs, or should I say big cats in the meta.
Of course, against Zen Tamer Purpose there. Fang with getting those 3 fealties online, really unlocking the full power of the free Obsidian Fire Veins, and just getting tons of value out of his armor and all of those mark effects. Really impressive to see Fang take down, and I'm excited to see if he's able to continue that on.
You know, he loves his emperor, and sometimes it pays to be the teacher's pet, even after that teacher has long since passed, at the hands of Arakni, who happens to be in our next match, Charles. I think we're going to be seeing some more Marionette play, probably maybe out of the hands of Nova-chan. I actually don't know. So let's go ahead and beam ourselves on back over to Kobe, Japan, and find out. Yes, indeed, it is Nova-chan, who we saw in the final round yesterday, and he's sitting at X and 3, Charles. Both of these players are, both of which were featured during the day 1 coverage, might I add, and this is a tense moment because technically X and 3 at this point is still live for top 8. It's really close though, and it very much depends on tiebreakers. A tiebreaker that happened yesterday at the end of our calling coverage. That draw could mean something very, very big for either of these players.
Yeah, this is definitely a do or die match here. Both players absolutely need to win this to stay in contention for that top 8. It'll be tight, it'll be close, but because of that draw we saw at the top of the standings, it does make the cut to top 8 a little bit more lenient. So the best these players can do is just try to win this round and keep their name in contention.
Okay, so it is Arakni Marionette facing off against Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, who is playing first here. And you know what I noticed that is a little bit different than yesterday, Charles, is the choice of weapon here. It's going to be the Surgeon Aethertide rather than the Waning Moon that Yohei brought into his match yesterday.
Yeah, the Surgeon Aethertide definitely points to a more combo-heavy version. And speaking of combo, we see that Rampant Growth life already coming out, and it's amping by 2 right now. And by the way that Surgeon Aethertide works is whenever you amp the damage of the Surgeon Aethertide, it kind of double dips on that amp and allows that to not only increase its damage, but increase the damage of your next spell as well.
So yesterday we were talking about Yohei doing like a little bit of a mini Icelander combo, and we saw him close that game out with a Red Emeritus Scolding off the back of Storm Striders and a Waning Moon activation. This is going to be very different. The combo potential is so much higher. The ceiling is absolutely huge. And Yohei has gotten himself a little bit closer to that combo range after chipping 4 life onto Nova-chan on that first turn. So 42 plays 36 in the favor of our Verdance player as a Hunter's Clave gets thrown out onto the combat chain, and Yohei's blocking it.
Yeah, really powerful start there for Yohei, just using that Rampant Growth, not necessarily as a combo with his Surgeon Aethertide, but just to pump up the damage of that Pulsing Aether to chip in more damage onto Nova. He is respecting the mark capabilities of these daggers by putting cards in front of these daggers, typically blocking 3-on-1, not that efficient, but the power of mark is so powerful in Arakni Marionette that he's really respecting that and trying to deny the mark here on this first turn.
And Yohei's also got to fill up his graveyard. He's got to get decomposition going as soon as humanly possible, and one way to do that is just by throwing a lot of cards onto the combat chain for blocks and getting them into the graveyard. So Yohei says, I'm not afraid to block here, and also Arakni Marionette turns can be real clunkers if he can't get the mark through, and this is a case in point right here. The last card in Nova-chan's hand, which he is thumbing like he really wants to throw, is a Mark of the Black Widow, which essentially has no on-hit. It's threatening 1 vanilla right here.
Yeah, it's just coming in for 1 damage, and Nova had to use 3 cards for this. So if you want to do a little bit of math on this, you know, if he didn't use this Flick Knives, if he didn't waste or throw away the dagger, this would have just been attacking for 3 total damage.
And Yohei still has the answer, even though it's a Flick Knives play, but then the answer comes out of Nova-chan as well. Justin Nick pushes this up to 7 and is still threatening that last card from Yohei Ohki. He's going to hope that it is an Earth card, and at least, even though he's not going to have a turn when it's passed back over to him, unfortunately it's an Overflow the Aether Well. So no free decomposition cards there, except for, of course, that Heartbeat of Candlehold, which was banished by the Justin Nick. So Yohei could get online faster than he thought. We saw that yesterday during a new Florian match. Maybe this will be the same case. We're going to pass it right back over to Nova-chan.
Yeah, not as common to get the banished cards against Arakni Marionette. It does happen occasionally with some of the Leave No Witnesses or the Mark of the Black Widow, but not as much as against New. Here Yohei's got to be pretty happy that he at least got one banish there. Makes it that much easier to get the full 8 online.
Okay, Hunter's Clave comes out again. Yohei is thinking about blocking it. No, he's going to kind of skirt it. He's going to discard a Shelter from the Storm, shore up 1 of that damage, and float 2 more that he can use in instances of 1 throughout the rest of the turn. And this might be the perfect time to do it. Leave No Witnesses is the next attack on this combat chain, threatening the arsenal that Yohei has been sitting on for 2 turns now.
That's so impactful. This Shelter from the Storm, yes, the daggers and the flick knives out of the Arakni and out of assassins in general is so powerful, but the Shelter from the Storm is one of the best counters to that kind of instances of 1 damage.
And it's also, if for instance, Nova-chan were to send another Mark of the Black Widow, for instance, Yohei would be floating another 1 prevention to prevent any flick knife shenanigans from marking him at reaction speed. In this case, however, Nova simply has a Shred in the hand, which Yohei is playing right into. Shred is going to reduce the defensive power of that Emeritus Scolding and make it so that this Leave No Witnesses is going to hit, unless, of course, we've got the Rootbound Carapace with a Decompose in hand, and there's the answer, just sitting there. Sure, he's going to lose a little bit of value off of that Shelter from the Storm, but I think Yohei is just fine right there. Oh, we don't have enough Earth cards. Unfortunately, no decomposition on that Rootbound Carapace, so we're just going to throw another Earth card into the bin. Heal 3 from a Sigil of Solace on Yohei's turn. Back up to his starting life total of 40 as he passes on back to Nova-chan, who sits at a comfortable 36.
Yeah, no decompose there. It didn't need it to cover that up because of the Shelter from the Storm, but you still got to imagine he definitely wants to get that Verdance hero power online as soon as possible.
Okay, Savor Bloodshed is the first action here, which is going to buff up this next Hunter's Clave, which surely followed. 5 go again here is the ask, and then he's got the ever-present threat of being flicked on the next chain link and getting the card draw off of Savor Bloodshed, because Savor Bloodshed doesn't say attack on the active chain link. It says the next time a dagger hits a marked hero this turn, you get to go ahead and draw a card.
Yeah, such a powerful card with Hunter's Clave. And I do worry about flick knives in this dagger. Yes, it would be a good value to draw the card, but then you'd be left with no daggers on Nova-chan's side. I'm sure he has some amount of retrieve in his deck, but he would have to find that before he's able to use those daggers. And so much of Arakni's deck is really reliant on that mark, and the daggers are the best source of it. So if he's in kind of the waiting room for retrieve, that's not the place he really wants to be.
Do we have any defense reactions in the hand of Yohei? It looks like just a yellow Rootbound Carapace at his disposal here for the defense on this Persuasive Prognosis, which is a card that can be absolutely devastating if it connects with the life total. Looks like we're lining up 1 block here, holding that Rootbound in reserve just in case there are any shenanigans out of our Marionette player, and I do believe he's found another copy of Justin Nick. I saw that flicking around.
Tarantula Toxin.
Oh, just Tarantula Toxin.
And
is that a Death Touch?
Death Touch?
Woo! I love seeing that card again.
Yeah, Death Touch is a card we saw a lot out of Azuri back in the day when Azuri was the assassin of choice. Here, it's one of the best targets for Codex of Frailty, but it's obviously unplayable here out of hand. You can't cast it from your hand, so Nova is going to need to arsenal this and preserve it for a future turn.
There's a little bit of quintessential Flesh and Blood play right here. We got attack reactions. We got defense reactions. So Tarantula Toxin comes down, reduces the defensive power of the card that Yohei blocked, but then he's got the Rootbound Carapace in the yellow, which got a little bit of Decompose online and also blocked out that Persuasive Prognosis, which means that Death Touch goes to the arsenal, which is fantastic because that's the only place it is allowed to be played from. 35 plays 36 in on the side of Verdance, who is pitching a Fruits of the Forest and sending the first Surgent Aethertide of the turn. 1 Arcane with a threat of more to come.
Nova did transform into Arakni Black Widow, and that is probably one of the best ones to get in this situation, especially if you know you're going to be coming in with that Death Touch.
Oh no, and that Death Touch, which found its way into the arsenal, finally is going to be sent right to the bottom of the deck because Plow Under is the follow-up to the Surgeon Aethertide. I love this play from Yohei because anytime you're sending a Surgeon Aethertide, you're kind of telegraphing a Destructive Aethertide or a Mind Warp as the second action of the turn. And in this, so it's optimal for Nova to pitch a blue, block that first arcane damage to the surge effect on either of those powerful cards. It's not active. In this case, Yohei just followed it up with an attack, so Nova pitched an entire card just to block for 1.
Yes, that does mean that Yohei gets some advantage, basically taking a whole card out of Nova's hand for just the 1 point of value and gets the arsenal out, and so Nova is just going to arsenal and send it right on back. He doesn't feel like he can meaningfully play. Oh, no, sorry, he just set it down. It looks like, is he passing?
Yes.
He is passing. Okay. He's going to revert to the Brood, and it looks like he put that Codex of Frailty down into his arsenal.
And then unfortunately drew another, Charles.
Did he draw one, or did he draw both others?
Did he? Oh my goodness, that is a Codex of Frailty rich hand right there. We kind of saw them clump up on him in our last feature match with him. I guess it's a curse of the stream.
Yes, apparently so. These are definitely cards that you do not want to draw in multiples. It is very cumbersome to try to play all of them and get the value out of them when you have multiples at once. So you're going to want to try to pitch them and preserve them for second cycle. The problem is, against a deck like Verdance, who has this big combo potential with the Surge and Aethertide, you might not get time to get back to them in second cycle.
Okay, speaking of Surge and Aethertide, out it comes, and yeah, we got to pitch one of those Codex of Frailties on the side of Nova Chan, so no extra pseudo-amp coming from Surge and Aethertide, and it's another Plow Under as the follow-up here, which is fantastic because the last card in Yohei Oki's hand is Felling of the Crown, which is going to get parked right in Arsenal and live to fight another day. So here comes Plow Under for 6. Nova Chan has lost that other Codex of Frailty, and Yohei has kind of fixed the problem that Nova had in terms of drawing too many multiples of Codex of Frailty. But hey, if we make it to second cycle, they're going to be clumped up yet again.
They certainly are going to be clumped up yet again. Nova last time was in the situation, just opted to Arsenal that Codex of Frailty, and we saw that didn't work out too well for him. You got to be thinking he's like, well, am I going to learn from that? Nope, he's just going to run it back and do the same thing. I think it's also because Verdance is currently marked, has the token mark there, and I think Nova just wants to get to have a bigger turn with that mark, and if he does commit that Codex Frailty to attack, there's a possibility that Yohei just lets that attack hit, and it clears the mark, and then Nova is a little bit less happy about that.
Unfortunately, a second transformation into a Chaos Assassin hero is less stellar than the first. Arakni Redback is generally thought to be one of the weaker transformations here, maybe only second to Tarantula if you have no daggers. In this case, the only real threat here is more multiples of Go Again, and I don't think we're seeing a whole lot of attacks in the hand of Nova-chan, except for, of course, that really, really cool Kiss of Death.
Kiss of Death is definitely the best one to give Go Again, because then once you do a second chain link, you're able to use Flick Knives to destroy that attack, because the attack is a dagger itself. So that is probably the best combo to draw with the Arakni Redback flip. That being said, Yohei's coming in with a big amount of damage here, and Nova is looking to play this big hand and just take all this arcane damage straight to the face.
Verdance can play the tempo game with strong earth cards like Plow Under and Felling of the Crown, but she can also do some nasty combo things with Channel the Millennium Tree if she's given the space to do so. So oftentimes this tree is unfortunately blocked with, but in this case it's showing its stripes, and because Yohei was able to pitch an earth card with it, he's going to be able to save it for another turn, which can be absolutely massive with Surge and Aethertide. For now, it's back over to Nova-chan, who started off with a Saber Bloodshed into Kiss of Death. And what is Kiss of Death in addition to an attack action card?
It is a dagger attack, which means it benefits from the Saber Bloodshed. It now gets +4, and the next time it hits, or the Hunter's Clave hits, Nova's going to be able to draw an extra card here. And you got to think, with all this reaction and the Flick Knives, that it is going to hit. We do see that reaction come out from Arakni Redback to pump it up, discarding the Tarantula Toxin, gives it Go Again, does +3, and draws Nova an extra card to work with, but does clear the mark.
Okay, 24 on the side of our Verdance player. There's a 4 life surplus on the side of Nova-chan, and the follow-up is and looking for a scrap. Going to banish a card with 1 power in his graveyard, and when he does, it's going to get +1 and Go Again. So this is 5 Go Again for the measly cost of 1 resource.
And you got to be thinking, okay, well, this is a good turn from Nova. He attacked for 10 and then 5, but surely he's done after this, right? Except, what do we know that he has parked in his arsenal?
Codex of Big Bad Infinite Value Frailty.
Yes, this Codex of Frailty is certainly going to end this chain link. And Yohei saw the Codex last turn, and you got to think, well, he's already seen one. Does he suspect there's another one coming up here? And if it does come out, it can pick up that Death Touch, which is going to come in for 6
I think
and
the
do
Death
a
Touch
ton.
was put on the bottom of the deck, though.
Oh, right. You're right. It got plowed under. It was not CNC'd. So he's going to need to find another attack to throw here with this Codex of Frailty.
Normally that 2 floating is absolutely massive, but in this case, I don't know if Nova has been able to block with or play a CNC. I think that's the best case scenario for his graveyard, but I don't feel like I remember him playing one.
Was there a Leave No Witnesses then?
There was a Leave No Witnesses, so he is going to be able to find some Arsenal Disruption.
Oh, there was a command.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, cool. That
Yeah.
makes this 2 resources floating infinitely more threatening. So Command and Conquer is going to be coming out and threatening Yohei Oki's arsenal here. 6 power on the combat chain.
Yeah, you got to imagine, even if he didn't have that, attacking with the Hunter's Clave would still be potentially pretty good. I'll use that 2 resources, but obviously the Command and Conquer, the best possible way to spend 2 resources in the game of Flesh and Blood.
And what an amazing way to cover up that Command and Conquer. Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, which generates an embodiment of Earth token because we have plenty of Earth cards in the bin, and then an Emeritus Sculpting that all of a sudden blocks for 4. And now we've got Destructive Aether Tide as the 1-card play, usually a measly 1 arcane damage, but because Yohei was able to have the space to stick the Channel Millennium Tree last turn, this is coming in for 4, which enables its surge effect. Nova-chan is looking at his arsenal and knowing that it is not long for this world.
Yeah, despite the big turn that Nova just had, and we talked about how powerful that combo was into the Codex of Frailty, Yohei is just playing very efficiently. He was blocking out as much as he could, didn't leak that much damage, is still at a reasonable life total, and comes back with a very powerful 1-card hand to disrupt Nova's arsenal.
We were talking about how important the retrieve is because Nova-chan flicked one of those Hunter's Claves so early, and the card that he was able to find off the Ponder token was Push the Point, destroyed immediately by that Destructive Aether Tide. So Codex of Frailty becoming a much less powerful card when your arsenal is so clearly disrupted right after that. Leave No Witnesses, however, is the first attack on this combat chain for Nova-chan, who sits at 26 to Yohei Oki's 22. Let's see what he's working with in terms of attack reactions. It's just a Bonds of Agony and then a card that he just won't let me see.
Yeah, you got to imagine that if it's not a way of granting going, it looks like it's a Shred.
A red Shred? My
Red
goodness.
Shred. He is really committed to trying to destroy Yohei's arsenal. What a perfect counter! What an absolutely amazing counter here.
Oh, poor Nova. He's going to take an IP penalty here because Yohei Oki found the exact answer to what he was throwing out there. Red Shred is not going to do anything against damage prevention. It only reduces the defensive capabilities of cards that have defense on them.
Yes, and Seeds of Tomorrow, one of the most powerful Earth cards when against these types of disruption, this Arsenal disruption effect, which are just all over the meta right now.
Oh, no, Charles. There's more disruption coming his way. Surgeon Aether Tide, if it connects, is going to buff up that Mind Warp, which is in Yohei Oki's hands at this point. Will Nova-chan fall victim to being bamboozled earlier on in this game? Will he overthink this Surgeon Aether Tide and perhaps not block it? Or will he smell the Mind Warp, the sizzling arcane damage in the air?
So the interesting part is that because it's just for 1 on Surgeon Aether Tide, Nova can take this 1, and then the Mind Warp comes in for 3, and now he gets another chance to Arcane Barrier it and not lose his hand. He'll have a chance to do it here. So you got to think, as Yohei, you might just be inclined to deploy this Healing Potion. Now, Healing Potion is a card that, on its face, not the most valuable. In fact, it doesn't block at all. It costs your action point. It only gains you 2 life. But when comboed with Rampant Life Growth, Rampant Growth and Life with Surgeon Aether Tide, it really enables some big combo turns that we were alluding to earlier.
Yohei is attempting to assemble Exodia, and that's going to be oftentimes off the back of several Healing Potion pops because on activation the card has Go Again, and then into Rampant Growth Life, into Searching Aether Tide, into a big, nasty arcane spell. And it looks like he just has plenty of space to do so. Sure, Verdance isn't online yet, but there's 1 measly Decompose left in order to change that fact. So looking for a scrap is covered up in mostly by this yellow Rootbound Carapace. 2 damage is probably going to leak through here, and just like that, just as I telegraphed it, Verdance is online.
Online and able to get that extra value for any time that arcane damage is dealt. Or sorry, anytime life is gained, arcane damage is dealt. Getting that extra value here should help Yohei to push Nova-chan down to a critical life total so that healing potion combo can help to close out the game.
And you know what's dirty rotten here? That shred is still in Nova-chan's either arsenal or hand, and Yohei drew up another Seeds of Tomorrow.
Oh no! And
So we'll see what the follow-up is here.
You can't cast the shred on the looking for scrap. That's why he didn't deploy it there. It's only on assassin attacks, and looking for a scrap, despite almost always being played in assassin decks, is not actually an assassin attack. It is a generic attack.
Oh, even though I said that that would be relevant, it is not here because Yohei decides not to block. Art of Desire Body banishes a non-red card, which means that there's no life gain for Nova-chan and also no card draw. And that shred is still just breaking up his hand. Passing back over to Yohei Ohki, who has no attacks in the bin, which means that this Nourishing Emptiness is going to have Dominate and threaten a +1 to his intellect.
Yes, Nova-chan does have a lot of life total to play with. It's still at a life total lead. But you've got to think that he doesn't really want to give that extra card to Yohei here. That extra card is just going to let him be that much better on defense, preserve his life total, and start winning out on some of these exchanges.
Nova-chan has taken 3 damage from this Nourishing Emptiness. On down to 19 is where his life total should be, which means that Yohei Ohki is going to have 6 cards to work with, one of which is in the arsenal on this next turn, which has to feel good facing down a 5-card hand from, or I'm sorry, a 4-card hand from Nova-chan. Hunter's Clave is the first action here, pitching a Take Up the Mantle, which is awfully nice if you're Yohei, to not have to worry about that later in the combat chain.
Yeah, you do need some pitch cards out of Nova here to swing this dagger, and we saw Yohei really respect preventing this mark from the dagger earlier on, and he's got to be probably considering the same. It's like, does he want to block this mark and hopefully prevent whatever Nova's got cooking?
Man, Nova has 2 clumped Codex of Frailties, and I think he's about to have 2 clumped Take Up the Mantles as well, because he's going to have to pitch that last one to send this CNC. All of these incredibly pushed, powerful assassin cards that have come out of Outsiders and the Hunted are simply being used for pitch stack at this point. That can't feel good.
Yeah, it's not. I think that's one thing that really drew me to Assassins after the Hunted came out, is you just look at all the cards in their deck list, and you're like, wow, that's a powerful Majestic card. And then the next card, wow, that's a powerful Majestic card. All the way down, the deck is nearly 60 powerful Majestic cards. And yet, you still need, despite all that, you still need pitch cards. You still need the resources. You still need the glue that holds your deck together, and sometimes these insanely powerful cards like Take Up the Mantle are relegated to just being a cracked bauble.
Speaking of extremely powerful bread and butter cards, there's the Ring of Roses, the new legendary expansion slot card for Verdance. It looks like it might just be devoted to blocks here. Yohei is really defending that arsenal. I don't think we know what it is, because I think that Felling of the Crown has long since been sunk by the Seeds of Tomorrow that really, really tripped up that Leave No Witnesses earlier in the game. Yeah, Ring of Roses is just going to be devoted to the block here. 18 plays 22 in the side of Verdance, who is on the play here. Yohei Ohki is reaching for Destructive Aethertide in the pitch, and there's our first Felling of the Crown that has been resolved this game. All modes are going to be active because there are plenty of Earth cards in that banished zone. The Decompose comes through, and Nova-chan is going to have to think about which of these cards he wants the least.
Unfortunately, that arsenal not moving for Yohei for a while does mean that these ponders that he's generated off of these mental blocks have not been the most efficient, but I can't really complain about not being efficient when you're throwing a Felling of the Crown for 8.
And this is exactly the situation that Yohei got his Zen opponent in yesterday. Life totals were fairly at parity for the majority of the game. Sure, he had to do kind of a weird rampant growth combo turn, but all of a sudden he started just throwing super, super efficient attacks. And then the next thing the Zen player knew, he was in combo range. And Nova-chan is in a situation where he doesn't want that to be his story, so he throws the entirety of his hand in front of Yohei's Felling of the Crown and passes right on back. We're still at 18 plays 22.
Noah very happy to just say, nope, not going to take this free physical damage. I'm going to go next hand. Maybe his hand wasn't that great in the first place, and just happy to throw that away and say, Yohei, can you use all 4 of your cards without a chance to block?
Normally that is so hard for Verdance, but we've seen time and time again Yohei make use of 4 or 5 card hands, and this is another good way to do it. He's discarding a Fruits of the Forest, so he's going to gain 2 life, and because the Verdance Hero text is finally online, also 1 Arcane Damage ping is going to come across at Nova-chan.
Very efficient. These 1 Arcane pings do start to add up. We'll see what else Yohei can put together here. His main goal is to just get maybe one more healing potion out there and then chip Nova down a little bit lower and then be able to find that rampant growth to be able to combo with the other rampant growth via the Plume of Evergrowth and unleash a massive arcane combo.
Okay. Yohei thinking about the best way to use the rest of this hand, and yeah, it's going to be a plow under, which is interesting because it is a reciprocal effect, and Yohei does have a card in his arsenal, so that is going to be going straight to the bottom along with Nova Chan's, I think, Red Shred. So Nova is probably thanking his lucky stars that Yohei has decided to disrupt him here. Yohei, however, has another card lined up for the arsenal, just cycling his way to the perfect Exodia combo with which to close this game out. Nova has got to make something happen here. You can't give Verdance this much time to be setting up. It's not like he's been sitting back on his heels. The disruption has just been out of control on the Earth Heroes side of the board.
Yeah, he definitely had some opportunity here on Yohei's side to progress his game plan. His game plan being chip in some more damage on Nova, get in that combo range, and clearing that shred of Nova really puts a damper on how much damage output Nova can put. If he was hoping to get a big turn together, it's going to be just that much harder without the ability to cancel out some defense reactions from Yohei.
In case you've been living under the flesh and blood rock for some time here, Nova-chan is a mainstay in this game. He's on Team Blue Pitch, who is full of exceptional players, but he is sitting at $11,925 USD in total earnings. He's sitting at the 52 earnings rank globally. He's from Hong Kong, and he is an absolute monster. So if Yohei's able to take him down, the relatively unknown Verdance player, who is still kind of an underdog in this tournament in general, it's gonna be a lot for his flesh and blood resume.
Yes, of course, and of course both of these players still potentially live for top 8. It would be close. They do need to win to stay in contention here, but if Yohei or Nova is able to win this, they are just one step closer to getting another calling top 8 for themselves.
So a Saber Bloodshed has come out onto the combat chain along with a Kiss of Death, which is going to get the buff, but unfortunately Yohei is not currently marked. That being said, Flick Knives might have something to say about that. Yohei's got to be concerned with that Hunter's Clave being thrown across the table at him, but, you know, then Nova would be daggerless, and a lot of these hands, he's just required the pitch outlet in order to get to some more powerful cards later on.
So what are these players playing for? I believe they're playing for a gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet.
And there happens to be one blocking this current Kiss of Death.
How fortuitous. Being able to block here is so important. It is currently blocking basically for 2 points of value, one from its own block and one from the -1, which is critically exactly the amount that he needed to prevent that Flick Knives play, because if he became marked, then this Kiss of Death would get +1 from the Arakni Marionette's hero power, which would put it back up to 7, so that extra block on that Stonewall Gauntlets was pivotal on this turn.
A monster in his own right is Yohei Ohki. Even though he doesn't have any earnings rank to boast of, he's still doing awfully well. Oh, but Nova has found a really good answer here. It's Tarantula Toxin, which is normally just one, semi-powerful effect. But because Kiss of Death is both a dagger and an attack action card, he's going to get both effects. So it's an effective 1-card 6 here. The dagger attack is going to get +3, and also one of the cards defending on that combat chain is going to get -3 defense. So it connects with Yohei Ohki's face. Nova, however, is not interested in flicking that Hunter's Clave. He didn't want the card draw off of the Saber Bloodshed. He really wants to keep that dagger around. Yohei has an answer of his own. It's Felling of the Crown once again.
Yeah, you got to think it went through Nova's head to potentially use that Flick Knives on the dagger to redraw a new card, get that extra point of value in, but just deciding that the game is going to go long enough that giving up both of his daggers at this point is not quite worth it. Yohei does have really the best possible punish here with that Felling of the Crown. Just progresses his game plan to hopefully chip in a bit more points of damage onto Nova, get him down into that lower health total range where the arcane damage is going to be key.
Looks like a blue Mark of the Black Widow is going to go to the bottom in order to pay for the claws on Felling of the Crown. And we see Nova's strategy here. Just try to stay out of combo range for as long as possible. Anytime a Felling of the Crown has come out on the combat chain, Nova puts a card at the bottom of his deck and then blocks with the remaining 3. So no life change here. It's still 14 plays 18, and we're back on the side of Verdance, Thorn of the Rose.
Importantly, Yohei did pitch a healing potion to play that Felling of the Crown, which I think was a great exchange. That Felling card of the Crown was basically 2 cards that traded for all 4 out of Nova. So great exchange there. But it does mean that he's going to be that much further away from the combo potential of healing potions.
And it also means that he's got the space to play yet another Channel the Millennium Tree, pitching an Earth card, of course, and following it up with a Destructive Aether Tide. In this case, however, Nova does not have an arsenal, so there's no disruption here, but it is 5 arcane damage that is going to inch Nova ever closer to dying to that Exodia combo. Nova, however, it's on his turn. Once again, 13 plays 14, and a Bonds of Agony has come out to play.
Yeah, you did see Yohei leave a card in his hand. He did not pitch the last card in his hand, which you have to imagine if it was a blue or even a yellow, he would have done it for the Surge of Aether Tide to potentially double dip on that amp from Channel Millennium Tree. So you have to imagine the card that he kept is a red. That is probably a pretty good value at this point.
Oh boy, their attack reactions coming out to play, and Nova drew up a really good. He's been kind of clumped for the majority of this turn, but boy howdy, he is not anymore. Stains of the Redback, plus Justinic, plus Snapdragon Scalers means that this Bonds of Agony is going to connect for a big bad 12 go again.
Yeah, things were looking a little grim for Nova there, but it turns out when you're attacking for 12 in reaction step and your opponent is at 14, that's a pretty good place to be.
You know, Yohei might have been thinking, hey, I've got 2 0-for-4 defense reactions in hand. I might be okay, but the other 2 cards are no blocks. And unfortunately, Yohei is going to be in a situation where he's probably going to have to let this connect and take that healing potion. I would have to imagine that both of those 0-for-4 defense reactions are going to come out here just to save a little bit of life. He's going to play the Sigil of Solace and then let Nova take the healing potion, which is kind of a bummer because at that point, you're reducing the power of your opponent's combo significantly.
Yeah, it looks like there was a judge call on here. It looks like maybe the channel effect of Channel the Millennium Tree was not properly accounted for. It looked like there was a die next to it. Not sure if that was indicating the counter on that, so we're going to let the judges resolve that. In the meantime, we're just going to hop right back into the action thanks to movie magic.
Channel the Millennium Tree is still on the board because we know that there was a Heartbeat of Candlehold, which is, of course, an Earth card put to the bottom of the deck in order to pay for that flow counter. And yeah, looks like both 0-for-4 defense reactions are coming on out here, and I think also that Sigil of Solace. I do see a Pearl on the left side of that. Or wait, no, there was a defense. Was there a defense reaction in the arsenal? Oh no, is this blocked out?
If this is fully blocked out, this might just be absolutely pivotal for Yohei here. It looks like that was.
Oh no, Charles. Things coming up all Yohei all the time. 3 0-for-4 defense reactions when he needed the most. I believe he has already played both of those red Rootbound Carapace, but it's not all bad for Nova. He is able to flick the Hunter's Clave and give this Bonds of Agony one more buff, giving it +1 over the top of these defense reactions. But Nova is not happy having to give up his last dagger, even though it's going to allow this Bonds of Agony to connect.
Man, the emotions in this turn are just back and forth. Nova with all of the reactions, you may think, oh wow, Nova's in a great position. Yohei thinking he's got it fully blocked out with 3 defense reactions, and then the flick knives on the dagger means that it's still going to connect for 1, unless Yohei has one last thing to do to stop this. It looks like he's considering potentially responding to the trigger by activating the Plume of Evergrowth. It can grab, it is an instant speed, so if he wants to, say, pitch that healing potion to pick up a card from his graveyard, that is a possibility of what he could do now. You got to think he's just thinking through his possibilities. They've got plenty of time left in the round, so they just want to make sure that he goes through the motions and figure out what's the optimal play in this situation.
We talked about the implications of getting all of your remaining healing potions banished off of this Bonds of Agony, and this could be a way to just cycle it away and keep it away from the clutches of Nova-chan. But no, Yohei says, I'm going to take one, and I'm going to see what you will take. He's leaving the Sigil of Solace in hand. I think that's the bluff, right? You want Nova to take the Sigil in this case, especially because we're getting closer and closer to second cycle, where at least one of our other healing potions is lying in wait.
Yeah, sometimes you don't like to give your opponent a choice. You just say, well, I can just play the Sigil of Solace, give you no choice in the matter. On one hand, you could say, well, I'll make you make the choice. Maybe you make the wrong one. But also, I think having the Sigil of Solace in Arsenal is quite a bit valuable too, because in Arsenal, it's basically like a healing potion for 3. Of course, in Arsenal, it is still vulnerable to that Arsenal disruption effects that we've seen come out of Nova. A lot of his deck is Arsenal disruption.
And we know also that Yohei is packing a couple more Seeds of Tomorrow. And if you're just sitting on a sigil in Arsenal, let's say you're facing down some Arsenal disruption from your Assassin counterpart, hey, you can play it in response and say, hey, your powerful on hit effect was never that powerful. Or you can say, well, I'll play that Seeds of Tomorrow and just save that sigil for later.
All right, Nova's drawing up here does not transform because although Verdance was temporarily marked, it got cleared by the hit. Yohei just predictably plays out that healing potion using that action point, and we go back to Nova.
He is letting that Channel Millennium Tree go, but I think he's okay doing that because he's assembling another combo piece. So it's all set up here as we pass back over to Nova, who is starting off with an Orb Weaver Spinneret in the blue, so not the optimal one that he could find, but then following it up with a Mark of the Black Widow. Right now, Yohei is not marked, and there are no Hunter's Claves in Nova's hands at the moment. So no Flick Knives, no possible attack reaction speed marking here.
I think we have seen some Reaper's Call in Nova's deck that could potentially mark it instant speed. We know he doesn't have it in hand because we have full information of their hand. Here it's just basically pushing some raw damage, trying to get Yohei down to that range where maybe with another big attack like that could end up killing him.
I think we found a... Oh, was it a Rampant Growth or was it just Pulsing Aether? I think it might have just been 2 Pulsing Aethers. I was almost really excited there because Yohei might have gotten ever closer to that combo. We've seen only 1 Rampant Growth life, I think, this game.
I believe one was pitched at some point. So I think
he played one turn 0.
He did play one turn 0, and I think the other ones have been pitched that we've seen. It does look like these are...
Yeah, Pulsing Aether and Life.
No, I think that's a Rampant Growth. That looks like a yellow pitch strip on the left.
Oh, you're so right.
It's hard to tell. I do need to get some new glasses, but I do think that is that Rampant Growth. So he's running some math now. Wizard's very math heavy for those math nerds out there. Really want to figure out how to combo this into that into the other thing and figure out if it is enough given the equipment on Nova's side. I know we haven't talked about it, but he does have 2 Arcane Barrier. He's got the Nova has the helm and the chest armor. Both of these not only have Arcane Barrier, but they also have Spell Void 1. And that's really important against these kind of combo decks because you can pitch to the Arcane Barrier and then also use the Spell Void on that same instance of Arcane damage. So even though it only looks like he has 2 Arcane Barrier, on the most important turn, on the most important Surgeon Aethertide, Nova can pitch 2 resources and block 4 Arcane by cashing in both Spell Void as well, which really hurts the combo potential of Yohei.
Yohei seeing if he can fight his way through both of those Widow back pieces. It's important to mention that you're allowed to Arcane Barrier and Spell Void the same source of arcane damage. Yohei looking through that Banish Zone, seeing what is left in this deck. I would have to imagine that this is going to be a bit of a setup turn. I don't think it's a snap play of the Nourishing Emptiness because I think there is an attack or 2 in that graveyard, so it wouldn't get that really powerful on-hit effect or dominate if it was deployed here. So Yohei really wondering, how do I use this hand to its best potential and also set up a little piece of inevitability for Nova-chan?
Yeah, you can tell it's a tough turn. He's really taking his time to think through it. Not just this turn, what is his best option this turn? He's really thinking through what is my game plan to progress this game next turn and the turn after, and how do I actually end up winning this game?
I am really thinking about Surgeon Aethertide with the blue and then pitch the Nourishing Emptiness into that Pulsing Aether and slip some more arcane damage through. That's definitely what I'm eyeing, and then Arsenal that Rampant Growth for later. But no, Yohei says it is go time. I'm popping a Healing Potion, gaining 2. Up to 8 plays 13 here. Yep, we're going to pop that second Healing Potion as well. Up to 10, which means another source of arcane damage coming through, and Nova is descending on down to 11 life.
Yeah,
There's more to come here.
I think this is his last best opportunity to cash in this healing potion. I think any other kind of combo-esque play he's going to do is going to come off Storm Striders, and you can't pop the healing potion on your opponent's turn, so it might as well be used right now while he has this Rampant Growth ready to go.
So might be 2 combos here, Charles. It's an action speed combo followed up by the fabled Wizard Storm Striders combo. So Rampant Growth Life is going to amp for 5, which means the next source of arcane damage doesn't have to be a card, is going to be amped up by 5. And then, hey, let's do it again, shall we? We'll cash in that blue for another Rampant Growth Life, which was sitting there in the graveyard, ready to go. So we are currently amping 11. And then, of course, pitch the Nourishing Emptiness for Pulsing Aether, which is, oh my goodness,
Amping
it's going to be
11?
4 plus 11.
That is 15. Nova is at 10 and can only block 4 of it.
Nova says, absolutely not. I am not playing this anymore. I'm not going to be there for when you combo me on my turn. No, sir, Bob. I'm just going to take my licking now and proceed on the next game, which probably means that Nova Chan's chances at top 8 are null and void at this point. And they're slim for our Verdance player, for Yohei, X and 3, even though we still have one more round of Swiss. And even if he wins it, it's still going to be tough for those tiebreakers. But hey, if you're fans of Thorn of the Rose, this is another notch in your cap as he proceeds ever closer to the possibility of top 8.
Really impressive play coming out there, finding that line at the end to get that big combo, even through the 2 Arcane Barrier and 2 Spell Void. It was still enough. 15 Arcane. That is a lot of damage to pump out.
You know what has been fairly underrepresented in our stream so far, Charles? Mechanologist, and especially the man himself with the Rinchy-Winchy madness are the words that I'm choosing to say right now. It's Max Nitro, and he's got an Armory deck coming out on April 17th, 2025. If you're a fan of the Edge Runner with a tongue that is pretty off-putting when it's animated, you're going to get your chance to get a little bit of extra support here. Oh, man, what do you think about Wrench Synergy, Charles? Have you ever heard of a Wrench tribal deck?
I have not, but, you know, I do love cranking and banking with Banksy, and now we've got an upgraded version here. We've got the Bank Breaker coming out with Max Nitro. Now, this is a pretty interesting card. We don't have the full spoiler yet, but we do know Bank Breaker has the potential to attack twice per turn, which is pretty unusual for a two-handed weapon like this. So really curious to see how this plays out and how Max is going to take advantage of the new Bank Breaker weapon.
I am absolutely reeling from being outrhymed by my co-caster, but I'm happy about it. And folks, if you want to get your hands on the Max Nitro Armory deck, you will get your chance very, very soon. The second Mechanologist Armory deck, supporting 2 heroes from Bright Lights, might I add. Well, before we get wrenchin' and crankin' with Mr. Banksy, we are going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, more screw turns, more combo life gain shenanigans after this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time for the top 8 cut at Calling Kobe, where we have been giving you coverage for the last 2 days. This is one of the illustrious stops at Flesh and Blood World Tour all year long. We are back to Japan once again. Bryce Platt's here with Charles Dunn, the man himself, the 2023 U.S. National Champion, who's going to help us keep everything sorted and bring some heat to the final game of Swiss here at Calling Kobe.
Great to be here, Bryce. I'm really excited to see this final round of Swiss and then cut to the top 8, where the best players in the Calling at Kobe will be playing out for some really amazing prizes.
Speaking of prizes, Charles, shall we take a look at what is on the line here? Yes, sir, there's a lot of money, $20,000 USD in total, and of course PTIs for all of the top 8 competitors. Both of the players that we have before you right now are locked for top 8, so they're looking at a PTI, a gold cold foil legendary, and at least $750 US.
And the potential to play for the ultimate prize, the gold foil Stonewall Gauntlets, which we saw to great effect in the last round, with it coming in handy against those decks that really try to buff up their attack actions.
Yeah, Yohei was blocking with that beautiful gauntlet. Even though it is very ornate, it also does some serious defensive stuff in its own right. And of course, we better mention that there are 16 World Tour points on the line for all players that are hoping to become Player of the Year in their region. And those 16 points are incredibly relevant, even though it is not the most prestigious World Tour World Tour point prize pool. Wow, that is hard to say. On the line for all of the events this year, it is still enough to get you in contention on the leaderboard. There were plenty of folks in the lower spots on the top 10 leaderboard for each region that were sitting at exactly 16 points.
Yeah, what I love about the World Tour is that it is really a marathon. It is not a sprint. You need to have consistent, strong results across many events, many different places, and build up those points in order to be the Player of the Year and win the Player of the Year race.
So, Charles, I'm going to go ahead and spoil what our next match is going to be. Folks are still getting ready down in the feature match area, so we're going to buy a little time. We're going to banter a little bit. We're going to do our best morning show impression. We've got Florian Rotwood Harbinger going up against Zen Tamer of Purpose, who we've been talking about it all weekend long, has the potential to LL this very event. But he's been kind of stuffed in every single Zen match that we put on stream. He's lost.
Has had that stream curse where Zen has not quite been able to put it together on stream, although they have, at least some Zen players have been doing quite well with it. Zen has been one of the best decks in Flesh and Blood for the past year or so since his release. He's been hit with multiple ban cards. Art of War was particularly great in Zen. Bonds of Ancestry as well. That got taken out. And so we've definitely seen the power level of Zen move down. But that being said, he's still very competitive in this metagame right now, and we still see some players having some success. If he does win this calling, he's gone.
He is gone indeed, and no longer a viable pick for my co-caster for Pro Tour London. How do you feel about that?
I have been playing Zen pretty much ever since he came out. I've played it at every competitive tournament since then. I would be very sad when he's gone. I would love to play him one more time in a tournament and be the one who sends him off myself. But it may not be up to me. It may be up to our players here at World Tour Kobe if they are able to send him off into the sunset with Living Legend with a win here.
We'll see if we can give him some provisions, a saddlebag to ride off into that sunset. At the next feature match at Calling Kobe. Shall we beam ourselves down to the match floor, Charles? Let's take a look at our 2 players here. On the left side of your screen, it's Tatsuya Okanishi on Florian Rotwood Harbinger, who will be playing first. And then Zen Tamer of Purpose is going to be piloted by Yoshiki Mizutani. Both sitting at X and 2, both locked in the top 8, but seeding is still on the line. And, some information about what you're about to face in that illustrious top 8 slot.
The top 8 seeding is very important. You do get choice of whether you want to play or draw in your matchups, or I guess go first or go second in your matchup, based on your overall record and your seeding there. So even though it may not change whether or not these players make top 8, since this is the last round of Calling Kobe, both these players will be making the top 8, but it is very important to see who gets the higher seed because it may have a big impact on their run in that top 8.
So, Charles, Zen has has been featured quite a bit this weekend, hasn't been able to close it out, but we haven't seen a Zen versus Florian matchup. Who do you give the edge to in this situation?
It depends on the exact build of Zen. Zen has a lot of really good tools in this matchup. If the matchup goes long, we might see something like that Cosmic Awakening to be able to say, hey, I'll go long, I'll play the long game, and then have that really powerful trump card at the end there. Alternatively, if he doesn't have that and Florian is able to take him long and be good and disruptive, Zen might not have the gas to finish out the game.
Let's talk about our two players here. Yoshiki Mizutani is someone you might be a little bit familiar with. He's known as the Mad Dog because he had a top 4 placement at the Calling Tokyo, and he wore a bit of a Mad Dog mask on stream. Let's see if he's gonna. Oh, and on cue, out comes a Mad Dog mask. It looks like he's gonna have some trouble seeing there, but maybe it doesn't matter. Tatsuya Okanishi is looking around at the judges like, is this legal? Like. How am I supposed to play against this?
You know, it's going to be very difficult to get a read on his poker face on whether or not he's got that attack reaction or got what is it left in his hand from Tatsuya Okanishi. But at the same time, you know, he's going to be trying to do his best to make the plays without reading the face on the Mad Dog and trying not to get too terribly distracted by that.
It is a great day, Charles, when we can make 2 Lady Gaga references in the same stream. And so here we go, Yoshiki Mizutani, no mama poker face to be had because there's a Mad Dog mask right on top of his head. And looks like we have no real surprises in terms of the equipment suite here. The one thing that Yoshiki is a little bit forced to do is bring in some AB in the form of Tide Flippers in the foot spot. No pouncing paws here to speak of. No, indeed, you have to block those rune chants when you can.
There was a time in the past before some of those bans that lowered the power level of Zen where you saw some Zens play no Arcane Barrier into Florian because it was just really a race matchup. You didn't have the tools to go very long into a Florian, and so you'd rather just have that extra Tiger generation on your leg armor in order to push for the kill here. Now that Zen is a little bit weaker since the losing of Bonds of Ancestry and Art of War, we generally see Zen being a bit more comfortable playing that long game with that Arcane Barrier because you don't want to just get checkmated by these rune chants in the end game.
Tatsuya starting off with a little bit of life gain. 40 plays 42 as it's the first turn of our Zen player. Head jab followed up by E-Strike. He's got a card in hand, so I have to imagine, yes, indeed, this is buff power. So E-Strike is coming in for 7 power. One of the most versatile cards in the game, has been included in so many decks since its inception in Welcome to Rathe.
1 point does get through here onto Tatsuya, bringing him down to 41, still above starting life total thanks to the life gain on the first turn. But more importantly, Tatsuya now has 4 Earth cards in his graveyard, exactly where he wants to be. 5 Earth cards now after playing the Arcane Seed's life.
So 3 rune chants are going to be on his board as he passes it back over to Yoshiki. Back up to 42 life is the way he should be at this point.
No, he has the Reaping Blade, which prevents life gain.
Of course, Charles. I remember that card.
I have had a good friend of mine played Florian at the World Championships last year. And he told me that more often than not, he does not want to have Reaping Blade because it hurts himself.
Yeah, that seems to be making sense here. What isn't making sense is the snag that was just banished off the top of Yoshiki Mizutani's deck. Going to be absolutely useless into this Florian Rotwood Harbinger build. I think he just must be without any sideboard blues.
I do believe it works against Felling of the Crown and
true.
Plow Under because
right.
they gain bonus from their effects.
You are
so
right.
It could potentially block for 4 into those matchups and allow you to transcend on your opponent's turn. It's pretty niche. It's pretty interesting interaction. Maybe not the most common thing to do because if you are getting hit with a Plow Under or Felling of the Crown, you may not be able to cast that snag, but it is an interesting piece of tech from Yoshiki here.
You don't have to pander to me. You're absolutely right. I think snag is a perfectly fine inclusion here in the blue base. Yoshiki, I rescind my comments. You are the Mad Dog of the Tokyo Calling, and I should trust in you. Okay, Ancestral Harmony, however, did banish a snag, so no extra card pseudo card draw for Yoshiki here. He has gone ahead and transcended very early on in the game, which is something that has been kind of difficult for Zen players in the past on stream to do. He's found himself a Breed Anger. The Crouching Tiger for 0 is followed up by Breed Anger, which is going to be coming in for 5 thanks to Ancestral Harmony.
Yes, this is a powerful start. Anytime Zen is transcending, you know he's going to have a pretty good turn here. Tatsuya does have a good turn of his own on the Zen's turn by getting some Decompose action going.
And he's still got 2 Earth cards in the bin with which to work. And so once that Rootbound Carapace hits the graveyard itself, there's going to be another Decompose for 3 Earth cards at the ready. Crouching Tiger is the follow-up here, this time for 1, thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shuko, and then E-Strike is the finish up here, the second of this game for 7.
Yeah, solid turn here from Yoshiki, keeping the pressure on Tatsuya, who's perfectly happy to just block out here, fill up his graveyard with those Earth cards, and set himself up for success later down the line. We're not going to see much offense on him until he gets fully decomposed, and in the meantime, he's just trying to tread water and stay alive.
And treading he is, but he is leaking some points of damage. He's sitting at 34 to Yoshiki's 41. But there's a Command and Conquer on the combat chain, and Yoshiki is wondering if he can keep this Arsenal card around or if it's even worth it at this juncture. Man, this is such a different game when Zen can transcend so early. All of a sudden, that really powerful headpiece is at the ready at all times. And no, Command and Conquer was never going to do any nasty business because that card in Arsenal was indeed another transcend card. So Passover plus Rising Sun, Setting Moon means that 2 Inner Chi are headed for Yoshiki Mizutani's hand, and also one of them can just be put at the bottom of the deck if he doesn't need to this turn.
Not just 2 Chi into the hand, 2 resources from the 12-Petal Kasaya here, which both can be used to Arcane Barrier these Rune Chants. That's just free value for drawing 2 of these Transcend cards at the same time.
Chef's Kiss, 12-Petal Kasaya is spice and everything nice right here. Things are coming up for our Zen player. He might just break that stream curse.
So far, this is the recipe. Transcend early, transcend often, and Zen will be doing great. And so far, Yoshiki is sticking to that game plan. Tatsuya is also not having a bad start by any means, you know, getting that Decompose early, filling up the graveyard, attacking with the Command and Conquer to force that interaction. So Tatsuya's game plan is going according to plan too, but Zen is also firing on all cylinders.
Without a doubt, and we'll see what the Tamer of Purpose can do when he is indeed got his foot squarely placed on the gas. Ooh, I tried to take a look at that hand, but Yoshiki the Mad Dog is too quick. Down onto the playmat go his cards. Let's see if he'll let me see this time. Haha, he's holding it out of camera now too. We're just going to have to live in Oblivion, same as Tatsuya Okanishi. No omniscience here. We're pitching a Inner Chi nice and early on our Zen's turn. Looks like we're floating 1 here for the Tiger Taming Kakara. So that probably telegraphs the fact that Yoshiki has held on to both of those Inner Chis. No, indeed, he did not sync one with the Rising Sun, Setting Moon because we're activating Zen here to get a Crouching Tiger and also the best card in our deck. And what do you know? It's Chase the Tail, Charles.
Chase the Tail is the second best card in the deck. The best card in the deck is Inner Chi, of course, because it finds Crouching Tiger. Chase creates a Crouching Tiger and finds Chase the Tail. But Chase the Tail is coming in here, so you got to imagine the Tiger generated from Zen will probably start the chain, Chase will continue, and there's going to probably be another way of generating a Tiger afterwards to finish the combo with Chase the Tail.
1 go again is the follow-up. That out-front Bastion really showing its stripes, covering up all of that damage, which is normally really pesky. Chase the Tail is the follow-up, and it's going to be covered up by a red Rootbound Carapace, which means that 3 more Earth cards ostensibly are headed straight to the Banish Zone, and I think this means that Florian, sorry, only 2 Earth cards, but I think he did 2 rounds of 3. Am I mistaken about that? Is Florian online or not?
No, this will be 6 total Earth cards, what it looks like. There was 3 initially, and he chose to take all 3 here. And now Yoshiki's coming in with the aspect, or the aspect of Tiger body here, which of course is the best follow-up behind Chase the Tail, to give you 3 go again, and then another 3 go again with that Tiger that it creates, or 4 if Tiger Stripe Shuko activates.
And Tatsuya had to imagine that this was going to be the case because oftentimes with the newfangled Zen, through all the banishes, all the fire and flames, this is generally the way that you facilitate Chase the Tail. So the follow-up here is Crouching Tiger for 4.
4 unpreventable, and just in case there's anything like a Battlefront Bastion to come down and block it.
It's so important to remember that second line of text on Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Yes, indeed. I have definitely had someone try to Oh boy, try to think that they were safe and only to finish up the combat chain with a command and conquer.
Boy, howdy. Tatsuya is just taking a beating here. That being said, he's only 4 life behind, but there's 6 power sitting on that combat chain. He looks at his arsenal card, which he knows is probably not long for this world.
I don't believe that card is in Arsenal. I think.
Oh, that's in his hand?
Yeah, I think he has 2 cards in his hand.
Okay.
It still just is 6 damage, but he may have had another reaction that he might have wanted to play or might otherwise struggle to convert this hand. We'll have to see. But regardless, ending a combat chain with Command and Conquer is one of the best ways to ensure that you get a lot of value and keep the pressure up from Yoshiki here.
It's over to Tatsuya, our Florian player. 24 plays 34, a 10 life deficit, and all he's able to do is activate Grasp of the Arknight, create a Rune Chant token, and swing that Reaping Blade.
Yeah, this is not ideal. I mean, Tatsuya still converts, 1 card here into 4 points of damage. It's fine, but it's certainly not keeping pace with the power that the Transcending of Zen is putting out.
That being said, Yoshiki did have to put a Pouncing Chi in front of that Reaping Blade, which maybe telegraphs that his turn is not all that stellar. We do have a Levels of Enlightenment, which unfortunately is headed straight for the pitch zone, which is not where you want it to be, but hey, we're swinging that Kotaro once again.
Yeah, Levels of Enlightenment, one of the strongest cards, but in a pinch, it's just a blue here to pitch and enable you to swing the Kotaro, probably finish up with one other attack and set an arsenal for next turn, I would imagine. But we do know that Florian has lots of ways to disrupt that arsenal.
Sound the Alarm is going to allow Yoshiki to take a look at his opponent's hand and see if there's any attack reactions. None to speak of here, so Yoshiki is not able to find a defense reaction and put it on the top of his deck. However, he's got plenty of information to work with, and looks like there's going to be a little bit of disruption coming out of Tatsuya on the next turn. But that being said, it's kind of a clunky hand, honestly. He's going to want to block with 2 of these cards and then probably pitch 1 to send Weakest Link or Plow Under.
Yeah, so now Yoshiki was probably thinking, oh, this is fine, I'll just arsenal a card. But now he knows that a Plow Under is coming right behind this.
That being said, it is a reciprocal effect, so Tatsuya would have to put his arsenal on the bottom of his deck as well. So maybe that means we're going to deploy the Weakest Link instead and see if we can hit some of those pesky Chi cards. No, indeed. Weakest Link goes straight onto the combat chain to block out the Sound the Alarm, and Tatsuya gets ready to put... Oh, no, indeed. The arsenal was Arcane Seed's Life, which means that we can make 2 Rune Chants for our troubles before we send the Plow Under. This hand has converted for Tatsuya.
Yeah, very good play here to be able to disrupt Yoshiki and also get value out of his arsenal, converting that Arcane Seed's Life into 3 points, getting the 1 life, creating 2 Rune Chants, putting the damage back onto Yoshiki. These are the kinds of plays that Tatsuya needs to make in order to keep pace in the game.
So he's got to hope that Yoshiki didn't find himself with another Transcend card in the arsenal. Looks like 2 Rune Chants are being taken. Yoshiki descends down to 31. Right now, it's a deficit in the favor of Yoshiki. Our Zen player, 23, plays 31. And Yoshiki still hasn't put his card on the bottom, his arsenal card on the bottom of the deck. The Decompose is coming through, and down it goes. So no Transcend card in the arsenal here, which means that Tatsuya is really happy to be doing some disruption here.
And this will come in for 6, and Yoshiki is thinking on blocks of how he might want to deal with this and see what his hand will look like on the next turn.
Yoshiki is posturing like he doesn't want to block. Oh, and there's the snag. There's even more egg on my face here, Charles, as Snag does its best 0 for 4 defense reaction in the blue cosplay. And yeah, it seems to be working pretty well here.
Pretty efficient into this particular matchup. We do see Yoshiki pitching that Cosmic Awakening that I mentioned at the start of the game. That's kind of his insurance policy. If this game goes long, if it gets a little grindy, if he runs out of those big combo cards, he knows he can fall back onto hopefully deploying a massive Cosmic Awakening for up to 20 damage in a single attack.
Sound the Alarm coming out once again, which means that Yoshiki Mizutani is not going to have any questions as to what his opponent's turn is going to look like. And he's found a little bit of gas in there, but there's nothing he can do about it. None of these are attack reactions, so Yoshiki is not able to put a defense reaction on the top of his deck thanks to Sound the Alarm.
Yeah, I don't think that this Florian deck runs too many, if any, attack reactions at all. And
Probably
so Sound the Alarm really just is a 1-cost attack for 5. And you might think that looking at your opponent's hand when you can't do anything about it isn't that relevant, but I think it's actually quite relevant in a lot of situations. Just knowing what you're up against really helps you to inform your blocks. And especially in this situation where Tatsuya doesn't have an arsenal, you're going to know what card he arsenals and be able to think about that and plan around that in future turns.
Tatsuya in the tank about blocks here. He's got a pretty okay hand. I mean, one of the best ways to convert all of your cards as these Florian players is that Swarming Gloom Veil that he's found himself. There's also the Channel the Millennium Tree, which even though that seems like a Verdance card, Florians have been playing it right and left lately. It is a real mainstay in these Rotwood Harbinger decks. Looks like, however, it is going to be blocked with here. Channel the Millennium Tree and Autumn's Touch hit the combat chain, shoring up all this damage from Sound the Alarm and shrugging it off as we pass back over to Tatsuya Okanishi.
Do love how Zen presents these really awkward damage breakpoints. The 2 power weapons, the 1 power tigers, the 5 power attacks like Sound the Alarm really makes a deck that wants to block really struggle to cover these up efficiently and often ends up overblocking or leaking damage that they didn't want to block in the first place.
Oh, but efficiency is online here, Charles. There is plenty of Earth cards in the Banish Zone. Decomposition has happened. The forest is bearing fruit, and the Rotwood Harbinger has sunk his roots in deep because now we can pitch 1 blue to create 2 rune chants off that Grasp of the Arknight, which means that this Swarming Gloomveil comes in for 4, and then plus a Reaping Blade for 3. That is a 2-card 9, my friend. Or, I'm sorry, 3-card 9. No.
Just 2. Blue pitch plus the Swarming Gloomveil. A 2-card 9, extremely powerful here. However, Yoshiki does have 2 Tiger Eye Reflexes to help cover this up, and now he has 2 Tigers in the Banish Zone. We don't know his other card, but if that one card is a Chase the Tail, he's able to just enable it on the Tiger Eye Reflexes alone.
He could be very happy here. Who needs an aspect of Tiger Body when you've got Tiger Eye Reflex? Of course, I think that is only from the Round the Table product. Is that correct?
I do believe so. It's a very powerful halfway defense reaction. It can be played out of Arsenal as a block card, but it cannot be played in the reaction step. It's just a block, but it can be blocked with out of Arsenal.
Tiger Taming Kakara connects with Tatsuya Okanishi's face, down to 18 life, plus a Crouching Tiger for 1, and then followed up by a Pouncing Chi for 4 go again because Crouching Tiger was the last attack on the combat chain. Tatsuya finally lines up a block. Let's see what it is. He's tanking a little bit here. It's important to mention that even though the life totals are in favor of our Zen player, Tatsuya still has plenty of really powerful Earth and Rune Blade equipment in his fridge at his disposal. Follow-up is Crouching Tiger, which comes in for 1, thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shuko. And then the finish, the coup de grace, is Mauling Chi, which is active because a Crouching Tiger was the last attack on the combat chain. So it's 5 damage plus 1 if it connects.
Yeah, Yoshiki's turns have been really efficient here, utilizing every resource, every turn for just max efficiency, right? The 2 resources on the Kakara, finishing up with a 1 for 5 at the end of each of these combat chains. Also getting both Tigers from the Tiger Stripe Reflex, enabling that Tiger Stripe Shuko to get you that extra bonus damage. Just lots of little bits of efficiency that have eked Yoshiki Mizutani ahead by 10 life here.
And here we go. We are squarely in the late mid-game, I would say, in turn 6 of round 12 here at Calling Kobe, and a Felling of the Crown is at the combat chain. In both of our Verdance feature matches, we saw these kind of like mid-late Felling of the Crowns do insane work against both of their opponents. I think this is the point where you really want to start deploying it. Yeah, sure, your opponent is at a major life surplus, but this is the card to close the gap.
Yes, Felling of the Crown is a big pivot card, right? It's a 2 card that gets you 8 damage, but also takes a card out of their hand, which could be worth 3 or 4 points of value. So really, you're getting something around 11 or 12 value out of this play. Really helpful for kind of turning that corner, getting that advantage back on Tatsuya's side of the court here. That being said, we do see Yoshiki really thinking hard about this. He does have all of his equipment left. I suspect he's probably just going to send a card to the bottom like he has to, maybe block and take a smaller turn, and wait for the prime opportunity to push with this Traverse the Universe.
Okay, and Traverse the Universe comes out onto the combat chain, which in one of our previous Feature Zen matchups, you called it, right? Like, that player blocked with Traverse the Universe on a turn where he just didn't have many cards to work with. In this case, Yoshiki is in a similar situation. Oh my goodness, and he is so chi-rich, it's ridiculous, because he's also played a Path Well Traveled and a Drop in the Ocean, so This next turn is 3 chi and a mystery card at this point. What is he going to be able to put together here with all that chi?
I am very confused by this play. Well,
Cosmic Awakening! It must be the Cosmic Awakening play. Oh,
my
Cosmic
God!
Awakening!
It's a Cosmic Awakening! How did we not see that? Oh my goodness! This isn't even like a late game pitch stack. This is just natural turn 7 of the game. It comes in for the full 20 damage.
We have seen some amazing things today, Charles, but this I did not expect. A block with Traverse the Universe, telegraph 2 other chi in hand, and then swing a Cosmic Awakening. Tatsuya cannot believe it, and neither can I.
Yoshiki clearly had this idea when building this Zen deck that Cosmic Awakening was going to be this endgame insurance policy. We saw one pitched earlier. I think this is at least the second one that we've seen. And it just comes up in the very late game when your deck is mostly chi, but sometimes the stars align and you can cast it on turn 7 for the full 20 points of damage.
We're hoping that Tatsuya is hoping that the stars are aligning for him and then he has more non-attacks in hand, but it doesn't look like that. So Barskin of the Millennium Tree is not going to block as much as it possibly could. But however, I mean, we've got 1 in the Barskin Millennium Tree, 5 on this round's on me, and then of course 4, 4, 3. So we're still shoring up a lot of this damage. I mean, ultimately, Tatsuya can probably not be any happier with the way his hand shook out, especially after Yoshiki sent Cosmic Awakening for 20.
That is probably the absolute best hand for Tatsuya to have into a Cosmic Awakening for 20. A hand that blocked for, I believe, 18 value he blocked with there. Absolutely the best possible, but still, you got to imagine Yoshiki is pretty happy to have sent 20 damage there.
That being said, after cashing in your Traverse the Universe, you only took 5 life away. I'm sorry, no, only 2 life away from your opponent. I wouldn't have expected that either.
Possibly 3. Maybe maybe that was a yellow root bound, and I was one.
It was
short.
a yellow.
Okay, yeah.
Yellow.
Yeah, 3 damage got through, and yeah, despite how powerful that was, you got to think, how is Yoshiki going to actually close out and win this game? Once both players are a little bit weaker and exchanging these smaller card hands, you got to favor the Florian in that situation. Mm-hmm. That being said, he is down by 10 life here and is currently in a blocking situation. So Yoshiki also has a lot of tempo on his side.
And here we go. It's another Felling of the Crown. If he's going to be able to close the gap, we said it's on the back of this card. So here we go. Another Decompose coming through, which is irrelevant for the hero text on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. But hey, it is not irrelevant on Felling of the Crown, which means that Yoshiki is going to lose one of the cards in his hand. Let's see which one he chooses. I think he's just about transcended all of the chi in his deck at this point. We've seen so many.
Yeah, he does have 1 in hand right now. 1 extra chi to transcend, but doesn't have the blue to cast unless he has 1 in arsenal. I don't know exactly what's down there.
Because that last card is the Levels of Enlightenment, isn't it?
Yes. So the Levels of Enlightenment is ideally you have levels plus another blue plus the transcend. You want to have 3 blues to really make that. But with 2 reds in Yoshiki's hand, it's not going to be quite that same play. Looks like he's going to put 1 of the red cards down and then take the damage from the Felling of the Crown. He's going to decide on blocks here after resolving that Decompose effect.
I was a little bit slow on the uptake. Let's see if we can identify which card. The Passover is still there. Chase the Tail and the other blue. Levels of Enlightenment. So it looks like the other red card, I think it was another 1 for 5, goes to the bottom of the deck. And he's still got to deal with this 8 physical damage.
Yeah, it looked like there was a Breed Anger in Arsenal. If he was able to find another a Tiger Generator to kind of start his chain, he actually could potentially throw together a pretty big turn. But as it stands, his hand is actually pretty awkward to try to convert into this Felling of the Crown. He doesn't have a Tiger Generator, and both of the cards that the reds in his hand, both require combo with that Tiger.
Yeah, it's a Mauling Chi in hand. He's rethinking his strategy, might be putting, yes, it's Chase the Tail that goes to the bottom, and then he's lining up a block with that other red card in hand. So Mauling Chi is going to be devoted to the combat chain. He's going to take 5 on down to 16. 11 plays 16 in the favor of our Zen player, and we're passing back to him.
Yeah, imagine this is probably just going to be a small turn from Yoshiki to attack with the weapon and then send one of these 1-cost attacks. And then Arsenal, looks like he's going to Arsenal the Passover, the Chi, to transcend on a future turn, instead of arsenaling that Levels of Enlightenment.
Okay, Tiger Taming Kakara threatening to bring Tatsuya Okanishi down to 9. But there's still, even though he faced down a Cosmic Awakening for 20, he's still got room on his fridge. Grasp of the Arcanite makes its first block, and then it's Breed Anger out of the arsenal just for a measly 4, but that is all to facilitate Passover making its way into the arsenal.
Yes, this is just one of those turns where Zen is just kind of treading water, just trying to say, hey, yep, you're a disruptive deck. That's fine. I'm going to weather the storm of your disruption and send back a small, efficient hand, try to chip in 1 or 2 points here with these awkward break points, the 2 and the 4, and set myself up for next turn. Hopefully, next turn, the Florian doesn't have his disruption, and Yoshiki's able to take a bigger turn.
4 damage on the combat chain, still being faced down by Tatsuya Okanishi. This is turn 9, round 12, the final round of Swiss before we make our top 8 cut. Calling Kobe continues to heat up and does not disappoint, folks. Can Zen Tamer of Purpose ascend into the pantheon of the Immortals, joining 9 other heroes in the pantheon of the Immortals?
Yeah, Yoshiki Mizutani is the one who could potentially make it happen here. We do know that he will be in the top 8 regardless of the outcome of this game, being at 9-2 here in the final round. But of course, a higher seeding would give you slightly better odds in that top 8 playoffs. But first, he does need to finish the job here against Tatsuya, or perhaps Tatsuya will be able to claw back from this deficit and be able to maintain a higher seed for himself.
Our Florian player blocks with the last channel, the Millennium Tree in his deck, descends on down to 10. Looks like we are just going to pitch to a Grasp of the Arcanite, create 2 Rune Chant. Oh, what do we find? Oh, we're activating Plume of Evergrowth to find the a Plow Under in the graveyard. Looks like he is going to change his exchange his headpiece for another powerful Decompose attack. Plow Under is going to come in for 6 power and then bottom the card in Yoshiki's arsenal. But alas, it's a cheat card. It's Passover. So Yoshiki can go ahead and play it in response. I think that's what this judge call is all about. Can he respond to the chosen targets for Decompose with Passover and thereby turn off the Decompose trigger? I don't think it really matters here, because if he plays out the Passover, then there's nothing for the Decompose trigger to hit in the arsenal. So effectively, it's doing what he wants, whether it stops the decomposition or not.
Does the Plume of Evergrowth target a card in the graveyard, or does it allow you to just pick up anything?
Oh, that's what he's trying to come back.
Target Earth action. So if Yoshiki responded to that Passover, he'll be able to stop this Plume of Evergrowth from working. I think Tatsuya just actioned pretty quickly, just kind of picked it up and immediately put it into play without giving Yoshiki a chance to respond here. And he's trying to ask the judge to see if they're able to get to that point. We'll have to see what the judge says. Of course, they did slightly progress past that, but perhaps that was just Tatsuya playing quickly, assuming there was nothing that could have stopped this.
The Mad Dog of Calling Tokyo, seeing if he can put his bark where his bite is and do a nasty play. Say your headpiece is null and void, sir.
That would be so impactful here with basically stopping Tatsuya's turn entirely. It basically would exchange that card, remove the Plume of Evergrowth, and destroy the blue pitch that he used to activate it. Would not get the Plow Under back, and instead Tatsuya would probably just have to resort to activating Grasp and swinging the Reaping Blade instead.
But looks like we have passed over to the Plow Under. Plow Under is going to resolve, Decompose, and all. Oh no, Yoshiki, his body language is telling that it was just too late, and he really wished that he had done it at the proper time.
Oh no, yes, he apparently missed that until there was already starting to resolve that Decompose per the judge's ruling there. And so instead he does lose that Arsenal card, and now is definitely beating himself up over that, and can only muster a swing back of this Tiger Taming Kakara after blocking out that Plow Under that shouldn't really have been attacking him in the first place.
Oh, it's okay, Yoshiki. It's been such a long day, man. You've been playing Flesh and Blood at the highest level since the start of yesterday. You deserve a bit of a break.
Yes, it definitely goes to show you this game is definitely a game of inches, and you must be on your game at all times to really absolutely optimize at this highest level of calling play.
Okay, I think this is the first levels of Enlightenment that has been resolved. Unfortunately, he hasn't found the Chi. Well, he would have had it in Passover if it didn't get plowed under. So this levels of Enlightenment is just going to draw a card, 3 power, coming at Tatsuya. Looks like he's going to block it out with a red root bound. No need to decompose here because it's already blocking out that attack. No damage converted there for for Yoshiki. And we're passing back over to Florian, who has 10 life points to work with and has got 16 to strip away from his opponent.
Looks like Tatsuya is taking the very classic Florian value play, making 2 rune chants, coming in with the Swarming Gloom Veil, and probably finishing up with that Reaping Blade. The good old 2-card, 9 points of value.
Yeah, honestly, Florian is happy when he's doing 1-card 5 with pitching to Grasp of the Arknight and then swinging the Reaping Blade, but this is icing on the cake. That's why Swarming Gloomveil is in this deck.
Yes, really, Tatsuya's win condition here is to chip Yoshiki down low enough that he really has to respect that 1-card 5, has to be pitching to Arcane Barrier, has to be putting a card in front of the Reaping Blade. Once Florian can get Zen to that point, it's pretty much all over. But there is still 16 life points to play with, and that is a lot to burn through.
We saw a Cosmic Awakening resolved for 20, but alas, there are 2 in this hand, and they're not going to be coming in for any power because we don't have any inner chi with which to work. So they might very well just be blocking 3 rather than swinging for their full potential.
Right, we don't know what the card is in Yoshiki's arsenal. We do know it was just a random card that he drew off that Levels of Enlightenment. Didn't get much choice in whether or not he arsenaled it. Does look like he's going to use one of these Cosmic Awakenings just to pitch for Arcane Barrier. It's hard to convert it into anything else on this kind of a hand.
Okay, Cosmic Awakening is safe still in the deck, and Yoshiki's got to be happy about that because as long as he can keep his Cosmic Awakening around, you better believe that there's going to be another 20 coming down on the combat chain. Tatsuya has to close this game out before he has to face down yet another Cosmic Awakening. Heck, maybe 2 if Yoshiki finds a way in order to keep the other one in his deck.
Yeah, this is a classic example of thinking about the long game versus thinking about this turn cycle specifically. That Cosmic Awakening could have blocked for 3 points of value on the Reaping Blade or on the Swarming Gloomveil. But Yoshiki knows that the extra point of damage here is not as relevant as making sure at least 1 Cosmic Awakening is still left in his deck somewhere. And so opting to take kind of 1 extra damage this turn for the possibility of playing Cosmic on a future turn.
Okay, one of those Cosmics, however, is going to be bye-bye for the rest of the turn. It blocks on that Swarming Gloomveil, and then Yoshiki takes the Reaping Blade. So 12 plays 10 as we pass back over to our Zen player. And yep, it's going to be another Tiger Taming Kakara, a weapon that has swung probably 12 times this game, I would say. No, that's impossible because we're only on turn 11. But bottom line, there's been a lot of staff swinging this game.
Yes, Tiger Taming Kakara is just very efficient. That 2 damage breakpoint, very hard to efficiently block, tends to sneak through lots of points of damage, and very good in a fatigue situation because it is just constantly being swing every turn and really starts burning through Tatsuya's life total.
Tatsuya is taking a look at what the possibilities are in the Zen deck. I believe there's one more Chase the Tail lurking in the deck of Yoshiki Mizutani, but when you're running out of Aspect of Tiger bodies and other threats that generate Crouching Tigers, is it possible even to get it for its full potential? I mean, is the win con at this point the Cosmic Awakenings, or is Yoshiki hoping to close it out with other sources of damage?
I think he does need to keep playing these efficient turns here until he's able to find one more Chase the Tail line. I don't recall the exact number of Aspect of Tiger bodies he might have, but hopefully he has at least one left. I do know he put that Chase the Tail on the bottom on that one turn to that Felling of the Crown. And so that one's still in the deck, and of course that Cosmic Awakening is down there somewhere too. Presumably his deck will get shuffled at some point with an inner chi, so anything like pitch stacking is not the most relevant at this exact moment.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen Stir the Pot yet, have we?
We have not, no. But still, just anytime you search with the inner chi, it ends up shuffling the deck because you search for the combo card. So you got to imagine one more big turn like that is what Yoshiki is trying to play to. I think after that Chase the Tail line, then he's looking to just close it out with a Cosmic for at least 10 or 15.
Tatsuya, in the meantime, is making 2 rune chants and swing with a Command and Conquer, hoping that there's a really juicy card in there that Yoshiki would like to keep around. Let's see what he's working with. It's getting very blue-rich in these Zen hands.
Yeah, this is actually a really a turn where Yoshiki could try to go wide, but unfortunately this Command and Conquer is really going to mess him up. He probably is incentivized to block this, but anytime he's blocking, plays right into Tatsuya's hand. Despite the life total difference being slightly in favor of Yoshiki right now, I do feel like the onus is on him to close out this game, whereas Florian just has the sit back, block 2-3 cards, and then is able to send a more efficient 1 or 2 card hand back at Yoshiki.
Looks like 2 cards are devoted to the block. Yoshiki is going to play into his opponent's hand for a little while longer, but the time is ticking for that Cosmic Awakening to come back around and make really big trouble for the Rotwood Harbinger. It's Tiger taming Kakara yet again, and looks like I believe that Summerwood Shelter is blocking there and going to create 2 Might tokens thanks to the fact that Florian is online.
Yeah, Canopy Shelter here makes two mites, and it is just so valuable here, covering up that 2 damage breakpoint, which is often a little bit awkward, but then also getting 2 points of value on the back end with the 2 mite tokens. Really efficient. This is where Florian is thriving, right? Is just blocking out, trying to send these efficient attacks, trying to chip in these last couple points, and really take advantage of that extra token that he makes thanks to his hero power.
Following up with a Crouching Tiger is Yoshiki Mizutani, and he's got a Tiger Swipe from the Zen activation on the back of it. So here comes, hey, Tiger Stripe Shuko is still online here. So this is 5 go again, unpreventable here.
Tatsuya is pretty happy to block here with the armor and cover it up, although the on-hit is probably not that relevant. It would have created a Tiger which could have attacked for 0, unless that Tiger was enabling some other combo. It's not the most relevant on-hit at this exact moment.
There is an intimidation factor there, especially when a mad dog is throwing cats at you over and over again, Charles.
Oh boy, it is raining cats and dogs here.
And so both of those Might tokens are going to pop, and then Tatsuya Okanishi is going to generate 2 Rune Chant tokens thanks to the Grasp of the Arknight, and it's another Plow Under coming in for a big bad 8.
8 damage plus 2 Rune Chants behind, and Yoshiki loses Arsenal. I think I just counted up 10 on offense. And what's that number up by Yoshiki's name?
It happens to be his life total, Charles. So this is the first time that our Florian player has been able to threaten lethal this game, which means that we are getting ever closer to the end of Swiss here at Calling Kobe.
Yeah, definitely liking the situation Tatsuya is finding himself in. He looked very far behind after that Cosmic Awakening for 20. That was 7 turns ago, back earlier on in the game, or rather on turn 7, so 5 turns ago. And despite being very far behind at that exact moment, he's been able to find these efficient hands, has been clawing his way back in, and now threatening lethal on Yoshiki means that Yoshiki's going to have to block with some cards here, and potentially swing the favor dramatically in favor of Tatsuya.
You have to wonder what the texture of this game looks like if Tatsuya was not able to draw a 3-0 for 2-0 for 4s, a 0 for 3, and also have his Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree still up when Cosmic Awakening came in for 20. I mean, the fact that he was able to defend so well there is like, oh no, the last Chase the Tail in Yoshiki's deck was just blocked on that Plow Under. The fact that we presented lethal was so critical there because Yoshiki's lost one of the last really amazing power cards in his deck, besides, of course, Cosmic Awakening.
Yeah, now his only real way to close this game, I think, is to maybe use that armor or use that armor to be able to hold on to a hand. And hopefully that hand is just naturally 3 chi and that Cosmic Awakening. It's a tough ask. I don't think he shuffled his deck since he pitched it, and I don't think it is pitch stacked with 3 inner chi there.
Oh, he just created that Tiger Swipe.
Not
created it, but found it.
He did search last year.
So it's entirely possible that he's going to have to get through a cycle where he pitch stacks those inner chi once again. But, I mean, that's going to happen quicker than we think because of how thin his deck is getting at this point.
Sure. If he's able to survive, he does need to commit 2 or 3 cards to the defense every turn against Tatsuya. He can't afford to take too much chip damage. He's saying, I'm not going to play for that long game. I am going to just take it now. This is my time. Let's see what Yoshiki has.
Forget chip damage. How about a CNC to the face? We're starting off all right. We're pitching a inner chi to activate Zen. Let's see what else he can find. Oh, there was one more Chase the Tail. He's only resolved 1 and blocked with 1. So, hey, this is coming up Yoshiki at this point. He's got a little bit of gas left in the tank, and let's see if he's able to deploy it and send himself to a victory. Crouching Tiger comes out 4-0, followed up by Chase the Tail, one of the most powerful cards in Zen. 7 incredible value coming out of that card. But hey, Yoshiki still has Tiger Stripe Shuko on the board, so that's probably going to be more like 8.
He does need to find a way to make the extra Tiger. You've got to imagine there's an aspect of Tiger body coming behind this. Tatsuya did have a sink below in Arsenal, the perfect Arsenal here to help cover up this this attack from Yoshiki. You got to think Tatsuya, even though this staring down big turn is probably going to be able to cover up a lot of it, but we'll see. This is the combo that Yoshiki's been looking for. He's only been able to resolve one Chase the Tail, finding the second combo pretty late in the game, but this is the time he needed it.
And this might just buy him the space he needs in order to set up that Cosmic Awakening. This is probably not going to be the death knell for Tatsuya, but it might just buy enough tempo for Yoshiki in order to claw himself back in this game. Blocking with Trot Along is Tatsuya Okanishi, covering up all of the damage from that aspect of Tiger Body. 2 plays 8 in the favor of our Florian player, but that is not long for this world. There's 2 in the pitch, and Yoshiki is thinking about how best to end this turn. There's a Crouching Tiger in Banish, and a card in hand. We're following it up with the staff to go again on the Tiger Taming Kakara.
It'll be 2 into 5, assuming that last card is not relevant, because it'll be 3 from the Chase the Tail, 1 from the Kakara, and 1 from the Tiger Striped Shuko. So that's representing 7, unless Yoshiki has another card in hand that he's able to deploy here with 0 resources. I didn't quite get a glimpse of exactly what he had. In any case, 2 life on Yoshiki is so very low. He's not threatening lethal here. Tatsuya has the option to keep all of the cards in his hand, and at just 2 life, those 2 rune chants from the Grasp of the Arknight are going to represent lethal here.
Tatsuya with a big grimace, wanting to hold on to the rest of this hand, and here's why. He's got the last copy of Felling of the Crown in hand. Can he hold on to those 2 cards and send 8 at Yoshiki's face? I think he would love to be able to activate Grasp of the Arknight in addition.
Is Yoshiki's last card Grains the Tips to Scale? No.
No.
Oh my goodness. Tatsuya did not block, but if that last card was Grains the Tips to Scale, that could have ended it.
I thought we saw it resolved earlier, but yeah, you've got to have your eye out for it.
He does have the root bounce, so he was safe from that. Okay, but that's what I'm thinking. He's thinking about going to 1. That's always the option. But unfortunately here for Yoshiki, 2 life is not a lot when you're staring down 2 rune chants plus a Felling of the Crown.
It is such a tense moment here. He has found plenty of blues, so he's going to be able to cover up that rune chant. But for what, you have to ask, because after he sinks one of these cards and pitches the other to the rune chants, he might very well just be dead. It's the time to cash in your fridge. You're going to have to put a little bit of equipment in front of this Felling.
Oh no, Yoshiki chose to Arsenal the Command and Conquer last turn when he had 2 resources that he used on Kakara. Those 2 resources converted to 3 damage on offense, 2 and then 1 more, but he could have converted it to a full 6 with that Command and Conquer. Instead, choosing to Arsenal it here instead of threatening 3 more damage against Tatsuya.
This could be one of those moments that haunt him in his sleep tonight and rattle him for the top 8 tomorrow. Oh, I just
top 8 will be later today. He doesn't have that much time to
That's
reset.
what I meant. The top 8 that is coming shortly after this. It feels like it's been a week because these games have been so tense, Charles.
Indeed. This is a very important, like the winner of this match gets higher seed in the top 8, and therefore they get the choice of play draw. It also depends on determines who you end up playing in that first round. And so it's very important for both players, even though they are going to be in the top 8, to make sure that they try their best to win this game.
Oh, you could cut the tension in this room with a butter knife, Charles. It is palpable. 8 damage is on the combat chain, and Yoshiki Mizutani luckily has block cards in his cards that can block in his hand, because at this point in the game, it's entirely possible that he just draws up a ton of chi and dies immediately to any physical damage. But lucky for him, he's got a plethora of 3 blocks. That being said, a lot of them might have to be devoted to blocking out this Felling, unless, of course, he is ready to throw in 4 block value on the 12-petal Kusaya and the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Yeah, that's his option here. So he could go down to 1. He could block with a 3 block plus the 4 on the equipment, take 1 damage, go to 1. That allows him to keep a card in hand, and that card could be used to pitch to play that Command and Conquer that was arsenaled. I don't know that'll be enough unless Tatsuya has a very weird hand that has 3 or more defense reactions in it. It seems unlikely, but that is the line he's going for here, putting a 3 block plus both equipment, going to 1-1. Classic Flesh and Blood, 1-1. The most tense you can get.
Okay, what is Yoshiki going to be able to put together? It is that Command and Conquer that he saved in Arsenal, for better or for worse. For now, it's going to be 6 damage, not threatening an Arsenal, but threatening the most important on-hit in Flesh and Blood, on-hit death.
Yeah, Tatsuya has got plenty of 3 blocks, no defense reactions in hand, so not going to be limited by that clause on Command and Conquer here. He's going to block with 2 cards and then presumably throw that that good old 1-card 5 back at Yoshiki and take 2 more cards out of his next hand.
Yoshiki is definitely playing the Florian's game at this point, and it could bite him. Let's see what he's been able to draw up. Still no chi, and he's found that last Cosmic Awakening. Is it time to park it in Arsenal, or does he have to block with it at this point?
There's no chance of Cosmic Awakening anymore. Even 1 card out of Tatsuya will force 2 cards out of Yoshiki, meaning it's almost impossible to get this Cosmic online because you're going to need a full 4 cards available to you to activate, which is just not going to be possible when you're only at 1 life.
Did we say 1-1? Now it's 3-1. Tatsuya had the room to discard a Fruits of the Forest and gain 2 life, so Yoshiki has even bigger of a mountain to climb at this point, but he is swinging in for lethal with this 100 wins. 1 plays 3 here at the last round of Swiss at Calling Kobe. There's only 8 minutes left on the clock, and as we said before, it is tense.
Yes, both decks getting awfully thin at this point. You've got to imagine that most of Yoshiki's deck is just Inner Chi left, which does not block. If he's caught with a hand of full Inner Chi, he may not be able to physically block this Reaping Blade.
Tatsuya has a lot of space here. He's got 3 cards in hand. A blue goes to the Pitch Zone in order to create 2 Rune Chant tokens. What is going to be the follow-up here, and will it be the Death Knell that puts Yoshiki in the dust? It's Oath of the Arknight, which is going to generate 2 more Rune... two more Rune Chant tokens, so we've got a total of 4, and this Reaping Blade is coming in for 4 as well. It's breakpoints in the Arcane, it's breakpoints in the physical. Is Yoshiki going to be able to even survive this turn, and if he is, for what?
Yes, he's going to need to use all of his cards at least here to survive. There's 2 chi that are going to be both pitched. There is the grain that tips the scale, was not transcended, so could have had it on that earlier turn, but needs to just pitch it, block with his other cards, and now Yoshiki has no pressure back except if that card in Arsenal. He does not end up casting it, passes it back to Tatsuya, who has established firm control in this game.
Turn after turn. This is what Earth Heroes do, right? Especially Florian. Every single turn, Tatsuya has basically gained another card in his hand when he's had full tempo. So Yoshiki is just giving more and more and more cards until at this point all he's able to do is pass right on back, and that's when Tatsuya is going to be feeling really happy because now instead of just 2 Rune Chants and a Reaping Blade, it's 2 Rune Chants and a Weakest Link.
Yes, the Weakest Link does not get buffed up by the Oath of the Arknight, but it is still 4 into 6, which still demands all of Yoshiki's cards. And assuming they're both 3 blocks, which if they are not, if even if one of them is a 2 block, that is game over.
And there it is, descending on down to a slightly lower seed is Yoshiki Mizutani. 1 more Zen to go in the trash bin for our stream this weekend, and that means that Tatsuya Okanishi ascends as the Florian Rotwood Harbinger takes this another win for the Earth Heroes.
Very impressive from Tatsuya here on Florian, being able to recover from that mid-game 20 damage Cosmic Awakening, had the perfect block, was behind at that point, but was able to steadily claw his way back into the game. Those efficient plays, those felling of the crowns really turning the corner and bringing the game back down to 1-1, where Florian really shines and took control with the efficiency of the Grasp of the Arknight and Reaping Blade combo.
Sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and the bulwark that the Earth Heroes are able to represent showcased here for all to see. I think Earth is back, man.
Earth has been doing very well on stream today. The Mistveil Heroes, not so much.
Not so much. Yeah, we've only seen Enigma Ledger of Ancestry taking any wins this weekend for our friends from the Mistveil. So you might just have Zen as an option for you at PT London, my friend. But is he even looking good at this point?
Well, there is still, despite the loss there, that Zen is still going to be in the top 8 and has another shot. So that game didn't quite go Zen's way. There's maybe some plays that he wish he could have had back to maybe turn the tide of that game. But luckily, that was a matchup where both players were fighting out for seeding, but both players will be making the top 8 anyway.
Speaking of Pro Tours, Charles, there's not just London on the horizon. We also got an Asia Pacific Pro Tour coming your way, and we've got a Pro Quest season with which to deal beforehand. That's right, it's Pro Quest Singapore, April 19th to May 18th, 2025. That means we're not quite scheduled yet, am I correct?
I don't believe so, but I'm really excited about the Pro Tour coming to Singapore. I've personally never been there, but I am so excited to go. It's definitely one of the places that I'm most excited anywhere in the world to go see, and I can't wait to go there later this year.
When the World Tour was announced in Osaka, Japan, James White said, "I promise you, there is going to be a Pro Tour location worthy of taking your family, worthy of taking a super long vacation." And here it is. Everybody suspected it, and it's here for all to see. It's going to be Pro Tour Singapore coming out later this year. And who is that new hero? It's Valda Seismic Impact. If you liked Valda, if you were a Valda truther in Blitz, well, she is here to play with in Classic Constructed. I think you might have an affinity for this hero, my friend.
Well, I have played my fair share of Guardians, although I am a little bit upset that Valda Seismic Impact does not have 42 life. Typically, adult heroes have double their young hero life total by Valda. Unfortunately, they thought 42 life would be way too good for Classic Constructed, so only has the 40, but still, she'll be in Classic Constructed soon and making those seismic surges and throwing those big crush dominate attacks.
Honestly, Charles, I kind of think that the reason she only has 40 life is in no small part due to you.
Well,
giving an extra 2 life to Charles Dunn on a fatigue deck, I don't want to live in that world.
I regret all of my decisions.
What say you to these allegations, my friend?
I think the allegations are fair, and I am suddenly regretting many of my choices.
Wow, you're taking it well, my friend. While Charles licks his wounds from my tongue lashing, we're going to take a small break, and then we will be back with our top 8 announcement and more Flesh and Blood, more World Tour Kobe, and more of the highest level of TCGs after this. all weekend long. Bryce Platts here with Charles Dunn. It has been an explosive weekend and one to remember. There's been a lot of decomposition, plenty of lightning bolts flying this way and that, and hey, an occasional MST win here and there.
And an occasional Cosmic Awakening for 20, which was still not good enough to get a Zen a win on camera. Cosmic Awakening, great card. Didn't quite get the job done in that last round.
You know, it's tough when your opponent has 17 block value on their turn. So, you know, we're going to have to pour one out for our Misty friend and you know, proceed on into the top 8. The good thing for our Zen player, even though they still haven't been able to take a game on stream, is that there is still one lock for top 8, which means that our Living Legend leaderboard is still super relevant here. Let's take a look one more time and remind the good folks at home that Zen Tamer of Purpose is one calling win away from joining all of the semi-transparent heroes you see at the top of your screen, which would mean that he would be the 10th hero in CC to ascend to Living Legend.
Yes, Zen is one calling win away or 2 battle-hardened wins, so there's still a lot of question marks around when exactly Zen is going to hit Living Legend. It could be today, it could be in the next few hours here, or he could have to wait for a future World Tour event in order to get those final 39 Living Legend points that he needs to enter the hallowed halls of all of those other Living Legends.
Time will tell if he will be able to walk those hallowed halls. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the momentous moments from today. We've got a couple replays here. First up, it is round 8 with Vespa, who remains undefeated, by the way, playing an E-Strike here for 7. And then closing out the game against Ichiro Okamoto, who simply doesn't have the block in order to get the job done.
This is Vespa moving up in this round up to 8-0, where he is continued winning. He has actually not dropped a single game this entire time.
Moving on, round 9, turn 5, Nick Butcher versus Eugene C. Eugene has just, in proper brute fashion, used Sand Sketch Plan to put a whiff into his hand in the form of another Blood Rush Bellows, and he's literally never punished Charles because he's able to resolve that second Blood Rush, intimidate 3 cards out of Nick Butcher's hand, and close out the game when Nick started out plus 20 life. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Wow, extremely impressive there to do so much damage with a powerful Intimidate mechanic and just banking on the luck of the draw with that brute.
Intimidate is not dead here, folks, but hey, we've got Fang Drakaya Blades on the feature match, and what do you know? He took the win here, and it was off the back of a Tenacity, which came in for a nasty 10 when Kaiser Wong decided to cash in all of his equipment block, and he simply didn't have enough to get the job done. Tenacity is looking like a fearsome yellow for Fang Drakaya Blades.
Extremely powerful against those blocking armor out of Zen.
Next up, we've got Nova-chan versus Yohei Ohki. Verdance versus Arakni Marionette. And this is going to be a nasty one right here. Seeds of Tomorrow, bottoming a card that was in the arsenal, being targeted by Leave No Witnesses. Yeah, sure, it's shoring it up. And if that wasn't bad enough, there's a red shred in the hand of Nova-chan, which he simply just has to put into arsenal and save for another day. Never got to resolve it.
Never did. It eventually got plowed under, and that tempo loss from Nova is what really put him behind in that game.
Next one is from the same game, round 11, and this is the win. It's a Verdance combo at action speed here. Yohei has cashed in his Plume of Evergrowth in order to get a second copy of Rampant Growth Life, amping for 11, and sends a red card to the pitch zone to pay for a Pulsing Aether, coming in for a nasty 15 arcane damage, and it's just too much for Nova-chan to handle.
Nova could block 4 of it between Arcane Barrier and Spell Void, but 15 plus is plenty enough to take him down from 10 life.
Plentiful arcane damage for our Earth hero. Next up is round 12. It's the intro to our match. No cards are being played here. Instead, the Mad Dog mask of Yoshiki Mizutani is making its way atop his noggin and intimidating the heck out of Tatsuya Okanishi, who looks to the judges and asks, is this even legal? How am I supposed to deal with this? But no, the Mad Dog didn't play with his mask for the rest of that game. Instead, he decided to do something even nastier, Charles. He sent a big, bad Cosmic Awakening for 20 damage on turn 6!
turn 6 here, blocking with that traverse, double transcending on Tatsuya's turn, and we thought, wait, what is he doing?
Massively
really?
confusing us in the meantime.
What? His hand is now 3 Chi, and oh god, it's Cosmic Awakening!
Wow, and this was something we have never seen this early on in a Zen game. Cosmic Awakening is always there when you need it to close out those long games, but Yoshiki says, I am the Mad Dog for a reason. I'm going to play that bad boy out turn 7. Unfortunately, our Florian Rotwood Harbinger had the massive answer of 17 defensive value in his hand and in his equipment suite, so he was able to take it in the end. Folks, we have a very special announcement. It is our top 8 contenders here at Calling Kobe, one of the mini stops from the Flesh and Blood World Tour this year. I am eyeing the top of this bracket, Charles. It's going to be our feature matchup. It's Vespa versus a familiar face, one that we haven't seen on screen today, but the one who has put this, he insists, Lightning Ninja at the top of everyone's mind. It's Pudding Tam, one of the many members from Team Blue Pitch that have been performing admirably all weekend long. Vespa, however, being not only the first seed, but also completely undefeated so far at this calling. Has anyone ever been completely undefeated and taken down a calling as well, Charles?
You know, there's often the talk about the undefeated curse, where somebody goes undefeated in Swiss and then they happen to fall immediately upon entering the top 8. We'll see if that holds true here, but Vespa has made his living cutting through these Auroras. Aurora being the most popular deck. Vespa has surely run through multiple of them on his undefeated run here at the calling, and now he's got at least one more standing in his way from taking down that prize.
And he might have to take down multiple more because half of our top 8 bracket is just that hero. Aurora Shooting Star is still an amazing hero in this meta. We got 4 of them here in the top 8, and Vespa might just have to kill one in every single round if they want to take down the entire tournament. That being said, we do have some part the Misfail representation, one of each. We've also got Jacob Clements on New Alluring Desire in the second matchup in this top 8 portion against Alan Lau, another huge player in this game. This whole top half of the bracket is star-studded, if I do say so myself.
Oh, it certainly is. Definitely a lot of exciting matchups here to see these real stars giving it all they got here in the top 8.
It also bears mentioning that there's only one member of this top 8 bracket that is not from this region. It's all Asia Pacific all the time, except for our lonely Englishman, Jacob Clements. We've got a rematch from the final round of Swiss, Tatsuya Okanishi facing off with Yoshiki Mizutani, the Mad Dog of Calling Tokyo. It's going to be Zen versus the Rotwood Harbinger. Once again, we'll see if Zen can close it out this time, because he is really trying to reach those hallowed halls, as you were talking about before, my friend. And then, of course, we've got an Aurora mirror down at the bottom portion of your screen, and that is definitely going to be a lightning crackling mirror match. And Charles, you have something to say about that.
Yes, definitely excited to see this Aurora mirror match. You know, Aurora, the most popular deck, half of the calling top 8 here. You've got to imagine, if you are planning on playing on any competitive level of Flesh and Blood event anytime soon, you better be up to date on your Aurora mirror match. That is probably going to be one of the more common matchups coming out here. So definitely a good time to learn that matchup if you plan on playing Aurora in a future event.
And it's entirely possible, Charles, that we're going to see that mirror match on full display either in our semifinal or our final. Time will tell, and maybe we can get a little bit of information for folks that are trying to do just that and take Aurora Shooting Star to Pro Tour London. It certainly doesn't seem like she's gotten worse now that she's gotten more cards at her disposal.
Of course, that the Aurora Armory deck that just released at the start of this tournament, so this is the first chance players have had to use some of these new tools in a competitive setting. It has very clearly been very helpful for her, has propelled her to be the most played deck, and has done very well, putting 4 copies here in the top 8.
Okay, let's take a look at the deck list from our feature matchups. First, it's the undefeated man himself, Vespa. He is the first seed, and he is currently sitting at a whopping 12-0. There have been a couple surprises in this list, namely Scar for a Scar, which I haven't seen in too many Enigma lists thus far. Is there anything else that really catches your eye here?
Really committing to 3 copies of 10,000 Year Reunion. I don't believe we've seen that resolved in any of the matchups that we've been watching, but it's such a powerful card when it does work. It definitely requires a certain matchup spread and needs to come in at the right time, but it is incredibly powerful. That Ward 10 is just an absolutely huge number into the right situation.
And, you've got your smattering of 0 for 4 defense reactions. You've got your spectral manifestations, of course, and also some of those generic hate cards, such as Weakest Link, making their way into the list of Vespa. Take note here, folks. This is a list that is going to be played at your Armory and higher tier events alike, because any deck that goes 12-0 into a field that is as fearsome as Calling Kobe is going to be making waves. You better believe that you're going to start seeing Scar for a Scars in Enigma lists moving forward.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's take a look at the deck list of his challenger, the one who is going to try to take him down. It's Pudding Tam, the Lightning Ninja Enjoyer himself. Team Blue Pitch coming out strong, and even though they're not representing the same deck, they are still putting up really, really good results.
Yeah, importantly, despite playing much like a ninja, it's actually a Rune Blade, and all of the awesome Rune Blade effects that come with that, all of those arcane damage sources and rune chant generation as well from the Grasp of the Arknight, propelling Aurora to just attack on very wide axis, but also very mixed damage axis, could be very crucial in taking down Vespa's Enigma, which relies on keeping those wards around by defending their life total.
There are some massive changes to Pudding Tam's list as it has looked in the past. He's sitting at X and 3 here, and he has added those 3 new cards from the Aurora Armory deck. 3 copies of each of Skyward Serenade, Written in the Stars, and of course, Skyzyke.
Indeed. And also we see Face Purgatory in the equipment slot. I think that's a card that is much more playable now in Aurora, now that you have a few more of those non-attack actions to potentially pair up with it. Like you mentioned, that Skyward Serenade and the Written in the Stars are 2 non-attack actions that Aurora is pretty happy to play, meaning Face Purgatory is pretty valuable into certain matchups, and that's also an interesting innovation in the Aurora deck building.
Still plenty of head pieces to work with. What I don't see is that Crown of Dominion, so perhaps Pudding Tam leaning a little bit further away from that Flicker Wisp Arc Lightning combo. That being said, there's still 2 Flicker Wisps in the sideboard at the ready in case games decide to go long.
Yeah, not quite the full combo list with the Aether Ironweave and the Crown of Dominion, but still having 2 copies of Flicker Wisp, and can still go pretty wide given the situation and given the setup.
There was a lot of talk from folks thinking about like Harness Lightning and other sources of bigger arcane damage, especially with the advent of more non-attacks. But looks like none of those have quite made it into Pudding Tam's list. Looks like it is just like strictly Armory deck upgrades from what he was trying to do before.
Yeah, he still wants to say 4, go again. A whole lot. We've been saying that a lot this weekend. I think we're going to continue saying it a little bit more here, especially when Scar for a Scar is the new tech in Enigma. Surprise, surprise, it's a 4 go again.
It's going to be 4s this way and that, and let's go see how this match is going to shake out. Proceed on down to the match area. Hit the button, Max. Let's get some more action here at World Tour Kobe, the Calling, which we've been covering all weekend long. It's the undefeated Vespa on Enigma Ledger of Ancestry, trying to take another win for the Mists. We haven't seen a single Enigma lose on stream all weekend long. It's been the opposite of all of the Zen Tamer Purpose games, and of course on the right side of your screen it's Pudding Tam, the man who has made Aurora what it is today. Let's see if he can put Vespa in the dust.
So Vespa, being the first seed, gets choice of who plays first or second. Opts to go second here, putting Pudding Tam first. Typically these aggressive slanted decks want to go second. They get to make that first really meaningful attack. Vespa is going to take a little bit of tempo here as Pudding just Arsenal passes, and Vespa gets to use his hand.
I think the telltale sign here from Pudding Tam just arsenaling and passing is, one, he wanted to be able to respond if Vespa decided to develop a ward board on Pudding Tam's turn, but also Pudding is holding on to a burn-up shock, and that card is good in its own right, but it's way better when you can use it with a 5-card hand. Looks like there's a Haymaker coming out of the side of Vespa. It's a Phantasmaclasm as the first action played this game, and he's going to be really happy about that.
Yes, and you also see in Vespa's hand has one of the Scar for a Scar, which if Pudding had attacked, you got to imagine Vespa would probably have been happy to take at least 1 point of damage here. But instead, it is just an overpitch by pitching that red card first. You can get that out, and it wouldn't have been that effective to keep in Vespa's hand, considering he is attacking for 9 here into Pudding.
Okay, Vespa is going to have the opportunity to remove that burn-up shock from the threat list on Pudding Tam's next turn, but will he take that choice? Phantasmaclasm is a fantastic card because you can usually dodge poppers with it, but it is also fantastic for bricking your opponent's hand. We saw it used to great effect in one of the previous matches against Aurora that Vespa played, where he bottomed an Exude Confidence, the one useful attack in his opponent's hand.
Yeah, Pudding's hand is still functional without this. It's not a full brick. He's still able to attack with 4 Go Again into an Unlightened Strike. We do see the redraw here, because he doesn't get to redraw it, was just another Gone in a Flash, just another 0 for 4 that doesn't have Go Again. So it might be a little hard for him to convert that.
Okay, Pudding Tam is lining up 1 card for a block, hasn't committed yet, but that just goes to show how much that Phantasmaclasm has kind of adjusted things for the way Pudding wants to calculate this turn.
Yeah, he looks like he's realize that, hey, this extra Gone in a Flash that I just redrew, not going to be able to use it that efficiently, so just putting it in as a block. Not a popper. There's not many poppers in this Aurora list, if any. I don't think we saw any at all. So these Phantasmaclasms are just going to be super effective into this matchup to push the damage.
First Blood has been drawn in this, the first match of our top 8 cut at Calling Kobe. Pudding Tam is at a 6 life deficit, 34 plays 40, as Lightning Surge from Arsenal comes out on the side of our Lightning Ninja friend. 4 Go Again is the first attack on this combat chain, and the first one that Pudding has played in this top 8.
Vespa's looking to make some blocks here. He realizes he knows what's in Pudding's hand. He realizes that Pudding doesn't really want to arsenal any of these cards, is probably going to be able to deploy most of them, and so is perfectly happy to block with this Command and Conquer. He's got better plans of how to spend his hand. I think I see another Phantasmaclasm in Vespa's hand here, so he definitely probably just going to be chaining these Phantasmaclasms as long as they keep coming up.
I think he's going to be A-okay with that. 2 card 9s are nothing to shake your hat at, and if you can deploy them early on in this game against Aurora, when you have the life buffer to do so, you're going to be even happier about them. Right now, it's 4 Go Again in thanks to Entwine Lightning, fused, of course, with the Gone in a Flash that is in Pudding Tam's hand. Looks like we're covering it up with a Sink Below, shrugging off that damage and also shrugging off the trigger to sink a card. The last card on this combat chain is going to be the Enlightened Strike. Looks like the Chosen Mode is going to be Draw a Card, which means Gone in a Flash is Gone in a Flash to the bottom of Pudding Tam's deck.
Yes, of course, now that their extra card is being drawn, that's probably just heading straight for the arsenal. So maybe that Command and Conquer could have been a little bit useful, but still pretty happy to be deploying a Phantasmaclasm here if you're Vespa.
Life totals are even here. 34 plays 34 as we pass back over to Vespa. Tunic is on 2 counters, and a Phantasmaclasm hits the combat chain. Pudding Tam says, oh, great. Let's see if you can brick this hand. But I don't know if this hand is... Oh, never mind.
Yes.
This hand is definitely brickable. The Lightning Press, which is the only source of Go Again for the flittering charges that remain in the hand, goes to the bottom of the deck. Let's see what Pudding can draw. It's a Skyward Serenade. That's pretty darn good. It's another 0 for 4 Go Again.
Yeah, it's a 0 for 4 Go Again that is also a Lightning card, and so it enables you to then convert some of these cards into swinging your Skyfall or your Starfall weapon or triggering some other effects. Depends on what exactly Pudding drew out of the Enlightened Strike and what's in Arsenal, but it does look like he's eyeing up some blocks, maybe still not happy with this hand.
And swinging that Starfall is going to be so easy because his Tunic will be online at the beginning of his next turn. But right now, he's lining up blocks against this fearsome 9-power Phantasmaclasm. Vespa is so happy to be resolving these early. Looks like the Static Shock is going to be thrown in front of the Phantasmaclasm, probably because it was the only card in hand that had 3 block value. So descending on down to 28 is Pudding Tam as we begin his turn once again.
Yeah, neither player taking any of the really big explosive turns that we were talking about, but Pudding Tam might be risking it on this turn, saying, hey, I'm going to do a burn-up shock, see if I can connect.
Okay, Vespa is thinking about this arcane damage from the shock, currently sitting at a healthy 34 life. He's got a CNC in hand. He's going to have to wait and see if Pudding is going to actually plant a card in that arsenal or not. Right now, we're still just thinking about the arcane damage coming from the tickly shock.
Yeah, Vespa's got to know, he knows most of Pudding's hand, doesn't know about that Skyward Serenade, and the cards he does know are 2 Flittering Charges, and he's got to be thinking, I know you got 2 Flittering Charges. what else did you draw that makes this a good play?
So that means that one of those flittering charges is likely destined for the arsenal, which means that the Command and Conquer in Vespa's hand does have some sort of disruption. He's also got his first copy of, I was going to say Manifestations of Mirror Guy, but that's actually a Spectral Prowler. He does have a Levels of Enlightenment, which is not going to get maximum value here, unfortunately. So he doesn't have a whole lot of pressure to put on Pudding during his next turn. It might just be efficient blocks and then an efficient E-Strike or Command and Conquer on his turn.
I believe there was a Manifestations pitch last turn to play the Phantasmaclasm, so there is one down at the bottom of the deck. That's okay. There's still 2 more left somewhere around for Vespa to find and really have those big pivot turns. But in the meantime, Pudding is going to try to make this burn-up Shock connect, coming in with that Starfall for 2. On hit, 4 more.
The big question is whether or not Vespa is going to be able to transcend early enough in this game. For now, that Spectral Prowler that has been pitched to block arcane damage is also going to block 2 on this Starfall, thanks to Quick Dodge Flexors, which have come flying off of Vespa's feet and onto the combat chain. Currently completely blocked out, safe from burn-up shock, is our 12-0. Pudding Tam lines up his next attack, and it is going to be a Flittering Charge. For currently no go again. Curious that we're not deploying the Skyward Serenade here. What do you think?
I've got to think this is Pudding Tam is going to be using the Snapdragon Scalers here. He seems pretty well committed to trying to make this burn-up shock hit, and so has to use Snapdragon Scalers at some point, and is opting to cash it in right here, right now.
He has done exactly as you said, my co-casting friend, and another Flittering Charge hits the combat chain. There's no more pitch left for Vespa, so he's not going to be able to use those Quick Dodge Flexors here. So he's going to have to cover it up the old-fashioned way with 2 cards, and Pudding is probably going to be okay with that, regaining the entirety of the tempo and plunking a Skyward Serenade right into his arsenal.
Yeah, this is interesting because Pudding Tam is basically saying you've got 2 cards left. At least one of hopefully one of them blocks, and then the other one could at least pitch to the Quick Dodge Flexors and cover up this 4 power attack, if not just both cards block. Pudding Tam basically gave up on making that burn-up shock hit. If he had deployed the Skyward Serenade to attack with Skizik for 4 go again, it's very likely that that would have connected for the full 4 damage and the 4 from the burn-up shock.
And Vespa just finding the attacks when he needs it. That Tunic counter is creating a 1-card 7 in the form of Miraging Metamorph. And even though Pudding Tam was able to put up so much pressure and strip every single card out of his opponent's hand, this is kind of the punish.
Yeah, I do really think that the Pudding Tam really would have been better served sending that Skyward Serenade for 4 more. It really would have been 8 because of the burn-up shock. And instead, I think he might have arsenaled it thinking that, oh, there's a defense reaction in Arsenal, I got to play around that, or some other way of blocking, but really getting punished here by it's just a Tunic into a 1-card 7 on that Miraging Metamorph.
Goes to show, folks, you've got to be cognizant of when Enigma players have their Tunic up, because this is exactly what they want to do time and time again. They're either going to use it to swing one of those Manifestations of Mirror Guy or send a nasty, over-tuned attack in the form of Miraging Metamorph. So Pudding Tam is staring down a 5-card hand. We know that there's a Skyward Serenade in the arsenal. Looks like he's found his first copy of Flicker Wisp, and then also his first copy of Channel Lightning Valley. Skyward Serenade makes its way out into the arena, and you better believe that we're going to be creating an embodiment of lightning and tutoring up a Skizik.
Yeah, so one option he has here, you know, the standard with Skyward Serenade is the embodiment of lightning plus the Skizik, and it does make that a 0 for 4 attack. He could have done a slightly different line where he maybe gives his next attack +1 and then uses the current funnel to kind of chain along that that go again to the Skizik eventually. But it seems like he probably just wants to use that current funnel as a pitch option to attack with a sword and maybe make another embodiment of lightning. Lots of options, lots of little modalities here in the Aurora deck. Makes it really kind of interesting, despite being a pretty pretty aggressive deck, which traditionally maybe is just like, oh, you just play your cards. There's a lot of choice and a lot of modality and options here.
Even though she just wants to say 4-4-4, there is a labyrinth of choices with which that you have to navigate, and Pudding Tam is the guy to get it done. Right now, he's sitting at a pretty significant deficit of 13 life, and it's a tall mountain to overcome when you're facing down the 12-0 Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. I mean, in a certain respect, you've got to play super well but you've also got to be just a little bit lucky. And I think the cards are coming up Vespa today. There's no question about that.
Yes, you don't go undefeated at a big competitive tournament like a calling without getting a little bit of luck in your way. Of course, you have to play very well in order for that luck to matter, but it's still a card game. At the end of the day, there is still some, luck of the draw, which cards you draw in what order, and the skill to make the best of that. But definitely things have been coming up Vespa's way, and so far the game has been going in his direction, but Pudding Tam is certainly looking to make a very big turn here.
And the big turn is coming off the back of this Skit, which is currently at 7 power, and a Channel Lightning Valley is going to draw a card on hit. Vespa says no blocks, no reactions, descends on down to 27, and that mountain that Pudding Tam has to climb in terms of a life deficit becomes a little bit more of a knoll.
It becomes more of a valley, wouldn't you say?
Well, he's not below, or Vespa's not below him yet, so I'm not ready to call it a valley, but I hear you. It's very tongue-in-cheek, very droll, my co-caster. Looks like Pudding Tam has drawn an Arc Lightning, which is so curious, Charles, because he's holding on to the Flicker Wisp. Does this become a setup turn all of a sudden?
Oh, it might. At the very least, probably have to set one half of it. It's interesting because Vespa hasn't blocked anything yet, so maybe Vespa's thinking, I'm just going to block later. I do think there was a defense reaction, at least one in there. You got one defense reaction and then a bunch of blues. Vespa's hand doesn't really do much but block. So it's curious that he chose not to block on that initial attack.
He could be very punished if Pudding decides to just swing Starfall and create an embodiment Arsenal pass, because at that point Vespa won't commit much cards to block, and then have a bit of a lackluster turn when he's passing back over to Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp. Oh, but Pudding is playing it.
Deploying it now. This is an interesting choice. I mean, we have perfect
We're
information with both hands, of course. So it's hard to say that this is, that we would do something different here, but it does look like he's going to deploy this Flicker Wisp. It's going to deal 2 Arcane to Vespa. He's going to take that 1 damage. He only has 1 Arcane Barrier, so could have only blocked 1, if any.
Pudding is only okay with it, though. Look at his body language. He's really tensing up his hands, balling it and making fists, even after he plays the Flicker Wisp. I think he's second-guessing the decision as well. But for now, he is committed. This is a competitive level event, and because the card has hit the arena, he is got to go forth with his current plan. Here comes Starfall for 2 go again.
Yeah, his big consideration here is he doesn't want to strand a card in his hand to handle that intellect penalty, as it's kind of colloquially called here, where you have 1 less card that you draw up at the end of your turn. He really wants to just make use of that Flicker Wisp, basically just cashing in that Flicker Wisp for 2 damage rather than the potential more it could have later, and is just going to arsenal the Arc Lightning, which just enables a lot of different turns. Maybe not a big combo turn if he doesn't have that Flicker or the Flicker Wisp to combo with it, but it does make a lot of his more standard turns a little bit smoother because he knows he has guaranteed go again.
I love the choice to make a Rune Chant token instead of an Embodiment of Lightning, because he knows he has at least 1 source of go again with that Arc Lightning. He would rather put up more sources of arcane damage and make it more awkward for Vespa to block so that he's going to get more value out of this Channel Lightning Valley.
Yes, of course. And then maybe a little bit of telegraphing, but there's not much Vespa can do differently given that information. His hand, as we said, was full of a lot of blues, and really the best he can hope to convert it to here is to attack with Enigma Chimera, still represent 6 damage, and then arsenal that Shelter from the Storm defense reaction to be able to weather the storm that Pudding is going to output next turn.
Pudding is going to be drawing a lot of cards. If that Arc Lightning is not respected at the start of his turn, not only is he going to draw a card from Channel Lightning Valley, but then he has the option to give Written in the Stars go again, which will create an embodiment of Lightning token and also draw a card because he would have done arcane damage that turn. I don't know if that's necessarily the play line, but it shows you the powerful options that you have open to you thanks to these new cards from the Aurora Armory deck.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful when paired up with that Arc Lightning. It's an extra go again that kind of replaces itself and adds an extra point of damage thanks to that Arc Lightning.
He seems to be action point rich as well, he being Pudding Tam, of course, because he's found himself a Scar for a Scar, a card that is being run in both of these lists, and Pudding is well into the life pool deficit, so that card is definitely going to get go again. Arc Lightning is going to confer go again to whatever comes next, and it looks like it might be an Entwine Lightning, which Pudding is not going to have to reveal any cards in order to get go again.
Yeah, it could also be that written in the stars if this does initially connect, but you got to think Vespa's probably inclined to Arcane Barrier this, maybe delay that card draw from that Channel Lightning Valley. It's unlikely that he's going to fully prevent that from taking any damage. He has no ward kind of life buffer. He just ends up taking it right off the bat. At least I believe so. They look like they wrote down.
It looked like it, yeah, but Pudding is not drawing a card, so Vespa might still be in the tank here.
Okay. They're continuing to talk, to think about whether or not Vespa wants to Arcane Barrier this. He's got to know that, giving that extra card draw from the Channel Lightning Valley earlier on in the turn means Pudding has more options of how he wants to sequence and structure the turn. And if he's able to deny it for a little bit longer, maybe Pudding isn't able to use the card that he draws quite as efficiently as he would have liked.
A blue card goes into the pitch here. Vespa says, I have to delay it for at least a little bit longer. Also means that it's going to be even harder to force more arcane damage through. He's also got access to a shelter from the storm, which might mean that he's got a discard coming his way, and that might even make more of these awkward breakpoints easier to shore up. For now, it's a Starfall with Go again, thanks to the fact that we played a lightning card this turn. We also still have access to the activation of Grasp of the Arknight now that that Rune Chant token has been blown up by swinging the Starfall, which is going to have another source of Go again on it, which means another ping from that Arc Lightning.
Yes, we haven't seen a Transcend out of Vespa. There's no Inner Chi in his deck, I don't believe. And so that means the 2 damage attack, it cannot easily be covered up with that Traverse the Universe without giving up a lot of value of a potential Chi search later on. So you got to imagine that Vespa's not really inclined to block it that way and has got to find some other way to prevent that or let that Channel Lightning Valley trigger.
Okay, and trigger it has, because Starfall has conferred a little bit of arcane damage, which means that Pudding has an extra card to work with. And what is it?
I hope it's a card that attacks for 4 and has Go again.
Are there any of that in this list?
I think most cards in this list are that. We do see a Scar for a Scar and
Electromagnetic Somersault. I think that might have been the card drawn.
Oh, I do love me Electromagnetic Somersault. That is basically a wild card. It's a copy of whatever you want it to be.
It's pretty sweet given the context of Pudding Tam's hand being that there's a Scar for a Scar in there. So as long as he doesn't do too much damage to Vespa, he's going to be able to swing 2 more copies.
Oh no, do too much damage. I think he's got what, an 8-point buffer here. I think should be fine to do as well. He is sequencing with the Entwined Lightning first. I guess bouncing the Entwined Lightning, very similar concept. It does trigger with the, he doesn't have to reveal thanks to the Arc Lightning, getting a few extra points in here. Just really making sure he's maximizing, minimizing the information that he reveals to Vespa.
And it might seem like, oh, sure, if he's able to bounce that Scar for a Scar, he'll end with an action point, and that's a little lackluster. But you want to do that on the turns where you've resolved Arc Lightning. You would love to have every single thing you do for that entire turn say Go again on it, so you can just keep pinging that arcane damage. For now, the physical is shored up by Shelter from the Storm. No damage conferred there, but there's still an Arc Lightning trigger to deal with. Is Vespa going to pitch another one of those blues in his hand in order to start blocking more arcane? He's asking himself, how wide is this turn going to go? But he's got to be considering that 2 float in Pudding Tam's pitch at this point, which have to be going to the Grasp of the Arknight, I would imagine.
Yeah, you would imagine that because it does represent 1 extra point of damage from the Go again, as well as the Rune Chant itself. He does end up pitching the blue here, that blue Enigma Chimera. Despite the life total lead on Vespa's side and, the fact that he still has his Traverse of the Universe, which is typically an indicator of, hey, you feel pretty comfy, you still have that available to you. He doesn't have the energy. Pudding is taking a pretty big turn. You got to think, hey, Vespa's got to swing back somehow. He's got to find some opening, and otherwise he's just going to keep bleeding out.
We were really thinking that things were coming up, Vespa, because he found those 2 Phantasmaclasms before he had received a lot of pressure from Pudding. But that being said, he still hasn't transcended. And these Part the Mistveil heroes just live and die on whether or not they're able to get an Inner Chi in their deck early enough before the pressure mounts too much.
Yeah, and Pudding Tam just doing what we've been saying, 4 Go again, but it also comes with 1 extra point of damage on this turn. Very big turn here, definitely rewarded for setting up that Arc Lightning on the previous turn and just getting, and Vespa kind of struggling to convert his hand, just had that Enigma Chimera previously, wasn't really enough to do any kind of disruption to Pudding and let him just have this massive turn.
So Scar for a Scar has go again here, putting Tam remains at a life deficit of 8 versus Vespa, which means that the electromagnetic somersault that is sure to bounce it back to the hand will allow Scar for a Scar to come in with go again once again. And this Arc Lightning just keeps racking up more and more damage.
Looks like Vespa ends up taking all of this, probably take 5 damage here.
AB1 because he's still got 2
All right.
floating, which means that the Enigma Chimera has 1 more arcane damage to block. Electromagnetic Somersault is played in the resolution step, and then Scar for Scar comes right back down to play once again. 4 go again is the ask, which is finally threatening life parity for our Enigma Ledger of Ancestry player.
Now, this might be showing my ignorance on. I know the rule change around the resolution step recently was updated, where the kind of end of combat resolution step works. I believe. Do you still have to play somersault in the reaction step before damage resolves?
I don't believe you do anymore. I think you can technically wait until that resolution step because when you play it, it'll resolve before the resolution step. I think there's one more layer you could like. The link step is the way I've understood it is that the link step is removed now and it is all in that resolution step. But
Right.
that's some complicated stuff.
Sure, I didn't mean to get too in the weeds here, but in any case, he somersaults back the attack. It's all good. Both players understand what's happening here, but it is important to know that minutia of distinction here, especially at the absolute highest level of play.
Without a doubt, and these two players are playing at the highest level before our very eyes. 2 titans of our trading card game are facing off here for all to see at this World Tour Kobe, the Calling, which has been such an amazing event up until this point, and I'm sure that top 8 is not going to disappoint. Vespa has covered up all of that damage with yet another Shelter the Storm in the last piece of resource floating from that Enigma Chimera pitch, but he's run out now. He doesn't want to commit any more cards to the pitch zone because Putting Tam has created a Rune Chant token, and Vespa took that 1 arcane damage. So we're passing on back over to Enigma, who has 18 life points with which to work, to Putting Tam's 15, but it's just going to be an Arsenal pass for our undefeated, and Putting Tam has another 5-card hand to work with.
Yes, Vespa here is definitely thinking about how is he going to convert, how is he going to turn the corner on Pudding. He is on the back foot, right? The Pudding has narrowed that life total lead and has all the tempo, has this 5-card hand again, but Vespa's thinking of the future. He's thinking, how do I win this game? And how he's doing it is by he's setting that levels of enlightenment into Arsenal. We know how powerful that card can be if he finds another blue plus a chi to be able to transcend with. Does he have it here? Is now the time, or is he going to have to just commit to blocking out again and hope to buy space later on?
Pudding showing how patient and strong he is on this deck. He decided to not deploy a Lightning Press during the last turn and plunked it right in his arsenal. And he is being rewarded for that decision because he's found another copy of Channel Lightning Valley, which means that he is going to have the space and the tricksiness in order to make sure that it connects this turn.
Yeah, so important to have that lightning card, even if you're starting with a non-lightning attack, just to give you the lightning play in order to trigger your Starfall, to allow you to activate your hero power to create an embodiment of lightning if that's what you're inclined to do. Preserving that lightning press when you know it's going to be safe. You knew Vespa wasn't going to come at you with like a command and conquer or something on that particular turn, so it makes a lot of sense to be patient and save that for the future.
My friend, you said lightning so many times in that sentence. I am so stoked. The tricky bit is that if Pudding wants to keep that Channel Lightning Valley around for another turn, he's going to have to pitch a lightning card, which is kind of unfortunate because Tunic is online for him. Ideally, he would love to just go Tunic resource, send Starfall, trigger Starfall's go again with the Channel Lightning Valley. But the reason he has not snapped doing that is because you got to keep Channel Lightning Valley around for multiple turns. Otherwise, it's simply cycle a card.
It does look like he's just going to play this face up. He's not going to do that sneaky play with the Starfall. Surely Vespa has seen that sneaky play before and would sniff what's coming. But he just plays it out here initially. Pudding plays the Channel Lightning Valley and is going to come in with...
Electrostatic Discharge is poised above the combat chain, but Pudding takes a second, reevaluates all possibilities, and thumbs the Starfall.
These top 8 matches are untimed. Players are definitely taking their time to think through lines. You're not allowed to slow play. You can't take an unreasonable amount of time, but you can definitely take a moment, take a breath, think through it, make sure the play you're going to do is what you intend, and then execute. The reason Pudding played this Channel Lightning Valley out first is because of the rune chant that is in play. That rune chant is going to come in early on before the attack, before any kind of blocks come out of Vespa. And if that rune chant made it through, then the Channel Lightning Valley wouldn't have been able to draw a card because it's only on the first instance of damage.
Wow, Vespa Snap takes that rune chant, which means that Pudding Tam is going to get his free card from the Channel Lightning Valley and proceed on to the rest of this turn with full information. It's a curious decision because Vespa is just kind of in a position where he doesn't have that energy. He's not going to be able to do any transcending this turn. But even though he's got the blues to pay for it, because there is no Arc Lightning at the front of this combat chain, he probably knows that whatever blue he throws down into the pitch zone is not going to get maximum value. It would just be blocking one arcane, so might as well take it and see if you can get the full value from the defense portion of your cards further on down the line with physical attacks.
Yeah, we've seen it before where a player playing against Aurora pitches to Arcane Barrier expecting more Arcane to come, and that's actually the only point. And eventually that card that was pitched only ended up blocking 1 point of damage, which is horribly inefficient against the deck that is hyper efficient like this Aurora. You can't afford to be making mistakes like that.
Pudding Tam says Entwine Lightning, no fuse, which means that this is just 7 without Go Again currently, but we know there's that Lightning Press in the arsenal, and it's coming out to play, which means that 10 damage is coming through. Only 7 will connect with Vespa's life total, but he's going to descend on down to 8. And just like that, Pudding Tam has a significant advantage in this quarterfinal of Calling Kobe.
Now, we know that Vespa really wanted to help to try to turn the corner here, try to get some board presence, try to put some attacks back on Pudding. This is the moment he has chosen to do it. He has kept 3 cards. He could have blocked with some more of them, but chose to attack with them, to develop this board, to try to claw his way back into the game at the expense of his life total.
Spectral Manifestations is one of the ways he has chosen to claw his way back into this game. So he's going to create a Spectral Shield. It's going to get 3 +1/+1 counters because he has no other auras on board. And then 4 Go Again for free, thanks to Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry. But then there's something else lurking in the hand. It's the kitty card, Restless Coalescence, which is probably going to come down, take perhaps all of those +1/+1 counters, and then be able to swing on the back of it for, that would be 5.
Yes, Vespa also has the option to deploy that Levels of Enlightenment out of Arsenal by using the Tunic resource or the one floating here. Looks like Pudding just wants to filter out his hand, is probably not going to block with too many more cards, just wants to play another 5-card hand back at him. Vespa is going to do his worst, but Pudding is going to probably just take this and try to clear this ward board that Vespa is developing here.
Yes, and Vespa has moved all of those +1/+1 counters over to the Restless Coalescence to try to get maximum offensive value, but also maximum defensive value by using the Restless Coalescence ability every single turn from here on out. So we can expect that after this attack resolves, he's going to remove one of those +1/+1 counters and develop a little bit more ward board with another Spectral Shield.
I am very curious to see if he thinks about deploying this Tunic counter to attack with the Levels of Enlightenment for 3, potentially drawing a card. Just basically, use Tunic for 3 damage, right? Just convert that in right now, replace it with a random card, which could be worse, but it could also be just 3 points free if he draws into another card that he's equally happy to have in his arsenal.
I love this play here. Leaving no value on the table is Vespa, basically using Levels of Enlightenment as a little bit of a pseudo E-strike to finish out the turn, and digging himself ever further to really useful defensive cards. If he's able to rip a 0-for-4 defense reaction off the top of the deck and put it in Arsenal, that could be the difference in this game.
That would be so impactful, and so would any Transcend card, the Inner Chi, because he has played a blue here with this Levels of Enlightenment. If it's able to Transcend, he can just instantly pitch it, and then that allows him to block with that Traverse for full value on Pudding's turn that he's setting up.
Right now, he's got to have so many of those Chi cards at the ready to draw. The problem is if he's not able to get the space to actually transcend. Looks like This Round's on Me is the card that hit the arsenal, which is less than ideal for sure. Could be impactful if he's able to resolve it against Pudding, because 3-3-3-3 is a lot less threatening than 4-4-4-4. But that being said, Vespa's still just not able to transcend, and Pudding Tam is A-OK, taking that 3 damage, descends on down to 5. Once again, at a deficit to our 12-0, but he's got 5 cards that have something to say about that. The first one is Ravenous Rabble coming in for 4 go again. You guessed it.
Of course. Yeah, definitely not an ideal random card draw there for Vespa that this round's on me. Not going to be helping him out on defense this turn in any way like that defense reaction or Chi could have. So instead, he's going to have to weather this storm of Pudding Tam's 5-card hand with only 8 life and no Chi to work with.
Pudding is really happy that Ravenous Rabble has revealed a red card off the top because he's got 2 more copies in his hand, and he's going to be able to do what the Lightning Ninja likes to do best. 4-4-4-4. The problem, however, is that if this connects and Channel Lightning Valley draws a card and then perhaps finds a blue after that, then maybe these next 2 Ravenous Rabbles are going to be less stellar.
It certainly won't connect on the first one. There is 4 ward on the board, but still the second one could connect and still make that third Ravenous Rabble a little bit weaker. But Vespa is committing to blocking, doesn't know that there's 2 more Rabbles coming down the pipe.
But he's getting a little bit more information now. It's 4 go again, revealing the Exude Confidence once again. That also means that Pudding Tam is super happy to be able to draw that card because it is yet another 0 for 4. That being said, there is a Snatch in hand, so he might find himself a little bit action point deficient with which to play out all those cards. And then Vespa gives a sly smile as he sees the last copy of Ravenous Rabble in Pudding Tam's deck deployed once again.
This is why you play 3 copies of Ravenous Rabble, is because you want to draw all 3 of them, ideally at the same time with a red on top.
Why not? So let's live in a world where Pudding reveals a blue on top. Yeah. How do you think that changes this turn? Do you think he still sends 2-2-2-2?
Oh, it's real tough. You can't afford to let up the pressure at this point. You are at 5 life. You really don't have too much time to mess around. It would be very unfortunate, and you'd really hope to, maybe find some other way to draw a card first to kind of reset that. Obviously, the first one is always coming in for 2, but maybe you could find a way to pitch the second one, put it on the bottom with this Enlightened Strike instead, for instance.
Wow, ward board is being created and fizzled before our very eyes. While you were talking, Charles, Restless Coalescence was resolved on the side of Vespa, and then both of those copies of the Kitty card were destroyed in order to block out that third Ravenous Rabble. The follow-up for Pudding Tam is Enlightened Strike with buff power. Channel Lightning Valley still has not triggered this turn, which means that that Exude Confidence that has been revealed several times from Ravenous Rabbles is going to go straight into the arsenal if this connects at all. Vespa is exhaling. This moment is so tense. He would love to hold on to some cards, but his life hangs in the balance.
He knows the only way he can cover this up is with a 3 block out of hand, the 2 ward, and the Traverse the Universe, which will not find an Inner Chi. So he is deeply signed that his Traverse may just block 2, or else he's going to have to give up this card draw to put in.
2 Spectral Shields and then 5 damage to the face is going to cover up all of that 7 from the Enlightened Strike. Exude Confidence off the top of Pudding Tam's deck and straight into his arsenal. It goes. The life totals have not been updated yet here, and there they go. Down to 3 is Vespa. He's got 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal and a Dream. But can it be realized? I'm sorry, 1 card in hand, and that card is going to be Scar for a Scar, his amazing tech card that we have seen played in the previous feature matchup. This is the first copy for him in this match against Pudding Tam, but Pudding is being threatened down to 1 at this point, and he's got to be thinking, what is that card in Vespa's arsenal? But unfortunately, it's just that this round's on me, which cannot be deployed this turn.
Is it a grain that tips the scale to put Scar for a Scar over? I do not believe that is the card here. And even if Pudding was afraid of that, he could easily block with some armor. That Grasp of the Arcanite has not blocked at all yet, so he could easily cover up that possibility. But just throwing it out there because that would be very fun.
And it definitely looks like Pudding's hand is not a... Oh, do we have a source of go again, actually? I think it's... Is that a Gone? Yeah, Gone in a Flash, Lightning Press, Current Funnel, and then Exude
in
the arsenal.
You got to imagine that the best way of playing this hand might just be attack with Exude, play the Lightning Press, pitch into it, just pump it up as it goes tall. Typically, Aurora likes going wide, but hey, going tall works in a pinch.
And then he also always has the option at that point to create an embodiment of lightning off the back of it, but... Yeah, looks like he's just saying, take 4.
He kind of has to turn on the Scar for a Scar. Go to 1.
Wow, that is so scary because there is the potential of grain that tips the scale, but Pudding Tam is not afraid.
I think if it's open decklist, I think they might have known that. I don't believe it's in Vespa's list. Typically, that is not. Actually, we'd have to double check. But typically, that is not necessarily a chi that Enigma would want to play.
So maybe Pudding is not afraid for that reason. Very heads up of him to check the deck list.
It is in
we are
his
getting,
list, actually,
yeah,
yes.
We're getting word.
So this is a very risky play out of Pudding. If he was very concerned about this, he could have blocked with, say, maybe just the Tunic, so that he at least would go to one if there was the if there's that grains, or go to two otherwise. But he thinks that Tunic resource is very important here.
Vespa was thumbing that card in Arsenal over and over again, trying to utilize his Papa Poker Face. That's 3 Gaga references, by the way, today. But alas, Pudding Tam, like at this point, if it hasn't been deployed, Pudding knows that there's nothing that is particularly potent in Vespa's arsenal, which gives him the go-ahead to just throw 4s as many times as possible. Here comes Scar for a Scar, which is amazing here because he's going to be able to play the Lightning Press on this card, and even though he is action point deficient, that means a Lightning card has been played, which means he can activate Aurora Shooting Star, swing Starfall, and then also have more go again with which to work.
Oh, Vespa now finds the chi to transcend with, but it is far too late. He won't be able to pitch them, get them into the deck to draw back up with the Traverse the Universe, because they'll still be in his pitch zone this turn.
My goodness, the undefeated curse is on display here. He's 12-0 up until this point. He reaches top 8 only to lose at the most critical moment. I think it's all on Pudding here. I don't think there's any chance of surviving this turn with 2 non-blocks, a Restless Coalescence, and a 3-block.
Yeah, it does not seem like Vespa has any way out of this. He's just taking a look at the graveyard, really thinking through his options. He does have some equipment and maybe some spectral shields there, but I really don't think it's going to be enough, especially if he doesn't overblock the Scar for a Scar. He's going to need to use maybe some of that ward from the Calming Gesture, but if he does that, then he instantly dies to some arcane damage later down the turn.
He can at least utilize both of those transcendent cards in his hand in order to generate some inner chi and then gain a little bit of block value on Enigma's hero ability, but man, it's just not going to be enough. A card that blocks for 1 is not what you need here.
No, it is not. It can block for maybe 2 with the Restless Coalescence, doing some shenanigans there, but at that point, you're just kind of treading water, and we'll have to see exactly what Pudding has, but even through all that, I'm skeptical Vespa lives through this turn, but even if he does, it won't be with any cards left, and Pudding just gets to try it again next turn.
This is such a tense moment. It seems like a foregone conclusion, but Vespa is going to do his best. He's got to be thinking that, man, Pudding went down to 1 from my Scar for a Scar. He wasn't scared of grain that tips the scale in my arsenal. He's got to be able to use every single card in that hand.
Yes, indeed.
Which means that he's got to be thinking, well, I'm going to have to be able to take care of 4 from this attack. Starfall, probably, because Tunic resources online. 4, 4, 4.
That is a very tall order, and I'm not seeing how Vespa thinks he can make through that. So your next line of thinking, okay, that's the worst case scenario. If you can't live through that, now you got to think, okay, what is a case scenario I could live through, and make sure you're playing in a way that, if that is what Pudding has, that he's playing to his outs. That's what Vespa's thinking through is now, like, he thinks, yeah, I'm probably going to lose here, but what is a situation where I survive? And let's hope that's the situation we're living in.
Leaving no opportunity on the table, and that is what is required of a 12-0 calling player like Vespa, one who has played at the highest level that Flesh and Blood has to offer throughout these 2 days of the calling Kobe. He's looking to the heavens for inspiration, just hoping that Pudding has a lackluster follow-up.
Do you know he's got that? This round's on me and Arsenal. That is not going to be of any help on this particular turn. It's not a defense reaction. He can't play it out of there. I suppose reaching to his equipment, he's going to be looking to block with that Traverse. And it'll be a sad Traverse block as there's no inner chi to grab with it.
He's got to be thinking about Lightning Press here. He knows that there's more left for Pudding Tam to use. And that is the one situation you don't want to lose to here. You've got to be thinking about, can I block out a +3 on this attack, not just the 4 that is represented here?
Yeah, he looks through his deck just to make sure, but there is no energy, of course. We know he has not yet transcended. He's just taking a look at his deck, possibly for the last time in this tournament.
Oh, he's shuffling up, taking stock of his life, and the tension in putting... He's shaking with excitement. He smells blood in the water. Look at that hand quiver. It's got it. He's got victory in his senses. He can smell it.
All right, but he's going to give another shuffle, but you got to imagine this lightning press is likely to come out here. Vespa still could survive that. He does have some instant ward action to survive this, but it's still not going to be looking great for him after that lightning press resolves.
Yeah, it's not the push from the lightning press that Vespa's got to be worried about. It's the perfect follow-up that Pudding Tam has at his disposal. There's 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal that are just ready to come for his life total, the last dregs that remain.
Pudding Tam's definitely thinking about if this lightning press should go on this chain link or a future one. Just really taking full advantage of the untimed rounds to make sure he's going through the options like, okay, this is the block, this is the situation, what are the possible outs that Vespa could have to this? He might just say, yep, take your 2 damage, and I will, you know, he might be thinking, oh, there could be a defense reaction, and he's just going to play right into Vespa's hands by playing it here. Might as well get the damage in and play it on a future turn where that defense reaction, maybe Vespa was counting on that being the full block, and that would get over top at that point.
Pudding Tam is at risk of overthinking this. We have the benefit of omniscience, but oh, alas, he allows Vespa to go down to 1. One plays 1 here in the quarterfinal of calling Kobe. It's a tense moment.
He has not played a lightning card yet, so he can't swing the Starfall just yet.
So what is going to be the follow-up here? I would have to think that the lightning press was the play. Is it possible that he outthought himself?
He's... What is in Arsenal?
It's Exude Confidence, which was drawn off the Channel Lightning Valley.
Okay, so he's really thinking, okay, Vespa has a defense reaction. How do I play around a defense reaction? I play around it with Exude Confidence and go tall after already baiting him out. So Pudding Tam is going to look to play this Exude Confidence, use the blue to pump it up and the lightning press, and then arsenal the Gone and the Flash for next turn. That's what his line here, and he thinks this best plays around a defense reaction because he can give this plus in the attack or in the defense step before reactions once blocks have been declared, but before reactions come up. So even if there's something like an Enigma Chimera block that has more attack, he can push it over that before reactions can come out.
Which means that this attack is going to be coming in for 9. And I think at this point, Pudding Tam is very happy to see these 2 Chi cards come out, although he would have much rather seen them on the previous chain link, which would have probably given him the go-ahead to play that lightning press and move forward with the optimal line. That being said, this Exude Confidence is going to come up to 9 when all is said and done, which might still be enough to close out the game.
Yeah, it does look like... So his other option here, just to walk through, because we've got some time to walk through the alternatives here. The alternative would have been when on the Scar for Scar to lightning press it up to 7. So now Vespa needs to find 3 more block at instant speed. That probably means that he's going to transcend, make a spectral shield, play the Restless Coalescence, and be left with a shield, but lose the Coalescence and 1 shield. So he still has 1 left. Then Pudding can make a rune chant and swing Starfall, and then finish up with the 0 for 4 after all of that.
He could have also made an embodiment of lightning token at that point, and then swung the 4. No, you're right. It would have been rune chant, then Gone in a Flash.
I think it actually would be better to make the go again, play the
current funnel.
No, it can play the
or
Exude
yeah,
with
exactly,
go again
exactly.
into the other 0 for 4. I think that makes more sense because it would be 4
Yeah, no, 100% it
2,
does. 100% it does.
As opposed to just 9 damage here, and you can still sequence it such that Exude Confidence came out early on in the chain.
So instead of 9, we would have been threatening 3 plus 2, 5 plus 4 plus 4, 13 damage. So it's certainly more damage, with the, we're going to call it the optimal line, but this way, Pudding Tam is definitely playing what he thinks is to his outs, and maybe that's because of Vespa's poker face during the last turn where he was thumbing that arsenal card so much. Maybe Pudding was thinking that he thought that there was a +1 there, but actually he was trying to convince him that there wasn't a 0 for 4 defense reaction thought there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, trying to convince of the defense reaction, but I just feel like the other line is so, like, you get to convert all of your cards on this turn. You still have the exude confidence up there at the start of the chain. You won't get to pump it. You like if Vespa ends up blocking it with like an Enigma Chimera or something that has higher attack, you would have already sent your buffs to it. So, but I think that's playing around, and you really are kind of foregoing 4 extra damage. You're foregoing the opportunity to deploy that extra attack, instead setting an arsenal for next turn. When your opponent's at 1, you just want to play a 0 for 4.
And yeah, I would much rather be playing 4 0 for 4s rather than a 4 plus a 9. But we'll see if it's even enough for Vespa to survive here. He's played out the Restless Coalescence, moved a +1/+1 counter from the Spectral Shield that was just created by Enigma, which means that he's got a little bit more ward board to play with. There's 4 total ward facing down this Exude Confidence for 4, but Pudding Tam has 3 cards in hand, so Vespa knows that there is more to come. He's lining up a block here, thumbing his Tunic counter as well. Looks like this round's on me comes out of the hand to play and try to save Vespa's tournament here at Calling Kobe. He's thinking about other blocks. He's removing the 1 energy counter he has on his Fiendel Spring Tunic. Out onto the combat chain it comes. Right now, he's blocking it out perfectly just on board, not even to mention all of the ward that is sitting at the ready.
Enough, though. He can pump it by 5 with a Lightning Press plus the +2 on its own ability, which is exactly enough, and there's no instance or defense reactions that can be played from Vespa.
And here we go, folks. It's the death knell coming for Vespa. Current funnel into the pitch zone, buffing up Exude Confidence by 2, because that is the instant speed ability of that card, and also the Lightning Press out of the hand, which means that this Exude Confidence is going to connect for just 1 point of damage, and Vespa loses after such an incredible run of 12-0. Pudding Tam, the man who calls Aurora not a Runeblade, but a Lightning Ninja, takes it.
Wow. What an absolute nail-biter of a match there. Just so intense. So both players really taking their time finding the optimal way to sequence their cards, trying to find the optimal opportunities to turn the tides of the battle. And congratulations to Pudding moving on to the top 4 here at the World Tour in Kobe in the main event, the Calling.
So Vespa worked really hard, and he is going to have a little bit of prize to go home with. He's going to have a little bit of cash, a gold cold foil, legendary, and of course a PTI. So it's not all bad for Vespa. I'm sure he would have liked to end this a little bit differently, but one of the 3 Part the Misfell heroes falls in this first round of the top 8, the quarterfinal. Pudding Tam seems to be the man to get the job done, and he's vying for not only all of that prize money and the Stonewall Gauntlet, but he's also looking forward to those World Tour points. And ladies and gentlemen, he is going for Player of the Year for the Asia Pacific region. We'll see if he can get it done. There's $1.5 million in USD on the line, all being played out at 120 iconic destinations all around the world. That's what everybody's vying for. Player of the Year, looking for $100,000 in each of these regions. Each of these players would love to do it up here, and they would love to collect some more of those points. We've got Callings, we've got Battle Hardens, National Championships, Pro Tours in London and Asian Pacific region, that's Singapore now, and of course the World Championship in the United States, all of which are boasting World Tour points. We got 32 for the World Championship, Pro Tours got 28, the National Championships got 16, Battle Hardens got 4, and of course, this is a Calling, so there are 16 points on offer to the winner. The Player of the Year is going to be a year-long challenge. All these players are making their way through the leaderboards. In the United States, we got Brody Spurlock on top and a number of really powerful professional flesh and blood players, one of which is in attendance here today. That's Michael Fang. We saw him doing awfully well in Swiss, but alas was not able to close out that top 8 qualification. Over onto Europe, we've got Jacob Clements, who is present here today and seems to possibly be doing well. We'll have to see how his quarterfinal went, but he is at the top of the European leaderboard, the man from Great Britain. Simon Nielsen is up there as well on an absolute tear in the limited scene. And then, hey, there are a couple Asia Pacific people here at Calling Kobe, and one of them just moved ever closer to the top of this leaderboard. That's right, Pudding Tam is getting ever closer to eclipsing Nick Butcher, who did not make top 8 today. Instead, he fell to a nasty double blood rush combo in the hands of Eugene C. And folks, it is really going to be a shakeup depending on how things go today. Pudding Tam at the ready to take over the race for Player of the Year in the Asia Pacific region. And here's our overall leaderboard. Brody Spurlock in a massive lead overall, but that doesn't matter too much because it's all about the regions.
Yes, and of course, Jacob Clemens still in contention here. He was in the top 8. We'll have to see exactly how he did in that quarterfinal match, but has a chance to add to this leaderboard and move up some spots here as well, and hopefully move up in the overall rankings.
If you want to get a chance at some World Tour points, we got plenty of events coming up. I'm really looking forward to Sao Paulo next weekend because I'm going to be there, but also because it's going to be an amazing event for the Brazilian community, one of the most passionate portions of the Flesh and Blood crew. We've also got Eindhoven coming up at the end of March. We've got Milwaukee, which is our first ever Classic Constructed Team event. Dublin after that. Jakarta as well. Santa Clara back in our hood, Charles. That's just a little bit up north of where we're at. We also got Minneapolis in May, Hartford in May. And then, of course, World Tour London is coming up just next month. You're going to be there.
Lots of travel going to World Tour London, coming back, and probably just going straight up to Santa Clara right after it that next weekend. A lot of Flesh and Blood. I absolutely love it. Playing the game, seeing the world. Can't wait.
Yeah, and speaking of seeing the world, Taipei is coming up as well, where we're going to get our world premiere of the High Seas, one of the most anticipated sets in Flesh and Blood in quite some time. Well, Charles, there is still plenty of Flesh and Blood to play. It is anyone in this top 8 game, except, of course, Vespa, who we saw, and an illustrious run of 12-0. You talked about that top 8 curse. I don't know if you
undefeated curse.
I don't know if you put it on him there, man.
It's not me who made it. It seems to happen so many times. Somebody who goes undefeated in the Swiss rounds, for whatever reason, once they get into the top 8, their luck cracks a little bit, they falter just a bit, and they fall in that first round. It's not always, sometimes, but often enough that it tends to become a trend. Unfortunately, Vespa was not able to overcome that here, and Pudding Tam has moved on to the top 4. We're going to be able to see some of the other updates in the top 8 here soon, and see who's going to be able to take down that gold foil Stonewall Gauntlets.
Well, if you are a fan of Vespa and Enigma Ledger of Ancestry, you know exactly who to blame for the ruining of the run. It's my co-caster, Charles Dunn, who put the curse on Vespa.
It's Pudding Tam.
Yeah.
Let's give some credit to Pudding Tam here,
Pudding Tam
who played a masterful game to take down that Enigma list.
Yeah, sure. I think it was the curse. We're going to take a short break, folks, and then we will be back for the semifinal match of Calling Kobe, another stop on the many 120 destinations of World Tour Flesh and Blood, our first year of this really amazing Player of the Year competition. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more lightning bolts, more curses of the top 8, and more Flesh and Blood after this. Well, folks, it's not going to be an undefeated that wears the crown at Calling Kobe, one of the many stops of the Flesh and Blood World Tour this year. But it is going to be someone else, and that someone could very well be Pudding Tam or one of the other many contenders that we have in our top 8 bracket. Bryce Platt's here with Charles, the man done. Charles, are you ready to get into a semifinal match or what?
Oh, I definitely am. Unfortunately, my boy Zen did not make it on to that semifinals. So Zen lovers all around the world can rejoice. He is legal for at least one more week.
Man, I wore the Crouching Tiger suit for a reason, and we didn't get to see it, alas. He's not going to be riding off into the sun, even though we gave him his saddlebags. No, indeed. This next match is going to be Florian versus Aurora. But before we get to that in the deck list, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 8 bracket and see how it has changed after that quarterfinal matchup. You saw Vespa fall to Pudding Tam, but it looks like the lone Englishman, the lone European, in fact, in this bracket, ascends past Alan Lau, one of the other heavy hitters in this top 8 bracket, and he's going to be facing off with one of his teammates, Pudding Tam. We'll see if Jacob can do what Vespa could not. The other match down below is going to be our feature match. Tatsuya Okanishi looks like he has taken on the rematch from Yoshiki Mad Dog Mizutani in the last round, and he ascends to take on one of those 2 Auroras in the bottom part of your bracket. Hiroyuki Tansei will be our Aurora Shooting Star pilot this game.
Yeah, we've got a Japan face-off here. Tatsuya Okanishi and Hiroyuki Tansei playing this matchup. It should be a pretty exciting matchup. A lot of aggression on the side of the Aurora, as we've come to expect, but the defensive tools on Florian have served Tatsuya very well so far today.
Speaking of Tatsuya, let's go ahead and take a look at that 80, shall we? Hit the button, Ethan. Let's take a look at this deck list. Okay, this is Florian Rotwood Harbinger. We have seen this deck on stream already. A lot of it is going to be pretty bread and butter Florian. There's no OTK kind of like turtley combo going on here. It's pretty much part and parcel what you would expect from Florian. I think the difference here is going to be the pilot. Tatsuya is playing it incredibly well. Remember when he faced down a Cosmic Awakening for 20 and simply shrugged it off?
Indeed. It has lots of defensive tools to be able to stuff these big offensive turns. The one card I'm most interested here is that Runic Reclamation, that 7 power attack that is often used as just a popper into some of the Prism decks that are out in the field. But here, the potential for that to be very good into this Aurora deck. It is a 2-card play that presents good damage, but also threatens to destroy things like Channel Lightning Valley or an embodiment of Lightning token. So definitely look to see if that's going to be impactful in this matchup here.
And we've seen so many times our Aurora players getting a little bit clunked up in terms of their action point generation. So a timely removal of that embodiment of lightning, especially against a deck that just doesn't block super well, can be the difference. Besides that, there's nothing too notable to speak of. One thing I do want to draw people's attention to is the blue base. There are brand new additions here from the Hunted. There's Trot Along, which is a very curious addition to a lot of decks, including our Rhinar player who is no fear Cavalier, Eugene C. We saw him utilizing that for go again on one of those Mandible Claws. And also 2 Truces, which I think is a really solid addition to these Florian decks, especially when you talk about like high roll turn 1 potential. You want some of these blues that can kind of just get you a little bit of an edge in a game that is going to go by, that wants to go by so quickly for our aggro player.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Truce just as a general concept. It's able to kind of move your defenses from one turn to the next turn. You say, hey, I've got an extra card here. Maybe they're taking a setup turn. Maybe they're like trying to arsenal that big card and punch harder next turn. Truce is a really effective counter to that. It does come slightly inefficient. You do end up spending 2 cards, the pitch plus the Truce itself, but it does let you get that extra block card for the next turn, which will help you to counteract the offensive aggression that the opponent is setting up.
It makes sense that you would like that card, Charles. You are the fatigue fat cat after all.
I do love playing defensive fatigue style decks, and so Florian is definitely close to my heart in that regard.
But enough of this bulwark shield nonsense. Let's go ahead and take a look at a list that is going to try to close this game in no seconds flat. This is Hiroyuki Tansei piloting Aurora Shooting Star. Our second seed is going up against... Hey, we haven't mentioned yet. It's a Rune Blade off. It's a Japan off and also a Rune Blade off. But which is going to prevail? The crackling static electricity of Aurora or the dead leaves of Florian Rotwood?
Yeah, we also don't, just like the Pudding Tam list from last round, we don't see the full dedication to the combo build here in this Aurora. We don't have that Crown of Dominion or that Aether Ironweave that typically you want to use into these slower defensive decks to set up a big unstoppable combo with tons of arcane damage coming in lots of little packets here. Instead, just opting for a little bit leaner of an equipment base and opting for a lot more of those 0 for 4s with Go Again.
I see a lot of things that are probably not going to come in for this matchup against Florian. That all you got, for instance. Also Down and Dirty, which are probably just poppers for Enigma and Prism. Do you think it's going to hurt Hiroyuki that he can't just throw a ton of cards into his deck? Maybe thinking that the game could go to fatigue, or is that not really relevant here?
I should certainly hope that it doesn't go that long into fatigue. I don't think Aurora would do very well in that situation, and is not something that Aurora is looking to have happen. If fatigue does become an issue where Aurora's like, hey, I'm running a little low on cards in deck, I got to preserve cards to try to set up for that second cycle, that's the kind of situation that Flicker Wisp combo would come in handy, but there are no Flicker Wisps in this Aurora deck, so it definitely doesn't have that potential and really wants to close out the game before it gets to that point.
Charles, we have talked about it. Now let's be about it. Let's go check out this semifinal match, man. It's heating up. It has been hot pretty much all weekend long, and I think there is even more amazing flesh and blood to be delivered in the hands of our fearsome competitors. Shall we proceed on down to the match area? It's a familiar face, rather. Tatsuya Okanishi on the right side of your screen has been on your screen before, and he is looking pretty fly. He's not the only one who brought a blazer to this fight, Charles. He's looking dressed to impress, just like Florian, the edgy Rotwood Lord himself. Aurora Shooting Star on the left side of your screen. Hiroyuki Tansei at the ready and going first.
Yes, so like putting the aggressive deck on the first turn. This way, if Aurora does choose to attack, Florian can fill up the graveyard with a little bit of extra blocking here and is able to... no, actually, Aurora has chosen to go first, choosing to maybe valuing the potential to get some of those embodiments of lightning out first. That's one of the things I really love about Flesh and Blood, and especially high-level competitive play, is the choice of going first or second in certain matchups. It's not super clear-cut. I know in a lot of other times it's like, oh, it's clear going first is always better, or going second is always better. It seems like every matchup there's considerations on both sides, and very good players have different opinions on that.
It's so nice to not have it be like a foregone conclusion like in a lot of other TCGs, where it just feels like 60% of the time the player that has the proper turn order is going to win the game. That is just not the case in Flesh and Blood. There's so much flavor to that decision, which also kind of makes it like an agonizing moment when you win the die roll and you're like, oh, I wish I didn't have to make this choice, you know? There's so many things to consider.
Yeah, I've definitely had it where I kind of wish I lost the die roll. I don't want to choose because I want to see what my opponent thinks about this. Or if you're just trying to learn the matchup for the first time, you're like, I don't really know. And that's one of the beautiful things about this game, is that there's so many layers of the strategy there, and very good players disagree and talk and debate about these kind of strategy points all the time.
Folks, the fist bump has been extended, the equipment presented, which means it's time to begin the semifinal match at Calling Kobe. Ooh, there are some World Tour points on the line. There's some USD cash. No PTIs because all of these players have already won them. But there's also that gold cold foil Stonewall Gauntlet. It all hangs in the balance here. Which of these two Rune Blades is going to proceed on to the final? Will it be Florian Rotwood Harbinger or Aurora Shooting Star Lightning or Earth? Cast your ballots now. There's time will tell.
Let's zoom in on Florian's equipment here. And what do you notice is missing?
Eeny, meeny, miny. You got me. I don't know.
Arcane Barrier.
Rutro Spaghetti-O.
There is no Arcane Barrier on the side of Tatsuya Okanashi, which means any type of effect like these rune chants or
Sigil of Suffering,
Sigil of
perhaps?
Suffering, or anything that represents arcane damage is nearly unblockable. The well-grounded could block some of it on one turn in the future, but for the most part, this is going to be unblockable damage coming out of Aurora.
And Hiroyuki must be noticing this because he's got one of his power cards, Channel Lightning Valley, at the ready to deploy. He's going to pocket it in Arsenal for now, but he did set up a rune chant, which means that it's a foregone conclusion that Channel Lightning Valley is going to draw a card on his next turn. It's a really curious choice to not bring Arcane Barrier into Aurora. We've been saying all weekend long that one of the power points of the Aurora deck is that she forces heroes that would otherwise not like to bring in Arcane Barrier to do so, because you have to respect that Sigil of Suffering when it rears its ugly head. And Channel Lightning Valley, you just got to deny value there. But Tatsuya thinks he's got a different edge here, and you better believe that he's been playing this match all weekend long. So I think he knows what he's doing.
Certainly, and Hiroyuki does have that great start. It does have that Channel Lightning Valley in Arsenal, and with the rune chant in play, it's almost certainly going to get lots of value here on this next turn and draw a card. But in the meantime, Tatsuya gets to determine how he's going to set up his first turn. Coming in with the card we alluded to earlier, that Runic Reclamation, saying, hey, are you going to have a big turn? Well, I might just deny some of those valuable auras that you've been trying to set up here.
Looks like Hiroyuki reaches for his life total immediately. Very glad that he did not deploy that Channel Lightning Valley on the first turn, because you better believe that the Runic Reclamation would be destroying that rather than the embodiment of lightning. Curious that Tatsuya doesn't go for the Rune Chant. He may be punished a little bit here because that will be some true damage that leaks through and allows a card draw on Hiroyuki's side of the board. But you can't play around the Channel Lightning Valley there. You've got to just remove the go again potential from the Aurora player.
It's definitely the higher value play is to take rid of that, to get rid of that embodiment of lightning. Ultimately, it seems like the Hiroyuki would have had a good turn no matter what. Has the Arc Lightning to cover up that extra go again, which also provides the arcane damage. So he had all of his bases covered in regards to this Channel Lightning Valley.
So Tatsuya has got to be dreading this Arc Lightning turn because there is nothing he can do to block it. He's left his Arcane Barrier at home in the trunk of the Rotwood. Alas, he's just going to be taking a lot of this damage. Arc Lightning is going to confer go again to the Exude Confidence that has just hit the combat chain. Tatsuya immediately takes the Rune Chant that was generated on turn 0. The 4 go again, however, that is not necessarily a foregone conclusion. He's going to hope that he hasn't found any defense reactions in this hand, and it doesn't look like it unless that card... No, indeed, it is not. It is an Autumn's Touch, which is just going to block 3 here. So Tatsuya is not going to have to contend with that pesky text from Exude Confidence, but even if he did, Autumn's Touch has greater power. So maybe telling Hiroyuki that you better not think that you can get around defense reactions because I put a card with power greater than Exude Confidence's bases on the combat chain.
Yeah, that's the value of having a bit better blocking out of the Florian deck here with the blues and the other attack action cards that turn off this Exude Confidence. It can be a little annoying. It does kind of force those blocks, but Florian has lots of options to cover that up and deny that text.
Starfall connects, and then the follow-up is Enlightened Strike. We're not 100% sure on the chosen, but did he draw a card?
I believe he drew a card, yep.
Okay, so this is going to be coming in for 5. Tatsuya thinking about blocks here. Right now, believe it or not, even though the AB has been left at home, the life total is in favor of our Earth Runeblade, and he blocks 2 cards on that E-Strike in order to keep that the case. Passing back over to Tatsuya Okanishi, who has a 2-life surplus. 35 plays 33. He's got a card in hand and a card in arsenal. Let's see what he can do with it. That card goes straight to the pitch zone, 2 floating, and it's going to be a Summer's Fall coming out of the arsenal. He's not reaching for his graveyard, so I don't think there's going to be a decompose trigger here. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to bounce that Channel Lightning Valley to the bottom, but maybe that's okay. You'd rather just deal with it now because with 1 flow counter on it, it's probably going to be dying next turn.
That's true, but you're really not hoping to get down to that second cycle, and I think he would have preferred putting it at the bottom. At least that would also meant he got some decompose going on, but, you know, it's still early on in the game. He hasn't really filled up...
Oh, I'm totally lying. He just decided to wait and do the decompose a little bit later than we thought.
Right, the rune chant has to resolve first, so you had to make sure Hiroyuki had a chance to respond to that rune chant. Just doing everything in the proper order here. But yeah, I wasn't sure if he had enough earth. It is still very early on in the game. He did have 2 earth cards down there already.
Excellent. He is deficient now in his graveyard. I believe it's just the Summer's Fall that represents all of the earth in his graveyard at the moment. So he's going to be having to block with some of those earth cards later on in order to refill the graveyard and fuel these decompositions. For now, it's back over to Hiroyuki Tansei, who leads off with an Entwined Lightning fused, of course, with a Skyward Serenade. 4 go again, once again.
4 go again, into 4 go again, probably into another 4 go again.
Well, there's a lightning press, so maybe it'll be a 7 go again. That shakes things up.
Well, at least it'll start out as a 4.
But at least there's going to be no card draw thanks to that Summer's Fall, which has put the Channel Lightning Valley on the bottom of Hiroyuki's deck.
Yeah, definitely an effective counterplay there to help prevent that from getting really out of control from Hiroyuki here. Still is going to have a few more attacks coming the way of Tatsuya. Coming in with a Skyzik on top of the deck for the Rabble, so it is the 4, and you got to think if the Skyward Serenade comes out, he probably doesn't need to search very far.
He'll simply draw the card off the top of the deck, and Skyward Serenade will become a Skizik with Go Again. For now, it's Canopy Shelter blocking that Ravenous Rabble, and I think generating a Might token. Yes, Tatsuya is reaching for it, so a Might token goes out on his side of the board, and we're shoring up that Ravenous Rabble. Skyward Serenade comes out to play, and yep, we find the Skizik on top of the deck. A-okay, that reminds me of when people block with Traverse after they've just put an energy on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, same motion, but opposite direction, I suppose.
and with this shuffle, it's important to mention that Channel Lightning Valley that had to be put on the bottom of the deck with Tatsuya could find its way back up to the top after that shuffle.
Surely, it's now right back in the mix, so Hiroyuki just has that much higher odds to find that Channel Lightning Valley again, that powerful card that helps swing the matchup in his favor.
But if Tatsuya is able to deny all but 1 card draw off the Channel Lightning Valley, all they will have been doing all game is just replacing themselves, which is A-okay, right? And at that point, it's without a doubt true that the equipment suite he has chosen is going to get him more value. The real hurtful case is going to be if that Channel Lightning Valley sticks around for 2 turns, draws 2 cards, or if Hiroyuki is able to line it up with a Sigil of Suffering and draw a card on Tatsuya's turn.
Yeah, or just whenever the game gets down to that low life total on both sides, that grindy game, which Florian is typically very good at, Aurora can also just be throwing unblockable arcane damage, as well as, maybe it's just Starfall for 1 or 2 there, but it's still unblockable, and that is huge when life totals get low.
Hiroyuki is having a hard time pressuring the hand of Tatsuya. He really seems to be wanting to hold on to it. The Starfall connects, and also the 7 damage from that Skizik, which was powered up by the Lightning Press. Another Skyward Serenade coming out of the arsenal of Hiroyuki, which means that another Skizik is going to be out of the deck, which is a really good situation to be seeing these Serenades so early, because you're not going to have to choose the subpar modes later on because you've run out of Skiziks.
Yeah, one of the scariest phrases to say in the game of Flesh and Blood, no blocks. And Tatsuya is currently saying no blocks.
Which is probably why Hiroyuki is deciding to play out that Skyward Serenade rather than save it in Arsenal for a future turn. When players, especially like grindier decks, are saying no blocks, no blocks, no blocks, you want to make it hurt. I'm thinking of Guardian matchups, right? If you're in the aggro seat and they're saying no blocks, you've got to hurt them because they're going to disrupt you.
Of course, and one of the best disruptions with this Might token is something like Command and Conquer, or possibly like Plow Under, that is an arsenal disruption. So by playing out all your cards and not having an arsenal, you prevent those particular pieces of disruption from being relevant against you this turn as the Aurora player.
Finally, 1 card comes out of the hand of Tatsuya to block, which means that he descends on down to 19 life. He's got a 7 life deficit against the Aurora aggro player. Tatsuya getting ready to line up an attack. The Might token is going to pop at the start of the turn. He pitches a blue Summer's Fall to pay for a Rune Chant token. Let's see what the follow-up is here. It's simply a Reaping Blade. So cashing in that blue for 4 value. I'm sorry, 5 value with the Might token. 1 Rune Chant plus 4 physical on the Reefing Blade thanks to that Might token generated by the Canopy Shelter, and he saves a card for Arsenal. That makes me think it's some sort of Felling of the Crown or Plow Under that he can use on a later turn, or maybe even a defense reaction.
Yeah, I imagine something like Plow Under or Command and Conquer is likely as that last card. I don't think we quite caught it. Or it's possibly a defense reaction that he wants to preserve for a later turn. Didn't really find much value in it there on that last turn, but with Hiroyuki not arsenaling, I think one of those Arsenal Disruption cards makes a bit more sense as why Tatsuya did not block with it.
Hiroyuki blocking with one of the power cards from Aurora, that's Burn Up Shock. He decides that he just doesn't have the cards in order to push all of that damage through, and a 4-card hand with Burn Up Shock is much less scary than a 5-card hand. You've got to absolutely maximize it, because if you play it out and you don't connect with anything, then it's basically just 1 arcane damage. So you would much rather use it to get 3 confirmed value on the block rather than have it fizzle on offense. For now, it is Starfall on the combat chain, which has to have Tatsuya thinking that it's Channel Lightning Valley in the hand. We know that is not the case, however.
Especially if Hiroyuki has the read that maybe that card in Arsenal is an Arsenal Disruption card on the side of Florian and Tatsuya here. He just doesn't want to have that Burn Up Shock in Arsenal and would prefer to just take this efficient turn where, converting his 3-card hand into a total of 9 damage, the 2 on the Starfall into 7 on the Flittering Charge, but then also saving up an Embodiment of Lightning for next turn. Just good, efficient on rate. Make sure your next turn is pretty good with starting with that embodiment and not having an arsenal, not relying on that, not being vulnerable to that arsenal disruption that Florian may have.
I was going to say, I love the choice to play without an arsenal here. This is something that aggro players will also maybe do into assassins here and there, because you know that they're going to be coming for that arsenal here and there, and you would much rather have played out whatever card is in there than have it plowed under or command and conquered. So by removing that decision point, yeah, sure, maybe you're not going to be resolving as many burn-up shocks, but with the life totals the way they are, I don't think Hiroyuki needs one massive turn. Rather, he just needs to continue to slice up Tatsuya's life total over and over and over again.
Yeah, especially with no arcane barrier on the side of Florian here. Hiroyuki's win condition really is just get both players a little bit low and then be able to leverage that guaranteed value, that guaranteed damage rather, from that Grasp of the Arknight or from something like an Arc Lightning that still is in his deck.
Looks like it's going to be the first of the really powerful Earth Decompose attacks, because I happened to catch a Felling of the Crown in the hand of Tatsuya Okanishi, which is probably why he wasn't doing much blocking on that turn as well. But he's also going to lead off with an Arcane Seed's life, gain a life, and 2 Rune Chants for his troubles. And here comes Felling of the Crown for 8, and also force Hiroyuki to put a card from his hand on the bottom of the arsenal. This is kind of a situation where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you don't save the arsenal and they play Felling of the Crown, you're working with a 3-card hand anyway. If you save the arsenal and it happens to be a Plow Under or a CNC, you are losing intellect anyway. So Earth Hero, like, Felling of the Crown was one of those cards that when it was spoiled, I kind of thought that Earth was going to run away with the metagame. It didn't come to fruition back then, but Tatsuya is showing that, the roots are there and they are strong.
Yeah, stop me if you've heard this before, but, an Earth Hero looking down, a little bit of life total, maybe a bit behind, plays a Felling of the Crown, gets right back into it. It's the perfect card to really pivot the tempo of the game back into your favor, and this is a really opportune time for Tatsuya to deploy this Felling of the Crown to hopefully turn the corner against the hyper-aggression that's been coming out from this Aurora.
And I think it's one of the skill points of piloting these Earth decks, because every time that the life totals approach around this range, we're like squarely in the mid-game or like late mid-game maybe, that's when that first Felling of the Crown comes out, and all of a sudden we're at life parity, and you're playing the Earth Heroes game. I mean, we saw it with our Verdance player. We saw it in the game that Tatsuya Okanishi just played at the end of Swiss against another, against the Zen player. Yeah. Those Felling of the Crowns are really going the distance for Tatsuya, and perhaps shedding some light on his decision to leave his AB at home. For now, we're back over to Hiroyuki Tansei, and the start off is Entwine Lightning. No fuse necessary here. He doesn't want to show off that Lightning Press in hand because he's got an Embodiment of Lightning to confer Go Again anyway. Right now it's 7 thanks to the Electrostatic Discharge, and it could very well become 10 thanks to that pressing card in Hiroyuki's hand.
And there's also no real reason that it needs go again here, assuming you're just going to play that lightning press. Might as well just disguise it, make Tatsuya think that there's going to be another attack behind this, and instead just pump it up. You got to imagine that he still thinks that Arsenal card might be an Arsenal disruption, and so he's not really inclined to block with this, or to rather Arsenal this lightning press. And you have to imagine it probably just gets sent here to push a few extra points onto Tatsuya.
So Tatsuya proceeded immediately to defense reactions, which is kind of an interesting choice because it gives Hiroyuki the chance to hold on to that lightning press rather than deploy it out. Usually you would say no blocks, and then Hiroyuki at that point must choose to deploy the lightning press or not. But because Tatsuya proceeded immediately with that sink blow, Hiroyuki can go, maybe your turn is not going to be that intense, and I'd rather pocket this for later.
Still, Tatsuya did still keep 2 cards back here as pitching a blue. We'll see what ends up happening.
But perhaps the fact that he did sink a card with sink below informs Hiroyuki's decision, right?
Right. And when we see that Arsenal card that we thought might be an Arsenal disruption or some other effect like that was actually just an Arcane Seed's life, and because Florian is online, it makes a ton of rune chance.
Hey, why not throw on Grasp of the Arknight as well and create even more? So this Reaping Blade is coming in for 6 Arcane plus 3 physical, and all of a sudden the tides are turning. The turntables, Charles.
Indeed, Felling of the Crown is a good flesh and blood card, really turning the tempo of this game back into the favor of Florian here. Although Hiroyuki doesn't have to block any of these cards. These aren't disruptive cards. It's just raw damage. Chooses to block with some armor and instead keep this full hand and see what he can do with it.
Oh, and he's being so rewarded for holding on to that lightning press because he's going to be able to give go again to this flittering charge. So nice that he didn't get Arsenal disrupted there, and that's going to allow him to go so wide on this turn because he's also got some second strikes in hand which need him to deal some damage in order to get the action point back.
Yeah, it's very likely this flittering charge actually connects because it's going to be pumped up to 7 with this lightning press, and that probably enables the whole rest of the turn.
Looks like there is a Canopy Shelter and also some Rootbound Carapace with which Tatsuya can play with. That being said, it's up to 7 on this flittering charge. Can he close it out? Did he pocket a defense reaction last turn? Rootbound Carapace coming out with 2 Earth cards in 1 action. It doesn't matter anymore. Florian is long since online, so Tatsuya is A-OK, just leaving as many Earth cards in the bin as possible. 8 plays 17 here as we wait with bated breath to see if Tatsuya has any more defense reactions. It is a sink below. Oh no, this could stuff this turn right here. He covers it up completely, overblocking by 1, but that means that Hiroyuki is going to have issues finding himself enough action points to go wide here. The Starfall comes out to play. Will it be the second strike in the pitch zone? I'm sorry, no, it was the Tunic counter.
Resource. There is still also a Ravenous Rabble, although Tatsuya did commit to blocking this initial attack out, probably has an inkling that, hey, there might be something like a second strike, there might be something like a Channel Lightning Valley that he's worried about, and with the block of the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, it's very easy to cover up these breakpoints with a single card.
Yeah, breakpoint says what? When you got 2 embodiments of Earth on the board, each of these could be shored up by a 1 card block if Tatsuya is able to find enough non-attack actions. That being said, I think there's a Canopy Shelter in the hand, which is not a non-attack action card, and then an attack, and then 1 non-attack. So he's going to be able to cover up this Ravenous Rabble pretty handsomely, but that being said, there is a Static Shock and a second strike in the hand of Hiroyuki, which probably means that one of them is destined for the Arsenal. Tatsuya doesn't have any Arsenal disruption on the next turn, so that is probably going to be okay. But that being said, this is going to be a massive defensive turn for our Rotwood Harbinger.
Yeah, Tatsuya took a big turn to attack, pushed a lot of damage onto Hiroyuki, but then still had all of that armor back, still has the well-grounded available, still has 1 block left on the Barkskin after this turn, and so really just being able to push the damage and then use the armor to block and keep up the pressure on his next turn.
Tatsuya is punished a little bit for using that Canopy Shelter instead of the Germinate in his hand. Because the Ravenous Rabble connected, this second strike is going to get +1 and go again. Hiroyuki smells blood, and he's going to deploy every single card in his hand in Arsenal in order to push as much damage as possible. Still sitting at a 7 life deficit is our Aurora player as 4 go again, yet again, is on the combat chain. Tatsuya accepts all of it down to 11. Hiroyuki is probably going to display, yes, the static shock, which is threatening 4, plus an additional 1 arcane, but no, it's going to be shrugged off by Tatsuya's Germinate.
Yeah, really rewarded for the patience there on Tatsuya. It was a risky play to not block that Germinate on the Ravenous Rabble. You got to think, hey, Aurora has 1 card left. They didn't use to block on the last turn. What could it be? If Hiroyuki chose to either play like a Lightning Press or just go to Arsenal, whatever that last card was, Tatsuya would have been left with an extra blue that probably would have been destined for Arsenal, which would have been a pretty bad situation. It could have been that Germinate, which maybe could be relevant later on, but he really wanted to block with it there and was just banking on the last attack being relevant, being more relevant than that second strike, and it was.
At this point, Florian Rotwood Harbinger is online, which means that he's basically got Mordred Tide Plus built into his hero tax, which means that with 2 Might tokens, Tatsuya is able to generate an amazing 1-card hand of 2 Rune Chants and 5 damage. So that is a 1-card 7, Charles.
Very impressive.
You like value or what?
Oh, I like value. I really love Canopy Shelter in this deck, really enabling that. You know, blocking 2, sometimes 2 power attacks are pretty awkward to cover up. It blocks there, it pumps your next turn, and of course just the natural efficiency of Grasp of the Arknight into Reaping Blade with Florian.
Oh boy, we have got ourselves an Arc Lightning coming out of Hiroyuki Tansei, but has he reduced Tatsuya's life total enough for this to be relevant? There's no AB on the side of our Earth Rune Blade. He does have the stand ground at the ready to shore up some of this arcane damage. Not this first one, though. Tatsuya accepts the first arcane damage ping from Arc Lightning.
Yeah, it's very unlikely that he's going to take the full 10 points of damage here, but you can easily see Aurora probably getting 4 points of arcane in on this turn at least. We see 1 from the Grasp of the Arknight, the Go Again, and the Rune Chant, so maybe even 5 arcane coming in on this turn.
After a quick consideration of the booth, Tatsuya accepts that as well. 4 plays 9 in the favor of Earth. But Aurora's got a Rune Chant and an Arc Lightning active. Let's see what she's able to put together here. It is a static shock, which is going to have Go Again, thanks to Arc Lightning being played prior. Rune Chant connects immediately, and Tatsuya is getting chip down. Can he hold on to enough life points in order to ride the value train to victory here in the semifinal of Calling Kobe?
Still has some armor to cover up this breakpoint. You really want to cover up that static shock breakpoint of 4 because it represents 1 additional point of damage. Probably going to have to block with one of the equipment. You see him glancing over there, considering which one is optimal to block in this situation.
And it's got to depend on what is in hand. I definitely saw an attack before he pulled it back close to the chest, but whether or not he pushes out that bark skin of the Millennium Tree is going to depend very much on how many non-attack action cards are in that hand. Let's see if we can get a better look. No, indeed, that's okay, Tatsuya. I like you anyway.
Did see a Swarming Gloomveil, but I think that's the only one I was able to make out quickly. You got to imagine that's going to be hopefully reserved for offense. That is definitely a card that in this situation is much better on offense than on defense. Especially when you're really trying to take those cards out of the Aurora's hand. Every additional point of damage that you're attacking with there is so much more valuable than block in that situation, not just on pure numerics, but because if you are forcing Aurora to block, her deck does not block very well. There's a lot of 2 blocks. There's a lot of cards that don't block at all.
And if Tatsuya has a blue there, it's going to be a 2-card 9, the bread and butter Florian thing, well, especially once he's online with all of those decomposes. But he's been flitting those cards so fast, we can't quite tell what else is in the hand. The fact that he is not blocking now. Oh, a Swarming Gloomveil comes out of the hand to block here. Is it possible he doesn't have a blue?
That would be possible. I mean, I think there was 25 in the list. It's pretty rare, but it's not impossible that there are no blues in his hand. We do see a blue low.
But it's a Felling of the Crown that he wants to play here. He wants to do some disruption and make it really difficult for Hiroyuki to stay alive. And I like that play. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, a 2-card 8 plus take a card out with Felling of the Crown is a little bit better than the Swarming Gloomveil.
Tatsuya is reaching for that Face Purgatory, and it goes out onto the combat chain simply to block that Starfall. which means that even though it seemed like kind of an inane turn from Hiroyuki, we're at life total parity. 4 plays 4, but Tatsuya is going to have something to say about that. Here comes Felling of the Crown. He has no other cards left in hand, which is A-okay with him because all of the disruption is going to go our Aurora player's way, and then they still have to deal with 8 power on the combat chain. Does he have enough block in his hand to stay alive? It does look like there are 2 3 blocks, which is fantastic, but he's just going to give the entire hand, and that's the power of Felling of the Crown.
Felling of the Crown, 2 cards out of hand. The pitch plus the Felling of the Crown itself trades for 4 cards out of Aurora here. That is absolutely huge. Really swings the tempo in favor of Florian. Now he gets to have 4 cards to play with into Hiroyuki. He does not have to block with any of them and just needs to find a way to convert these into pressure on Aurora's life total. And Aurora doesn't have a lot of life total to give and is probably going to end up having to block a little bit on this turn just to stay alive.
And all of a sudden, the aggressor has become the defender as Hiroyuki just hangs on to the less than 5 life points he's got left to play with, and he's staring down a 4-card hand from what may be the better Rune Blade in this situation. It certainly helps that he is online and has Mordred tied on a stick. That being said, he found a defense reaction in Shelter from the Storm, which is not going to be super helpful on offense here. He's lining up a pitch of a Germinate into the pitch zone. What is that last card down there? It makes you wonder if it's some offensive capability, maybe that Swarming Gloom Veil, which he can finally deploy on his own turn rather than block with. What do you got, Tatsuya? Oh, it's a Plow Under, which could be really helpful here, except for the fact that there is no arsenal in Hiroyuki's disposal, so no disruption to be had there. It's just going to be damage, which is still relevant.
Yeah, I think the best he can do here is just attack with this Plow Under. He's looking to arsenal the Trot along, actually. He believes that this attack for 2 arcane plus 6 physical on the Plow Under is enough to really stifle the aggression from Hiroyuki on his turn, and is opting to actually put a Go Again blue in his arsenal. He thinks, you know, I'm gonna play Trot along next turn to be able to trot my Reaping Blade along and make a second attack next turn, rather than put a defensive card like Shelter in the Storm down in the arsenal. He thinks he doesn't need the defense because he's going to take so many cards out of Hiroyuki on this turn.
And it seems like he's right, because Channel Lightning Valley, one of the power cards in Aurora, one that we thought, because Tatsuya left his AB at home, could have run away, could have run this game away with our Aurora player, but it goes to the pitch zone here because Hiroyuki just does not have the space to play it. Instead, it's got to be devoted to the AB, which he brought.
Yeah, I think this is just really impressive play from Tatsuya here. Really heads up, I think a lot of players would just see, oh, it's a defense reaction goes in Arsenal. Oh, I've got a blue cards get pitched, right? And here he really thought through the possibilities, understood the tempo of the game, and is setting himself up for success next turn because there's only 1 card left in Hiroyuki's hand, which he doesn't need that defense reaction to block with.
But alas, Hiroyuki just says, I'm going to tuck this in Arsenal, which is probably, even though it looks like it's a bit of a greedy play, he's not going to be able to strip enough cards away from Tatsuya, and Earth heroes are generally happiest when they are blocking and attacking. Maybe he's just hoping that one of those cards can be a little bit clunky, but Trot Along showing that it is not just a limited chaff card. It is going to allow Tatsuya to go 2 chain links wide here, 2 Rune Chants plus 3 Go Again, buys 1 card from the hand, and then it's an Autumn's Touch for the second chain link here. And is it going to be the game? It's 3 instants, and just like that, our Earth Runeblade proves that they are the element to beat here. It's not just lightning that does the job here. Florian, he's listening to 9 Inch Nails. He's listening to Linkin Park, and brooding his way to the grandstands of the Elemental Tournament.
So one of my favorite little bits of Flesh and Blood trivia, especially when I'm teaching new players the game, is I tell them, hey, here's a card, Blue Autumn's Touch. This card was banned and constructed for a while. And here we see why. It propelled Florian to the finals of the calling by attacking for the win. 3 resources, attacks for 5, no other text way too good, beats up on Aurora, best deck in the format.
Yeah, no doubt. And Florian has been biding his time since his inception in Rosetta. It's not like he's gotten any new cards. In fact, quite the opposite has happened. Aurora continues to get more and more support. First strike deck here, armory deck there. But Florian says, I've always had the tools that I needed, Charles.
Well, he got Trot Along. That was so important on that last turn. Trot Along into Blue Autumn's Touch. That is the winning play in this top 4 of the Colleen and Kobe.
It's pretty epic. I mean, we've seen Trot-alongs pitched here, blocked there, but we've never actually seen one resolved. And that completely fixed what could have been otherwise non-lethal damage. That being said, there were 3 non-blocks in the hand of our Lightning Rune Blade, so it was always going to get the job done. But, you know, if he had some blocking cards, Trot-along would have won the day for sure. Wow, folks, the action continues here at Calling Kobe. World Tour Kobe is still underway, and even though there are a plethora of events at this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour, we are bringing you the coverage of the Calling, and I'm so glad that we are because the games have just been non-stop. So good. We saw Rhinar, we saw Fang, we're seeing Rune Chants flying this way and that, and if you are interested in getting in on some of that action, you can join us for some less competitive, less intense Flesh and Blood, but also important. That's right, it's Skirmish Season 11, which is right around the corner, March 15th to 30th, 2025. And even though the chosen formats of Living Legend and Blitz are perhaps not put on the same prestigious pedestal as Classic Constructed, they are still an absolute lot of fun to play, and there are plenty of really important prizes on the line. Cold Foil Channel Lake Frigid, the only way to get it is to play some of these lesser worked on formats. You got to get your hands on them. The different geographical features of the Worlds of Rathe are on offer, but only if you play a skirmish.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Living Legend format featured in this skirmish season. As someone who's been playing the game for a while, I love seeing all the old heroes come back at really full power, doing the really powerful stuff that you know really just makes Flesh and Blood a lot of fun. Things like Starvo decks or Briar with the old Channel Mount Heroic and all the combos you can do with Briar. And of course, Illusionist between Prism and Dromai that have since left Classic Constructed. Super high power format, tons of fun. I think playing Living Legend is the most fun I personally have when playing Flesh and Blood.
I agree with everything that you just said, my co-caster, except for the thing about Starvo. I got a bone to pick with him because he just took red electromagnetic somersault from me, and I still had yet to brew my Lexi deck, and that was kind of the linchpin of the whole thing. Yes. Consarnate Starvo, when will you stop ruining my fun?
I have to imagine any future Lightning, Earth, or Ice card printed may run afoul of Starvo in the Living Legend format moving forward.
How about Blitz, Charles? You been tinkering with that format at all?
Honestly, not much. Blitz hasn't been something that I personally have invested a lot of time into. But I do know lots of people who really enjoy it, especially at the armory and the skirmish level. It's the ideal way to introduce new players into the game and to really just have a good, fun time at your local game store for an armory or a skirmish in Season 11.
Well, sir, I really think that you need to get your hands on a Blaze deck or I guess apparently a Levia deck and have a lot of fun in Blitz because I don't know, last skirmish season I was having a blast and a half with Blaze.
Oh, yeah.
Sending Emeritus Scolding at instant speed. I was being a wizard, man. I was throwing fire and lightning this way and that, and it felt great.
That sounds really fun.
Well, sir, if you would like to get out to a skirmish event, these are the dates right before your very eyes. Go support your local LGS, and maybe if play the game, see the world is not your thing, maybe try out play the game and feel at home because the Flesh and Blood community is nothing but welcoming, and we would love to have you. So get out there and play some games of Flesh and Blood and realize why this is the premier TCG on the market. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a little bit of a break coming up, and then we will be back with the most intense of the Flesh and Blood action that we've been able to offer all weekend. That's right, it is the finals here at the Calling Kobe, one of the many over 120 destinations of the Flesh and Blood World Tour this year. Don't go anywhere. We've got more high-octane action right after this. Dried and dead leaves of the rotwood have smothered the crackling lightning of Aurora, but maybe not for long. We'll have to see who took that last semifinal match. It has been going since the Florian Aurora game wrapped up, so it is yet to be told what our final matchup is going to look like. One thing is for sure, though, it is not going to be an Aurora mirror, and that was something that was entirely possible based on this bracket.
Yeah, definitely relieved to have that. I mean, Aurora definitely one of the top deck of this weekend, at least in terms of representation, certainly in terms of its prevalence in the top 8. But luckily, we were able to dodge that Aurora mirror match in the end. We're going to have at least one Florian versus the winner of the other side of the bracket, which I believe was a new versus Aurora. So we'll be waiting on the update on that to see what the final matchup will be.
Well, we have that update for you, Charles. Let's go ahead and take a look at this bracket. And it was indeed the Englishman that came across the pond to challenge the Asia-Pacific region. And down goes Pudding Tam, the king of Team Blue Pitch, to Jacob Clements on New Alluring Desire. There is still hope for the Mists yet, Charles.
Indeed. We have got no Auroras here in the final. Of course, 4 of them in the top 8, but all of them have thus fallen, and now we'll have New Alluring Desire versus Florian Rotwood Harbinger in the finals of the Calling here in Kobe.
The games have just finished. That is Jacob Clements versus Pudding Tam. It must have been a real scorcher of a game. I'm sure it came down to every last point of value. Both of those players are just absolutely stellar in their seats. But that being said, we have a little bit of time before we get our hands on those deck lists. So let's maybe talk about what we expect to see out of Florian versus New. I believe we saw Jacob Clements earlier on in this tournament in this exact same position. Not against this particular Florian player, but it certainly seemed that New, in the way she functions, can kind of play into Florian's hands a little bit.
Yeah, I think generally it's considered that Florian is at least somewhat favored in this matchup. As you mentioned, some of the mechanics of New definitely play into Florian's hand. The effect to banish the cards that are blocking those stealth attacks actually can just be a net positive for Florian. As those cards, the Earth cards, get banished, it helps to turn on Florian's hero power a little bit faster without as much decompose being required. And it's not just that. It's also just the sheer efficiency that he has with small card hands. New is generally good at forcing you to block with 1 or 2 cards or taking a card or 2 out of you. But if you can still present above rate damage with 1 or 2 cards back on your own turn, that's tough for New to really take all of the cards out of your hand.
Yeah, especially if you don't want her to. As long as you have a plan for whatever attack reactions or meaningful on hits come out of the new player. Let me ask you this, Charles. Is there any bit of tech that a New Alluring Desire could have in their arsenal to specifically target Florian? Or for instance, was this even something that would have been on their radar?
See, it's a very wide open meta right now. I mean, obviously, Aurora is like the deck that is highly represented, but behind that, there's a wide variety in the meta. Florian was definitely on people's radar as, hey, that's one of the decks that will probably show up, but it might have been one of 10 things that you're considering. And when you're looking for very specific tech for the Florian matchup, it's hard to say that a lot of people will be like, oh, here's the perfect card against exactly Florian and that you really want to bring in. So I doubt there's something along those lines. At least if you're looking at the abstract, if you're just trying to construct a deck from nothing, or at least a new deck, then, sorry, not new as in brand new, as in like new the hero.
The N-U-U new.
and new. I think you would look for actually maybe running multiple Beckoning Mist Blades and something like Flick Knives is actually pretty interesting because if you have more access to beckoning Mistblade effects, you can set up a bigger go wide turn whenever you have banished some of these Autumn's Touches or these Fruits of the Forest Blue that Florian is definitely going to be playing. You can banish multiples of those, and then by using the beckoning Mistblades and something like Flick Knives, you can go really wide with their blues.
And we saw Jacob Clements do exactly that against the previous Florian Rotwood Harbinger that I think he took down, or did Florian take that matchup? I can't quite remember. I think you casted it with Sam.
Yeah, I think Florian got there in the end, but it was very close, very back and forth. Jacob Clemens definitely put up the good fight, had that big turn, but it just was barely not enough as both players got low, and the efficiency of Florian with that one card 5 with the 2 rune chance that we've talked about so much already just was able to edge it out in the end.
Now, there's a certain advantage that you get by being one of the more fringe decks, especially in this top 8 scenario where, like, for example, in this case, Florian Rotwood Harbinger is one, like you said, of like the maybe 10 things that you're considering in this meta. But that being said, it's probably gotten far less testing time from Jacob Clements than Aurora or than Zen or Enigma for that matter. So how much of that is going to play into this?
I'd actually think it's most important on the opposite side. How much time has the Florian gotten to play into New? New is a deck that is really good if you make mistakes against it. If you block too much when you're not supposed to block a lot, or if you don't block when you really should have based on whatever reactions or whatever follow-up New might have. That's how she really gets her advantages whenever you make a mistake. And sometimes it's not even like an actual factual mistake. Sometimes it's just you guessed wrong.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times that comes down to just understanding the play patterns New could have and finding the right way to block given that circumstance.
It's the strength of Dorinthia, but it's almost like less damage but higher stakes when it comes down to it.
Exactly.
So I have the benefit of sitting next to a human being that has been in the situation that we are about to see. And by that token, also on both sides of it. You have been in a final in a calling where you have lost to the preeminent Michael Hamilton. You've also been in a situation where you were in a calling and you took the V. How do you feel in either of those situations? Obviously, it goes without saying that it's better to win than lose.
Yes.
But we were talking a little bit on the break about exactly the emotional toll that it takes on you to come all this way and then lose in the finals. Can you take me through that journey a little bit?
It's rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it here. Losing the finals of calling, at least for me, was very tough. I really had felt like I was playing great. My deck was really good. Everything was coming up my way this weekend to get that far. Walking into the finals, sitting down, feeling confident, and just having that eroding away, and eventually losing and seeing everyone erupt in applause, but it's not for you.
Oh.
It's heartbreaking. And nothing to do but, shake the hands, congratulate your opponent, pack up your stuff and walk away.
And then go get drunk.
And then go possibly have a drink or two. It was pretty rough. But that's the emotional investment that, players like me and like our players here in the finals of the calling at Kobe put into this game. That's what makes it so great. It is really there's no greater like high of emotion without some risk of loss, right? This is why you get really invested in things like sports teams or other things that if in order to make the highs that high, you need to have that risk of devastation if you lose.
And so you've also won a calling. So knowing that you've been on both sides of the coin, would you ever trade the pain that you felt at losing a calling for the journey or the victory, the highs of the victory?
Absolutely. I mean, everything I just said in exact reverse is, especially because I lost the calling first. And so I knew what it felt, and I was ready to be disappointed again, I guess. But coming in and just, it almost felt like a bit more of a sense of relief that, hey, I actually am good enough to get this done and to really overcome that hurdle. Obviously, I played really great games of Flesh and Blood against great opponents, and so I was really thankful to have that opportunity. And I just really felt like that was, you know, a weekend where the luck came up my way. There's no winning a big tournament like this without a little bit of luck going your way, but also you have to play really well. And so take advantage of the opportunities that they come to you, and then just hope the cards fall slightly more in your favor than in your opponent's.
I want to talk to you about one more seat, the seat of Vespa, who fell thanks to your curse of the top 8 after going an unprecedented 12-0 in Swiss. In a certain respect, when the cards are lining up in your favor, when everything is being drawn at the exact right time, there's a certain amount of like immortality that you feel in your bones, right? Especially in this game where variance plays a part, it feels like you're harnessing fate and riding it to victory. That being said, you inevitably get to a point where the luck is no longer in your favor.
Yeah.
How intense of a betrayal is that? And what goes through your mind in the moments afterwards when all of a sudden things are just not lining up for you?
Yeah, I think it can really shake your confidence, right? You feel like, yeah, I was doing everything right. You felt like your victories were the result solely of your expert play. And in no small part, a lot of them probably were. Obviously, great players. It takes a great player to do that well. But then, you know, when you hit the bad run of variance, I mean, we watched the Vespa's game where he fell. I'll be honest, it felt like he had some good opening turns, but he never transcended.
Never.
He really got a little unlucky to not find any of those chi cards earlier on, and I'm sure the game would have been very different if he was able to find 1 or 2 of those earlier on. I think he played it very well for what it was, but it is a little bit of like a reality check is that, hey, sometimes this is a card game, and sometimes the cards don't come up in your favor.
Yeah, indeed. Well, a lot of really important perspective being laid out before our final match. Folks, we need just a little bit more time, so we're going to throw to one more break before we come back with the final deck list and the final match of Calling Kobe. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot of really amazing flesh and blood to watch after this.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Where does it go from here? It's, of course, the finals at Calling Kobe. The sun is setting across the pond. It has long since set where I sit next to the 2023 U.S. National Champion, Charles Dunn, who has been in both of these players' seats before. Are you ready, Charles?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm really excited to see the high tension here in the finals of the Calling Kobe. We've got new Alluring Desire versus Florian Rotwood Reaper. None of the Aurora, the most popular deck in the top 8 even, none of them were able to get to this final match.
Well, I can't wait to see exactly that final match. But first, let's see how we've gotten here, folks. Let's take a look at this top 8 bracket and how it has shook up. Oh, we're going to take a look at some replays first. This one is the first round where our 12-0 Vespa fell to the mighty Pudding Tam, who puts up 9 power, which we kind of thought was a bit of a mistake, but alas, it still gets him there in the end. 1 damage leaks through, leaking the last point of Vespa's life and taking out an unprecedented and amazing run. The Lightning Ninja Man from Blue Pitch proves his worth once again. Next up, of course, is our Rotwood Harbinger Tatsuya Okanishi playing up against Hiroyuki Tansei on Aurora. He has probably been just destroying Auroras right and left all tournament, hasn't he?
You have to imagine to be able to make it to the finals of this Florian deck, he's run through an Aurora or 2 on his way up here.
Man, you thought Minnowism was a problem. Well, that guy is on a new card, and it's Trot Along. You thought it was Draft Chaff, but it secures a win for Tatsuya here, giving that Reaping Blade go again and allowing him to come in for another attack. Florians that are going 2 chain links wide are a fearsome thing, whether it's a Swarming Gloomveil or not. And here is our final top 8 bracket from Calling Kobe. It's not changing anymore, folks, except for one thing. We've got to crown a victor, don't we, Charles?
Who will take it here? Jacob Clemens from the United Kingdom on a new Alluring Desire, or Tatsuya Okanashi with Florian Rotwood Reaper from right here in Japan?
There is a lot at stake here, Charles. Not only the finals crown of Calling Kobe, but also Tatsuya is defending his home turf. This Englishman thinks he can come across the pond and challenge Japan on its own turf. Well, I think our Florian Rotwood Harbinger is going to have something to say about that. The last bastion of Japan in Kobe, at Calling Kobe, at World Tour Kobe, where a lot of amazing flesh and blood has been played thus far. But I think we've got a little bit more to show the folks, don't we?
We've got one more game for all the marbles, as it were, here at the end of the World Tour. We are going to see a really exciting match. I'm really curious to see how this shakes out. Personally, I'm maybe rooting a little bit for Florian. Love me some Earth heroes, but of course, Jacob Clement on new is going to do his best to prevent that from happening.
Speaking of new, let's see what he's working with in that 80, shall we, Charles? This is Jacob Clement's deck, and okay, first things first, let's take a look and see if we see anything particularly spicy or interesting. I do notice that there are 2 Beckoning Mistblades in his inventory, which means that that particular tech play against Florian that you were kind of alluding to earlier, my friend, might be at play here.
It's possible, yes. Having multiple copies of Beckoning Mistblade allows you to go a little bit wider and threaten these bigger turns with blue attacks, possibly from Florian's own Banner Stone. But we do need to, definitely will want to have some level of Arcane Barrier, which is probably going to be on the Arcane Lantern. I don't think there's any other Arcane Barrier in the list, so you got to imagine that's probably a higher priority.
Yeah, you would have to think so, but hey, Tatsuya proved us wrong when he was playing against Aurora earlier. Maybe AB is just not the way to go. I also see 7 Transcend cards, which is pretty part and parcel for new Alluring Desire. But what I do notice, Charles, is an abundance of banishing cards off the top in the blues. Those 2 double troubles might be pretty tempting in most other matchups, but here with Florian, you might just risk turning on his hero ability a little bit early, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that might actually be a bit of a liability. You don't necessarily want to banish too many cards off the top of Florian's deck, at least not in the early game when he's still working to get that Decompose online. You might just end up actually helping him rather than hurting him.
At this point, our Our challenger in the finals is no stranger to the feature match table. Let's go ahead and take a look once again at Florian Rotwood Harbinger. Tatsuya Okanishi piloting this deck absolutely perfectly up until this point, and he has landed himself in the finals of this really illustrious tournament. He's trying to put Florian on the board in terms of the Living Legend points. Not that he hasn't gotten any. He's boasting 233 at the moment, but he is at no risk of Living Legending anytime soon. But Tatsuya might have something to say about that.
Certainly can pick up another few points here for the Living Legend if Florian is able to take it down here. I think the thing that's most interesting about this list is the really high number of defense reactions that Florian has access to. We've got Sink Below, we've got Shelter from the Storm, Rootbound Carapace in both red and yellow. This is a lot of ways of counteracting the attack reactions that New is sure to come out. Every one of those attack reactions, if it just gets countered with a defense reaction, then it won't actually be that impactful on Florian, the rest of Florian's hand.
Yeah, because the assassin attacks are so powerful because they strip cards out of the opponent's hand. That being said, they're not exactly on or above rate most of the time. I mean, even one of the most powerful cards in the assassin decks is Justinic, and really that is just turning a blue card into a 2-card 6, right?
Yes, a lot of the assassin's value is in the implied value of forcing your opponent to block. If you can make their turn just as bad as yours or worse by taking those extra on hits, then that's where Assassin gains the edge. But on raw numbers, they typically pump out much lower values, and then something like Florian, especially once Florian has fully decomposed.
And when you're talking about raw numbers, Florian has been leading the way every time we've seen him on stream. Those 1-card 5s, those 2-card 9s are just so difficult to overcome. So we'll have to see if the Englishman is able to do just that here. Shall we proceed on down, Charles? Are you ready?
Oh, I am so pumped for this.
All right, let's get on down to that feature match area where we are kicking off the final match from Calling Kobe. Look at the massive smiles on both of these players' faces. Tatsuya is defending his home turf, and the Englishman, the interloper, is coming out to see if he can rob the crown away from Japan. Oh my goodness, the tension is palpable, but also the fun. Both of these players are so proud to be sitting here. The one on your left, Jacob Clements, is no stranger to the finals table. Tatsuya, however, might be the first time he's been here.
I think it is. He's definitely making a name for himself here in this event, doing very well with Florian. Somewhat of an off-meta pick, maybe not one of the most popular heroes. Certainly not as out of the meta as some of the other ones that we've seen over the weekend, but definitely not in that top echelon of popularity.
So because Tatsuya is the higher seed at 3rd and Jacob Clements is slightly lesser at 4th, Tatsuya got the choice to choose turn order. So he put Jacob on 1st, and so I guess he's valuing the first tempo swing of the game over setting up here. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it seems likely. I think whenever New is going to be attacking on the very first turn, she doesn't really want to, because then that just gives Florian the opportunity to block with some cards, which either will get banished if they are stealth attacks, or can just be earth cards to fill up the graveyard. Generally, Florian's pretty happy with that in either situation. To be fair, though, when Florian will take the first, or rather the second turn, it's kind of hard for Florian to really effectively convert the full 4-card hand, so we'll see how that ends up.
Okay, folks, the fist bump has been extended. We're pointing this way and that, confirming that everything is ready to go for the final match that you are going to see on your screen for this event, this last stop at World Tour Kobe. There's plenty of events to be played throughout the weekend, but this is the last one that you're going to see on coverage. And what an enlightening experience it has been thus far, Charles. I think this one is going to be a barn burner to end it.
Yeah, so it looks like they are checking the total number of cards in each other's decks. This may come down to fatigue mattering. Both of these decks tend to play long games very well. Obviously, New is able to strip out extra cards with her Banish off the top, or just her Hero Power, or the Mask of Recurring Nightmare. She's got lots of options. And of course, Florian being very defensive, really adept at swinging that weapon and making that kind of value.
The first action of the finals is Arcane Seed's life. Tatsuya is not going to gain life because of Reaping Blade. Yeah, no, we are. Okay, great.
I believe this is on Jacob Clements' turn. After he has passed priority, he is playing it as just the life part as an instant. Now, Jacob Clemens has not fully passed his turn. He still has an action point if he chooses to use it now that the situation has changed. He may decide to make an attack. He may not.
He is lining up a potential pitch card, but alas, it just goes straight into the arsenal. I believe it was a Venomous Bite, which is a really nice card to have at your disposal at all times. Tatsuya gets away with the life murder, I guess. 1 life conferred on his side of the board and a very small advantage going into his first turn of the game. Let's see what he's working with, Charles.
Yeah, I think
it's pretty red-handed.
I think far more important than the 1 life is the Earth card in the graveyard to fuel future decompose actions. Looks like we're going to be over pitching a red here just to be able to send a command and conquer.
Not a bad play for our Florian player, even though we're getting a little bit of less value by pitching 2 cards than 1. It's a-okay. You don't want to be using those decompose attacks as of yet because they are going to really be useful in the mid to late mid game.
Yep, still Command and Conquer is a great way to just force a couple cards out of Jacob and make sure that he can't deploy a super big attack here and give Tatsuya an opportunity to effectively block this out.
And Jacob's return salvo is going to be not a massive attack, but a very threatening one. It's Surgical Extraction. You have to notice as well that the pitch card is a Codex of Frailty, which is just not as menacing until you put some really juicy attacks in your graveyard.
Yeah, very important to note that this is a yellow and not a blue. If that Venomous Bite is down in the arsenal, that is not being threatened here. The Tunic has not had time to tick up to the full resource yet, and because it's not a blue, there's not an extra resource around for Jacob Clemens to really push this Surgical Extraction over the top.
So if it is a Venomous Bite, it is going to remain impotent for this turn. Tatsuya is currently blocking it out with a Sink Below. He doesn't have any defense reactions to further back it up, but that is a-okay because Jacob is just passing on back. A very civil start to this final match.
Yeah, not a lot of explosive plays yet here. Both of these decks just trying to jockey for position, try to find that opening to have that more explosive turn. Does look like Florian has the opportunity here to maybe push a little bit more damage. Going to be making Rune Chant and coming in with a Runic Reclamation. Now, this card is... There's not too many auras on the side of New here that is going to be able to be threatened here, but it is still just an efficient attack for 7.
Looks like we are trying to confirm something with the judges here. It's entirely possible that there is a little bit of a language barrier here. We often see them looking off camera, maybe for some translation here and there. One of the most amazing things about this being an international game is that you get to play with players that maybe don't speak your language.
Right, and Jacob Clemens speaks English as his primary language, and I believe Tatsuya's cards are in Japanese, so he can't just pick it up and read it. So he was just conferring with the judge to confirm the actual text on the Runic Reclamation.
Probably just making sure that the Runic Reclamation only creates a rune chant if it destroys an aura, I would have to imagine.
Correct.
Okay, a Justin Nick is bought for the trouble of the Runic Reclamation, and we're passing back on over to Jacob Clements, who's going to have something to say. Blood has been spilled here in the final match of Kobe, of the Calling in Kobe. Jacob is sitting at 35, a 6 life deficit to Tatsuya Okanishi's 41, and a Levels of Enlightenment has just hit the combat chain. Currently, it is just 3. I would have to imagine go again.
It was actually draw a card, very much indicating a hiss is probably going to be coming down somewhere here. To give it go again, it did look like he drew a pain in the backside as his card draw off that Levels of Enlightenment.
Not a bad card at all, but when you're facing down an Earth hero, the chances of it actually connecting with the face are slim to none.
Yes, and importantly, both of those attacks are not stealth attacks, so they do not contribute to that banish clause, which actually is a bit more of a downside on the new hero's power this time into this kind of matchup. These attacks are just Mystic or Assassin attack in the case of Pain in the backside, which means Tatsuya is not quite as inclined to block with it as if they had been a stealth card.
Oh, and it's 2 Venomous Bites, so maybe go again is not necessary here. Instead, just trying to leak as much damage as humanly possible. I think we're seeing the lessons that Jacob might have learned during his first feature match against the Florian.
Yeah, absolutely. Is not interested at all in going a super long game. Just wants to throw as much damage as possible into Tatsuya here. Tatsuya thought, oh, I'm just going to block this for 3. Maybe he has a reaction and I take another point of damage. I don't think he was quite anticipating taking the full 8 extra damage here from an 11 power levels of Enlightenment.
That being said, after discarding a Fruits of the Forest, we've reached life parity once again, and man, Earth is just so resilient, Charles. I mean, like 20 damage, Cosmic Awakenings, 2 Venomous Bites to sneak damage over the top for 8, and still he is able to maintain a even board state against all decks.
Absolutely, and here comes the felling of the crown out of Tatsuya. It will not be for the full 8, it'll just be for 4, but it still is attack for 4, plus the rune chant, and will take a card out of Jacob's hand. So maybe this isn't the dramatic tempo-shifting felling of the crown that we've seen in matches past, but there's still 2 more left in his deck somewhere that can certainly come up at a more opportune time. But here, you just got to get that decomposed train rolling, because Jacob doesn't seem very interested in giving opportunities to banish cards for free by attacking with those stealth attacks just yet.
And one of the most insane things about Felling of the Crown is you really only need one of those 2 clauses to be active in order for this to be an above rate attack. So right now we're still looking at a 2-card 7-ish if we assume that the card that Jacob loses here is worth at least 3 value. I mean, Felling of the Crown is in one of its worst forms here, but it is still right on rate where you need it to be.
Yeah, this is absolutely a play you can make and not feel too terribly bad about it. Tatsuya did pitch an extra card just to create a single rune chant, which dealt a single damage, so maybe a bit behind there. But on the flip side, Jacob is not was not presenting quite as much pressure, and so he didn't have much else to do with those cards.
Okay, Pain in the Backside is the first attack from Jacob Clements on his turn. He is now trailing by 1 life, 34 plays 35. On hit from this Pain in the Backside means that one of those daggers, of which he only has 1, will deal 1 damage to Tatsuya. It won't pop itself like it normally does in other flick situations, but it will gain the on-hit effect that Beckoning Mistblade has. But it seems to not be necessary here because the follow-up is Leave No Witnesses, coming in for 4 and threatening an arsenal that doesn't exist. However, could banish a really juicy Earth card off the top.
It's possible it could banish an Earth card and actually actively help Tatsuya here. I don't know if he has 2 or 3 Earth cards. I didn't quite catch when he banished there. That wouldn't be that relevant at this point. There's nothing that, or I guess there is the bark skin that counts exactly 4. It's unlikely he's looking to cash in that bark skin just yet, though.
Canopy Shelter is going to shore up 2 of this damage and also convert 1 Might token, which means that 2 is going to leak over the top. Jacob also sneaks in a Sigil of Solace, which means that his life total is now eclipsing that of his Rotwood opponent. 37 plays 33 after the damage resolves, and we're going to banish the top card of Tatsuya's deck. It is a red, and it is not indeed an Earth. It's a Command and Conquer. So Jacob Clements thanking his lucky stars that he's not actively helping his opponent with these on-hits.
Yeah, heads up play there to play that Sigil of Solace right now as opposed to arsenaling it. I personally love arsenaling Sigil of Solace in most situations. It's so cute whenever they're like, oh, I'm going to play an Arsenal Disruption card, and you're just like, I'll play Sigil. Right, and there's not actually an Arsenal card there for them to disrupt. But in this exact case, Tatsuya does have a Reaping Blade, which is potentially preventing that Sigil from being effective, especially as Tatsuya was about to take the damage from that Leave No Witnesses. Jacob just cashed in that Sigil right away without playing that little tricky game of hiding it in the arsenal.
Florian is not online, but this blue is still converting to 5 value thanks to that Canopy Shelter, which generated a Might token. And we're passing right on back to Jacob Clements after only 1 damage has leaked through. 36 plays 33, currently in the favor of our Alluring Desire. Persuasive Prognosis is the first attack on this combat chain. 2 cards remain in the hand of Jacob Clements, which means that Tatsuya has many things to consider about this on-hit.
Yeah, a couple options here. Obviously, he wants to put some Earth cards down to be able to just get them kind of banished for free here. Unfortunately, there's only 1 Earth action card that looked like a Channel Mount Heroic. I think that's a 1-of in his deck. Not opting to get it banished right here, or anticipating this Mask of Recurring Nightmares,
which is actively helping him. He's able to put an Earth card in the banish zone and further tick himself towards the inevitable Mordred Tide effect that Florian Rotwood Harbinger has access to, which is a good situation here. Normally, this is kind of exactly what New wants to be doing, presenting a blue attack and then kind of sidestepping it, doing a little bit of Fang cosplay, and then activating Mask of Recurring Nightmares with one of those Transcend cards. But Tatsuya kind of has the pseudo answer just in terms of banishing an Earth card.
Yeah, and the real answer to these disruptive effects of New is to accept the disruption, but still come back with above rate cards and above rate turns, even with smaller hands. A lot of more aggressive decks really need those bigger hands to go that far above rate. Here you see Tatsuya just playing very efficiently with an Enlightened Strike, getting the 2 card for 7, and keeping pace with what the disruption and damage output that Jacob is doing.
Jacob cauterizes the wound a little bit, presenting 2 cards to the block and leaking 1. 35 plays 33 on Jacob's side of the board. We're pitching a Sacred Art Undercurrent Desires to swing the first Beckoning Mistblade of the game. 1 is coming in. Looks like Tatsuya wants to accept the damage, if I'm understanding the posture correct. Oh, but he has a Shelter from the Storm. He's probably going to say no blocks and then simply discard that Shelter in order to shore up a little bit of damage and also the powerful on-hit effect.
It's possible. It depends on how scared you are. You often need to think about what cards did New block with, what cards are in the pitch zone here, and see if you can kind of sort out, like, well, what is the realistic possibilities that New could have behind this? Obviously, he was coming in with an Enlightened Strike last turn, so New wasn't forced to block in any way. So the fact that he chose to block means that his hand is probably just better to get rid of these. He wasn't really looking to go that wide. And I think because he's pitching a card that didn't block at all, that Sacred Art, I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that, Jacob doesn't really need this big hand.
Wow, and Tatsuya is caught red-handed at this point. What is he going to be able to do to convert all of the cards in hand? It's really going to hinge based on what is in the arsenal here. Shelter from the Storm doing good work, even though Jacob blocked with 2 blue cards on Tatsuya's turn. That Surgical Extraction comes out and was definitely threatening something spicy on the Beckoning Mistblade.
Yeah, looks like he's pitching a red. Never feels great.
And sending the Reaping Blade, which implies that we have a card that couldn't be 2 cost or less in the arsenal. Perhaps it's another copy of Felling of the Crown. So it's just going to be a Reaping Blade here, covered up by a Sink Below, which is a little bit lackluster because Jacob is losing some defensive value, but he's got to do some filtering here. The onus is on him to put the pressure on Tatsuya, because otherwise you're going to be playing the Earth Heroes game and going too long, letting them generate too much value.
Second Codex of Frailty being pitched here. Jacob definitely looking to play those powerful cards in the second cycle here. Granted, this game has been progressing a little bit slowly. Life totals are still pretty high on both sides. All the armor is still available. So you got to imagine this game is probably going to be getting back to that second cycle point at some point.
It's the opposite of what we expected, honestly. Like, we were both kind of thinking that the Aurora Mirror was going to be what we were going to see in the finals, especially seeing the beginnings of our top 8 bracket. But instead, we've got True Detective Season 1 slow burn for our finals.
Of course. And both these players playing very well, very methodical, thinking through their lines here. We're definitely going to be seeing a Siren's Call coming out here from Jacob Clemens. Going to be forcing a block. He was pretty light on blues last turn. It looks like he does have 2 to spare.
Okay, Siren's Call rips a blue card. This is one of the major powerful cards in New Alluring Desire, but luckily enough, Tatsuya has found himself a spare blue with which to fuel this turn if he so needs. Jacob, however, is going to get +1 card there, effectively making it so that Siren's Call was free, at least in terms of cards from deck. And let's see if he's able to make this turn a little bit more intense. It's Bonds of Agony coming out of the arsenal. Right now, it looks like he simply doesn't have the attack reactions with which to power this up. Tatsuya has got to be thinking of calling this bluff, but what do you think?
Yeah, it's hard. He does have 2 resources, so if Jacob really wanted to, he could use both his both of his equipment to trigger this 3 reactions on Bonds of Agony here. We also do know that he drew a Pass Over as his card draw off the Siren's Call. So that's 1 reaction when it transcended and then used for Chi with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, but Jacob would still have to use one of his equipment in order to turn on this Bonds of Agony.
And maybe he is considering that option, but perhaps only if Tatsuya does not respect this Bonds of Agony. And it also means that he runs the risk of playing into a defense reaction. But that being said, thanks to Siren Skull, he has already seen everything in Tatsuya's hand. He knows that it doesn't exist in the hand. Perhaps he just has to consider the arsenal at this point.
Yeah, we do know the arsenal, or so we do know that Jacob knows the hand. The arsenal is still a mystery both to us and to Jacob. So I think he's totally fine just sending possibly the Transcend here and using Mask of Recurring Nightmares, especially if Tatsuya blocks with any amount of cards here. It just wouldn't be worth to use those Undertow Stilettos or the Arousing Wave here.
The block is Grasp of the Arknight here for Tatsuya. Perhaps trying to bluff a defense reaction in the arsenal if he doesn't have one. Jacob says, all right, I'm not going to take the bait. I'm just going to arsenal this Passover and wait for it to be a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, he knows Tatsuya's hand. He knows that just banishing a card with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares wouldn't actually be that impactful. It would have still converted to 3 points. You know, maybe he banishes this Arcane Seed's life, but honestly, he'd rather have that in banish probably than play it, especially if it meant traded 1 card for 1 card here. Instead, he just plays it and gets to attack with a big old Weakest Link.
So Arcane Seed's life also came down at the start of Tatsuya's turn, so there's going to be 2 rune chants on the 4 for this Weakest Link. And luckily enough, Jacob parked his Transcend card in the arsenal, so there's nothing exactly to threaten here on the Weakest Link. But that being said, Weakest Link is so nice into Assassin decks, or any deck that is running a lot of attack reactions, because you get all the information before you pass back to your opponent.
Yeah, it's something I mentioned earlier when we looked at the Zen deck that was running Sound the Alarm against decks that maybe didn't have any attack reactions. Doesn't really matter. That information is worth quite a bit, and into new, it is worth a ton.
And because of the way that Jacob played that Bonds of Agony that was on the active chain link during his last turn, Tatsuya kind of can assume that there is no attack reaction to speak of in the arsenal at this time.
Or at the very least, not multiple ones, or wasn't willing to use the other equipment to really put that Bonds of Agony over the top. Just starting off here with the Pain in the backside, and we finally see Tatsuya actually using the Decompose of the
Rootbound
Rootbound
Carapace. Choosing 3 Earth cards here, so 6 are going to be in the banish zone, and that means we are 1 Decompose or some well-timed stealth banishes away from being online.
Yeah, really heads up play to get this out first, this reaction, because we know that a Command and Conquer is coming afterwards. Look at the power of the value that you get from knowing what your opponent's hand is. You're not going to hold on to that Rootbound Carapace for more value because you know a Command and Conquer is coming right after it.
And Jacob throws up his hand, says, oh, this must have been a surprise, right? And Tatsuya says, I don't know what you're saying, Englishman, and I'm just going to block this Command and Conquer and do some nasty value play, I think. Yeah, create a Rune Chant and send a Reaping Blade, which even though he is not able to generate extra Aura tokens, this is still a 1-card 4. I mean, he's doing the Titan's Fist thing just in a more annoying way.
Definitely more annoying to block out here, the 1 Arcane and then 3 Physical. We do see that Tatsuya's life total hasn't budged. Jacob Clemens has taken a few bits of chip damage and is steadily falling a little bit further behind. That being said, this game is still progressing a little bit slowly. We still have both players at 30 life or above. Turn 8 into the game.
Sink below, blocking this Reaping Blade here, and this is why this is a little bit more annoying than the Titan's Fist, because at least you can convert these 0 for 4 defense reactions for their full value, in this case because part of that 4 is a Rune Chant token. So a little bit of damage is still leaking through every time Tatsuya makes this play. Back over to Jacob. 30 plays 34. Even though Jacob has a bit of a life deficit, this is still anybody's game, folks. I'm not willing to make any calls as of yet. That being said, Tatsuya moves ever closer to his goal of getting free Aura generation every single turn.
Yeah, he's got 6 the cards in the Decompose and Banish here, 6 Earth cards rather. Jacob's gearing up to have a pretty big turn, has 4 cards available to him. We do know he's got that pass over in the arsenal. You've got to imagine that's going to be targeting an earth card, probably an attack action, something like that Autumn's Touch or Fruits of the Forest, if there is one down in that banished or in the graveyard to be banished.
We also have that Levels of Enlightenment, but I don't believe we have enough blues to make full value out of it. But here it goes, pass over.
Yeah, so he's using the Tunic resource because he doesn't have another blue, so it's still only going to be 1 mode on levels, but it does mean that Jacob is going to banish an Earth card, but is probably going to end up casting it this turn because he's using News Hero Power, which lets him play blues from Florian's Banish Zone this turn.
It looks like he's rewarded. It is another blue banished off the top, and it's not an Earth card, so I think he's perfectly good to make this play, not giving the Florian player any quarter for banishing that extra card. However, I do believe he's drawn up a Shelter from the Storm, so I hope he has a way to convert all the rest of his hand so that he can park that squarely in Arsenal.
And it looks like he chose draw a card, not go again, but he did have a hiss available to him, so he knew that no matter what he drew, he would be able to pitch it to play this hiss. And then with the go again, he'll be able to play one of the earth cards, thus removing an earth card from the banish. So while it looked like, hey, you're helping me out getting these banish, I'm actually just going to take that right back and attack you for 5 with it instead. And then it goes back in the graveyard where it belongs.
So that means Tatsuya is going to be net neutral on the earth cards in his banish zone, which ultimately probably isn't the most notable thing, especially because Tatsuya is 1 decompose away from being online no matter what, but it is a little cheeky of a play.
Definitely.
Jacob's showing us that he knows exactly what the score is here, and he's going to play it to the best of his abilities. So that hiss has been deployed on the Levels of Enlightenment and the Slither to back it up and give it go again. Rootbound Carapace comes out of the hand of Tatsuya Okanishi in order to block up 3 of that damage, and there is that last decompose coming down right before your eyes, folks. Florian Rotwood Harbinger has hero text here in the finals of Calling Kobe, and he hasn't lost too much life in order to make it happen.
Yeah, he is fully activated with 34 life still left. You got to feel pretty comfortable if you're in that spot. That being said, Jacob Clemens is coming in for a good amount of damage, attacking for 6 here. That is just being blocked by the Rootbound Carapace, but is going to follow it up with 5 more damage from either that Fruits of the Forest or an Autumn's Touch from Tatsuya's Okanashi's Banish Zone.
And that is pretty amazing, getting a free 5 damage. But that being said, Tatsuya has already punched his ticket to Value Town, and he's still above 30 life.
Definitely. This is where you want to be, but Jacob Clemens understands the formula for success here is to be utilizing the big banish zone from Tatsuya. Does cast that Oath of the Arknight here for 1 extra rune chant. It will not buff Rune Blade attack because this is an earth attack, but hey, give them a taste of your own medicine. Hey, why didn't Tatsuya? Why didn't he bring his arcane barrier?
If nothing else, Jacob Clemens has unlocked the achievement of dealing a rune chant to a rune blade, which feels awfully good when you are not a rune blade yourself.
It sure does. Man, Tatsuya, of course, did not bring in the arcane barrier against the other rune blade, the Aurora, that he dispatched in the top 4. I don't think he was very inclined to bring one in for this particular occurrence either.
Disrespecting arcane damage from an assassin. What a madman.
Indeed, especially an assassin who's inclined to play some of your own cards.
Tatsuya takes 1 from that rune chant. He's also going to take 2 from the Fruits of the Forest, as Autumn's Touch is the only defending card on this combat chain link. So even though I said he was above 30 life and online, that is slightly less true now. He is below 30 life, sitting at still a comfy 28. And this is the first turn where Florian is going to be generating an extra rune chant or any other aura token that he's able to make.
Yes, he is now able to start really turning on that aggression. And this is where he starts to really pivot the game in his favor. It already was, I would argue, slightly in his favor, but now he's really going to start putting the pressure on Jacob with these extra rune chant generation.
Yeah, and only at the cost of cards going into the pitch zone, which means that the deck size is going to start favoring Florian in a big way. Even though Nu is going to be banishing cards here and there, when you are just sending blues to the bottom and creating rune chants along the way, there's a certain amount of inevitability to that play.
Yeah, that is how you win the fatigue match, is just throw big numbers. Swing your weapon a lot or attack with big attacks like this weakest link. Threaten to discard cards out of Jacob's hand. Jacob does have a chi in his hand. I believe it's grains that tips the scale. Let's zoom in on that. I think it's the back card of his hand. He's definitely thinking about blocking this out because he does not want to get that grains discarded for free by the weakest link.
Also, a bit of a clunker here. I don't believe, unless he stuck one in Arsenal, that he was able to find a one-power attack. I think the card in Arsenal is that Shelter from a Storm,
Yes.
which he drew off of the Levels of Enlightenment. So he might have an easy time blocking out this weakest link. Maybe it's time to start pushing some of those pieces of equipment in front of the weakest link. But no, he decides it's a Command and Conquer plus Shelter from the Storm. And what is he going to do with this hand?
It seems likely he's going to come in with the Beckoning Mistblade and try to use the Siren's Call to get a redraw on this and basically force a block onto it, or possibly force a second block if Tatsuya already respects this Beckoning Mistblade. This is what I talked about with the opportunities to kind of make mistakes against New. This is where New, the hand doesn't look that impressive, right? You said it, hey, it's kind of a clunker. I can see it. I know all the information. It's not that impressive. But Tatsuya can't see it. He doesn't know. And if he puts a real card in front of it or an equipment like this is basically kind of wasting the equipment because he's still going to lose a card if, assuming he has a blue.
Oh no, in the punish here, Siren's Call finds no blues in the hand of a deck that runs 25. Siren's Call is just going to go straight into the bin and just a nick into the arsenal of Jacob Clements. Luckily enough, he wasn't really relying on that Siren's Call to make anything of that term. He's still able to convert all of the cards in his hand for a little bit of value, but it never feels good to see that.
Oh, and Jacob could just see what is about to happen to him. This Arcane Seed's life, now that Florian is online, makes 4 rune chance and gains a life. Man, this is going to be a big hit onto Jacob here this turn, with a Command and Conquer coming down for 4 Arcane and 6 Physical.
And then there's a Felling of the Crown parked in the arsenal for later, Charles.
Just in case.
The value train just keeps on chugging along. My goodness, Jacob is facing down his fate right here. The entirety of his run at Calling Kobe is on the line. He pitches a Preserved Tradition to block out 3 of those 4 rune chants, which means that 1 is going to leak through, pushing him on down to 27, and then the Command and Conquer is shored up by 2 block 3s in hand. And Tatsuya just continues to trade up both on numbers and cards in deck.
We do know Jacob has that just the Nick in Arsenal ready to go. It is a perfect target here, this Persuasive Prognosis. Tatsuya doesn't know what could be coming, but he does have the defense reaction at the ready. We know he has so many of those in his deck. He's got 3 copies of 3 different red defense reactions and some yellow Rootbound Carapaces. He is ready for this. As long as he blocks at least 1 card on this, he'll be able to cover it up with a defense reaction for that just the Nick.
Tatsuya's, if he has perfect information, he's going to shove that Canopy Shelter right in front of this Persuasive Prognosis, generate 2 Might tokens now that he is online, and then have the Rootbound Carapace at the ready as a defense reaction to shore this up. But will he smell the Justinic in the arsenal of Jacob Clements? Time will tell. He's reaching for the Canopy Shelter, Charles. Could this be the perfect block?
It does seem like he's going to take a read, just double check. It only gains life when it banishes an action card, and Canopy Shelter is a block card, so will not gain any life, and especially the attack reaction, or the defense reaction that'll come out, that Rootbound Carapace also does not get banished, does not gain any life. Persuasive Prognosis is a great card into a lot of matchups. In this particular spot, not as good.
Man, it really seems like Florian, the more we watch this matchup, seems to kind of be a natural counter, a predator to New Alluring Desire.
Definitely, he's got the formula to counteract a lot of what New is trying to do. So many things, so many of the little interactions just tend to break on the side of Florian. That's not to say that New doesn't have potential, because Florian is running a lot of these blue attacks like Autumn's Touch and Fruits of the Forest. Her ability to play those out of banish and set up 1 really big combo turn, we're getting a lot of attacks for 5 for free. That is Jacob Clements' way to equalize the game. But in order to get to that point, he needs to have gotten a lot more damage down onto Florian before now.
Oh, it's playing out before our eyes. The perfect block. Canopy Shelter comes down to block 2. Justinic buffs the Persuasive Prognosis up to 6, and then the red Rootbound Carapace shores up the rest of that damage. So not only has Tatsuya just shoved away this powerful on-hit effect, and also the damage that would come with it, he's also set up perfectly for that Felling of the Crown next turn.
Yeah, it's a little subtle, but I think if you're watching the body language on Jacob Clemens, he knows that was an opportunity. He really needed that to kind of connect. Now he's going to feel a little bit worried that he's falling a little too far behind.
Oh no, so it's not going to be the Felling of the Crown here. It's going to be something that's potentially worse. Definitely more damage coming through with this play. It is Swarming Gloomveil after, of course, generating 2 Rune Chant tokens from the Grasp of the Arknight, which means Swarming Gloomveil is coming in for 6 power. Also, there's 2 Rune Chants to deal with first, and then, of course, there's going to be a Reaping Blade off the back of it.
Just a good old 2 cards, 11 damage coming out here with the Swarming Gloomveil and all of the breakpoints, the arcane damage. It's just pesky to deal with. Jacob Clemens doesn't want to be the defender in this matchup. The more he's defending, the less he's able to turn on the aggression. And I think he really needs to put the aggression onto Florian in order to win this. I don't know that he's going to win if this game keeps on going long.
And it's going to be harder and harder because now Tatsuya has the full power of his equipment suite at the ready. Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is going to generate 2 embodiments of Earth now. Stand Ground is a card now that can actually be activated. And so he's just got all of the options, both defensive and offensive. And the value train that is Florian Rotwood Harbinger is reaching a fever pitch here. Leave No Witnesses is the answer from Jacob Clements. 4 power, threatening the arsenal, and also another card banished off the top, but the cover up is perfect. Shelter from the Storm. Jacob has something to say about it, though. A red hiss comes out of the hand, pushing this up to 7. Looks like there's no go again, though, because there's no blue in the pitch, and there's another sink below in the hand of Tatsuya.
An absolute master, just having the right amount of defense reactions at the right time. This is exactly how you draw it up if you're the Florian side of this matchup, just stuffing all of the dangerous on hits. Jacob Clement definitely looking a little bit frustrated with the way this is playing out. Every time he tries to make a big value play, he gets stuffed with these a multitude of defense reactions, and he just keeps on bleeding a few points. His life total is just ticking down turn after turn.
How can you not feel absolutely blessed by the flesh and blood gods if you're sitting in the seat of Tatsuya Okanishi? He is just drawing the right cards at the right time, especially when pesky attack reactions are coming out of the hand of his assassin opponent. Something that is normally so terrifying, but he's navigating it masterfully, and also just getting that little bit of variance breaking his way whenever he needs it.
Yeah, and here we see, hey, both are a player around 20 life. You're playing a Felling of the Crown. We've heard this one before. This is normally a big tempo swing in the favor of the Felling of the Crown around this late mid-game point. Normally, both players are around 20, or maybe the Earth Hero is slightly below.
I was going to say, usually the Earth Hero is at a life deficit at this point.
Yes, but the fact that Tatsuya is up by 9 life and still making this play really bodes well for him to continue this pressure on Jacob Clemens. The onus is going to be on him to set up one of these really big turns where maybe he uses the Transcendent Inner Chi to play multiple attacks out of Tatsuya's banish zone, but his time to assemble that and get that online is rapidly dwindling.
Jacob does seem, he has more gas in the tank. If he's able to get to second cycle, he's got Codex of Frailties at the ready. We've seen 2 pitch to the Beckoning Mistblade early on in this game, so there's some power cards left, but like you said, the life totals are dwindling ever in the favor of our Florian player. And here we go. It's an E-Strike for 5 go again. I think in general, these Earth Heroes are most likely doing the draw a card or buff power on these E-Strikes because they usually are having to do a lot of blocking. But in this case, Tatsuya has the room in order to go a little bit wider. And hey, why not follow it up with another Felling of the Crown? Decomposing, of course, which means that the value train just keeps going, Charles.
Yes, a bright spot for Jacob here. That's the last Felling of the Crown. There are no more Fellings unless one gets shuffled back in by some effect, such as a So Tomorrow. I don't know if Tatsuya has any So Tomorrows in his list. So probably not, but yes, that is the one small solace here for Jacob, is that there will be no more felling of any crowns in this game.
And there's no Plume of Evergrowth at the ready to return one to the hand for it to be sent again. So a little bit has broken Jacob's way, but that being said, I really think those felling of the crowns have done their dirty work for this turn.
Jacob does have that Codex of Frailty. That's one of his power cards that he would like to deploy just the same. He has finally drawn it up here, but of course Tatsuya has the full hand to work with, so he's going to have to take some damage if he really wants to keep this big hand.
So we found a Justin Nick once again, but I don't know, if you go Codex of Frailty and find a 1-power attack, I think that telegraphs the Justin Nick more than it is worth to play.
And you're going to need to discard a card. Typically, you don't want to end up discarding a card to that Codex of Frailty, so you're not going to have that reaction. We'll have to see what Tatsuya does. It does.
He's pitching 2 reds. This could be an opening for Jacob here. And if he needed to overpitch on his turn to then play out that Codex of Frailty, he'd have 2 in the pitch and he'd be able to find a Command and Conquer, which is probably a premium target for that Codex of Frailty. But Tatsuya finding like a bit of a clunker. Normally, this is a value play that is facilitated just by a blue, but in this case, he found 2 red Bramble Sparks and no attack action cards with which to pair them. So it's just going to be 2 Rune Chants and a Reaping Blade for 3 cards in the pitch. That is much less menacing.
Oh, this is absolutely the opening that Jacob Clemens needs in order to come back into this game, right? Tatsuya basically spent 3 cards to attack for a total of 5. That is not a good rate at all. You really wanted to find other ways of converting this hand into more damage, more offense. Yes, he's going to have a potentially good arsenal card. You've got to imagine with this kind of setup, it wasn't an attack action. Otherwise, you might have been playing that with the Bramble Spark. So it's probably a defense reaction here in the arsenal for Tatsuya. So a little bit of a respite there, but still, Jacob got out of that turn without taking too terribly much, and now might get a chance to resolve a bigger turn and claw back some little bit of tempo. If Jacob is going to win this game, this is step 1 for sure.
Yeah, the value proposition of these Earth Heroes is incremental value, just little bits of 1, 2 on the math here and there, good defense. But if you have to take a turn where you do a 3-card 5, how much of that incremental value that you've chipped away at all game long is just lost on a clunker of a turn?
So much of it, and it depends on how much Jacob can capitalize on this. He is coming in with that Beckoning Mistblade just as a Sigil of Solace to follow up. That's not what you're really looking for. We know he's got, what does he have?
It's not still the Passover, is it?
No, he definitely banished a card. He banished an attack action with that and then recast
That's
it.
right, that's right. Yeah, I'm not sure what hit that arsenal. We know it's not a Codex of Frailty because the 3rd copy was put in the pitch zone to pay for a Beckoning Mistblade. So, and you would have to imagine it's not a 1-power attack because otherwise he would have thought of deploying that with the Justin Nick. So, not entirely sure what is sitting in that arsenal. Time will tell. Time will tell.
Yeah, this was Jacob's opening to really find a bit more tempo, a bit more offense, and unfortunately wasn't really able to capitalize on it.
Okay, it's an E-Strike once again out of the hand of Tatsuya Okanishi. Looks like the chosen mode is Go Again. 5 Go Again on the combat chain, and there's a cheeky arsenal card sitting there at the ready for Tatsuya. He jumped through a lot of hoops to put that card there. It's not a Felling of the Crown. We've seen all 3 copies played at this point. Makes you wonder if it's the first copy of Plow Under that he's going to be able to resolve. And what a time to do it, because I think Jacob's hand is really going to hinge on that arsenal card.
Yeah, my assumption on Tatsuya's arsenal is that it is a defense reaction card, because if it was an attack action card, I would imagine he would have played the Bramble Spark and then attacked with that card, rather than convert that very lackluster just 3 cards for 5 here. So that's my working assumption. We don't have all that information. He could be playing a long game play. You know, he's been shown very patient player, able to set up the long game, but pitching a defense reaction here, a Sink Below as well, to do the same old Reaping Blade here, just that little bit of grinding incremental value.
And even though this is yet another kind of underrated play for our Florian, who is supposed to be the value engine at this point in the game, he's still sitting at a very comfortable 28 to Jacob Clemens 16. He has the time to bide, and ultimately it is Florian's game when you are going nice and slow.
Yeah, I do think I saw he had a Fruits of the Forest. I don't know if that was in his hand or somewhere else on Tatsuya's side. Unfortunately, not very good to discard it here, as the Reaping Blade is actively detrimental when you're up by this much life.
There are next to no blocking cards in the hand of Jacob Clements. The one that does have block value is one you simply don't want to use on block, and that's Codex of Frailty. Otherwise, it's a Sacred Art Undercurrent Desires and a Transcend card that has already been flipped into Inner Chi. He's going to be able to convert the entirety of this hand at any point. He's able to pitch that Inner Chi to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares and banish a card out of Tatsuya's hand. But we got to see what's in that arsenal, and here he's going to show us it's another Chi card. So, wow, it's Rising Sun Setting Mood, and yeah, he's going to go ahead and flip Sacred Art Undercurrent Desires, which is pretty good here. He's going to be able to use that Codex of Frailty and get a really juicy attack with which to use the Fang Strike and or Slither on, but he's going to have to discard something to that Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, I think he might be able to sequence this in such a way that he actually takes a really big turn here, right? You can play these 2 attacks for free. He gets to resolve the Rising Sun Setting Moon, draw and discard. You can use, you can pitch some card to activate your Undertow Stilettos here to give go again, get an extra Slither. You also have that Slither in hand from the Undercurrent Desires. And I think Jacob can probably organize this turn in a way that he gets to attack with 2 or more attacks out of Tatsuya's Banish Zone into that Codex to end it. When I said last turn that this kind of step 1 is Tatsuya stumbling a little bit, step 1 for Jacob Clemens to really claw back and potentially come back into this game, this is really step 2 and 3 in one, is having this big, massive turn that he's really setting himself up for here.
He's also got a Siren's Call in hand, which is a really nice way to string this turn together, and there are definitely blues in the hand of Tatsuya, but only one. If he decides to block with the Battlefront Bastion on this Beckoning Mistblade, this Siren's Call could be the second of the game to be punished.
It's a pretty hard call to make to block with your only blue here, especially if you're hoping to block out with your other 3 cards and then use the blue to attack back. The Siren's Call is going to be very impactful here if Jacob Clemens does decide to deploy it on this particular attack.
Unfortunately, yeah, Siren's Call coming down. There's only 1 blue to speak of in Tatsuya's hand, and because he's blocked with the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, that Battlefront Bastion is not going to get the extra 1 prevention. At this point, Jacob is staring down the Shelter from the Storm, which means that at least because Tatsuya is not able to clap back with anything of significant offensive value, he is still going to be able to defend out really well here.
He will. Unfortunately, the Battlefront Bastion's text does not trigger. It is not defending alone. There is, in fact, a Barkskin of the Millennium Tree on that chain link. By breaking the chain here, Jacob Clemens does allow... was the chain broken?
We're putting things away as though it was.
That's very important for determining if you can block again with that Barkskin on the Millennium Tree. So that might be relevant. We'll have to make sure that's true. I don't know that Tatsuya wants to block with it again, but...
Probably not, right?
4 embodiments of Earth is a lot of embodiments of Earth.
That's probably too many, honestly. I mean, like, back in the Briar days when you could generate 1 billion, you would be happy to do so, because then you could do a 1-card block on anything a Guardian is going to throw at you. Starvo comes to mind. But in this case, the numbers are just not going to be there for 4 embodiments to do all of their work. So I would have to imagine that Tatsuya is going to hold on to that last block of the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree for another day.
Right. So it seems like Jacob's doing the go wide strategy, right? You've got Autumn's Touch. It's going to get go again from a Slither here. Got to imagine there's another similar attack coming in for 5, whether it be Autumn's Touch or Fruits of the Forest. Might end up using the Undertow Stilettos to give that go again, and then play the Codex of Frailty to finish it all off. That's a pretty powerful turn. It's still a lot to get through. You know, it's gonna take a big chunk out of Tatsuya here, but it's not going to kill him from 28.
Is it even going to chunk him that much? I mean, he's got 2 embodiments of Earth. He's blocked for 5 here, and Yeah, sure, it's another 5, but he's got 2 cards to work with, neither of which he's going to be able to play on the following turn, and one of which blocks for 4 as well. So yeah, there's going to be a little bit of damage leaking through, but it's nothing like the massive chunk that Jacob is going to have to take out of his opponent if he's going to close this game out.
Yeah, it's really the next step on the path for Jacob to get back into this. It'll be a great turn. It is a great turn. Is it little too late? We'll have to see.
It's definitely what he needs to be doing more consistently. Shelter from the Storm comes out to block that second blue earth attack that has been played from Tatsuya's Banished Zone this game. Fruits of the Forest is shored up at least almost in its entirety, and Tatsuya descends down to 26 life. Looks like Jacob is just parking that Codex of Frailty in Arsenal.
Yeah, not opting to use the Tunic and the Undertow Stilettos here. I guess just assuming that Tatsuya's last card is a red Bramble Spark, which would have just cleanly covered up the Leave No Witnesses that Jacob would have come back because of the 2 embodiments. So just opting to say, yep, I know you were just do that. You're just going to send 3 damage with that Bramble Spark instead. Reasonable exchange, because otherwise I'm giving you too much value on those embodiments of Earth.
A really nice play from our Assassin player, knowing the point at which you have done enough disruption to at least stem the bleeding. So push that power of the Codex of Frailty to the next turn cycle and see if you can do something a little bit more relevant. That being said, Tatsuya has got some power in the hand. It's 2 Swarming Gloom Veils, which could be used to great effect on the next turn unless Jacob is able to find some disruption here.
Luckily, his pitch card this turn looks like a yellow. Can't be disrupted by those Siren's Calls, which only are looking for blues. Unfortunately, he does still have to lose a card here. Got to imagine he's not looking to banish any more Earth cards. Those Earth cards, he's already well equipped to have that hero power online.
He's put his Plow Under to the side. I think that indicates that he's thinking about banishing that card. The blue, it could be really relevant here. He's got the Battlefront Bastion. Once again, it's safe from a Siren's Call for now, but if he's able to hold on to it, he's going to be able to go Grasp of the Arknight, Swarming Gloomveil, Reaping Blade, which is a monster of a turn when your opponent is at 13 life.
Yeah, the name of the game for Tatsuya here is just push as much damage as possible. I think he should really be trying to leverage his life total hit lead of 26 life. If it's not actively, forcing a card out like this Mask of Recurring Nightmares is, you just don't really want to block. You want to be sending every card possible that you can on offense, even if it's slightly less efficient, just because you really want Jacob Clemens to be blocking and pushing as much damage as you can, because once he gets down, say, sub 5 life total, just 8 more points or something along those lines, he's going to be in a really tough situation to deal with this consistent pressure of the Rune Chance and the Reaping Blade every turn.
Plow Under goes to the Banished Zone to pay the taxes for those Mask of Returning Nightmares, and a Sigil of Solace comes out of the hand of Jacob Clemens. 16 plays 25 in the favor of our Runeblade player, and we've finally seen a Codex of Frailty resolved here, luckily with 1 in the pitch and a Tunic counter online, which means that the chosen card gets to be Command and Conquer. And if indeed there has been a defense reaction just sitting there in the arsenal of Tatsuya Okanishi, then it's not going to be able to be played here, and he might just have to accept this damage and his fate.
He does have some armor possibilities. I think he just said no blocks. Taking it here does lose that defense reaction as we assumed. Command and Conquer destroying a defense reaction in Arsenal, a classic Flesh and Blood play.
So a card and 6 life has been bought for Jacob Clemens. A pretty good return here, but his opponent still remains with the life surplus of 3. 19 plays 16, and we're starting by creating 2 Rune Chants and sending a Swarming Gloomveil. This is going to be a value turn of all time, folks. 4 power on the Swarming Gloomveil with 2 modes active. Go again, of course, because we've created 2 Rune Chant tokens, and then 2 Rune Chants are coming in first and foremost, conferring 2 arcane damage, and we know there's another Swarming Gloomveil to back this up.
Jacob Clemens definitely has closed the life total gap. Now is only down by 3 after that last turn, but you got to imagine this turn, Tatsuya is coming in for quite a bit, trying to keep up that pressure. I do believe Jacob had a pretty blue-heavy hand from what we saw, and probably has another Codex of Frailty in there, but it looks like Codex and 2 Chi and an Art of Desire body.
Mind.
Mind, sorry, the blue one, yes.
Which is a really nice thing to pair with Path Well Traveled, right?
It definitely is, and Jacob Clemens probably needs to send some of these cards on AB duty here to prevent some of this arcane damage. Doesn't want to take too terribly much. Has to be able to have a big hand to utilize to pressure back, but can't afford to take too terribly much.
A grimace comes out of the face of our assassin player as the second Swarming Gloom Veil hits the combat chain. He accepts the damage on down to 8. 19 plays 8 as the Reaping Blade comes in after the fact. The good thing is it's only for 2 for Jacob Clemens because of that Frailty token conferred by the Codex of Frailty last turn.
Small solace, but yes, Codex of Frailty, in addition to everything else it does, also gives your opponent a Frailty token. And turns out that has a little bit of value as well.
The Frailty token is what pushes it from, like 680 to infinite value.
Yes, it is so much value there.
7 plays 19, and Art of Desire Mind is coming out of the hand of Jacob Clemens. You better believe that the Path Well Traveled is lurking in the hand at the ready to give go again here. It's entirely possible that Art of Desire Mind, if it's able to hit, will banish a blue card off the top of Tatsuya's deck, give Jacob an extra card and 1 life gain as well. That being said, it's got to get through the defenses. Will Tatsuya let this hit? I probably think no.
I doubt it. He definitely has that well-grounded as well to be able to cover it up if he's so inclined. We'll block 2 packets of damage to block this and 1 on whatever comes next. You got to think he's got the option there for some equipment, but he's definitely lining up and thinking about blocks here.
And he's got to plow under for his next turn, which we know for sure that Jacob is going to have an arsenal if he decides to deploy that Codex of Frailty, or better yet, if it is Codex of Frailty in that arsenal, Tatsuya is up tremendously, putting that card back to the bottom. At this point, Jacob has cycled almost all of his Codex of Frailty, all of his Codex of Frailties at least one time, and some more than once.
Yeah, definitely both players are getting into the second cycle here. Now, most of their deck that remains is going to be those blues, is going to be those cards that got pitched on that first cycle. So they're definitely looking to... Tatsuya is definitely a little worried that he might have a blue on top here, as this Art of Desire will be pumped up to 2 from the grain that tips the scale.
He's definitely looking at that well-grounded. Might be the time to reach for those all-powerful Earth boots. At this point, I would love to thank all of the 2,000 concurrent viewers that are tuning in to the finals of Calling Kobe. What an amazing event in Japan it has been. And we've got Tatsuya Okanishi defending his home ground against the intruding Englishman, Jacob Clemens. And right now, it looks like the onus is on Jacob to find some way to claw by the skin of his teeth back into this game. And it looks like Well Grounded is going to be devoted to the combat chain here. Not necessarily, just being popped for the instant ability and blocking up all of the damage on that Art of Desire Mind.
Yeah, if you're on Jacob's side here, he is pumping it up even further, using that alluring wave to pump it up to 3, just because he feels like, hey, there's probably a blue on top because we are into that second cycle. Maybe he's tracking the pitch stack. Maybe he's just banking on that. It was that blue. Does get to draw a card, gain a life for Jacob here because it banished a blue. Maybe that is what he really needed to push this turnover. But I'm looking at both players' both players' decks here. They're both getting a little thin.
Yeah, but when those blues are sending 5 damage each turn, you've got to give that over to the Florian. That's the advantage there. When one player's blue sends a Beckoning Mistblade for 1 go again, and the others send 2 Rune Chants and a Reaping Blade, you have to think that they have the advantage. That being said, Jacob really just... oh my goodness, hit the nuts on the draw. It's Levels of Enlightenment with 2 Chi already in the pitch zone. That means 2 modes on this Levels of Enlightenment are going to be active if he decides to send it. What a massive draw there, Charles, off of the Art of Desire Mind. A masterful play on that Arousing Wave after the Well Grounded had been committed.
Oh, well, let's take a look at Tatsuya's hand here. If he sniffs this out, if he blocks with the Truce and an attack and the face Purgatory, it would be so huge to deny that. Oh, no, because it's 2 modes. He can draw 2 cards.
But now he drew up another Codex of Frailty here.
And that means if he casts one of them,
Oh, he still has the Beckoning Mistblade, so we can cycle yet another Codex of
Tatsuya,
Frailty.
you've got to smell this. You've got to know there's a Codex of Frailty coming. You've got to block face Purgatory on this.
Oh, the
Imagine how impactful that would be. Blocking 8 damage on the 1-power dagger, but it's so important to get that last Codex of Frailty out.
My co-caster smells blood, but Tatsuya is reaching for the bark skin of the Millennium Tree instead.
So the other option is to just say, hey, Codex of Frailty, actually, that might be good for me if you give me back a Felling of the Crown, and I can still defend it against whatever else you're about to throw.
I remember it would feel terrible playing Lexi against, like, say, Bravo Showstopper, and you resolve a Codex of Frailty when they were able to block with a Crippling Crutch early in the game. Yeah, you've probably done that to people before,
yeah.
You dirty, rotten scoundrel. In this case, it's playing into Tatsuya's hand a little bit if he's able to get one of those really powerful Felling of the Crowns back, but Jacob goes for it. He plays out that Codex of Frailty. Let's see what the choice is going to be. He's got half the life total of his Rotwood opponent. 7 plays 14 here in the finals of calling Kobe, the most momentous moment of the World Tour in Kobe. Let's see how it's going to play out. Oh, it's a Levels of Enlightenment chosen as the target for Codex of Frailty. There's still one left in the pitch, which means that we're going to be able to choose 2 modes once again, and Jacob goes even wider.
Huge turn here. You've got to think if he has been tracking his pitch stack. I don't believe he's shuffled his deck for any reason, so it's possible he knows what's coming up here. I have not been paying quite as close attention to his pitch stack here. Maybe he knows what's on top. Maybe it's the 4th Codex of Frailty.
Which would surely disqualify him
surely,
at this critical juncture. But
that is not what is on top of his deck, but he seems pretty confident that he knows what it is. It is an inner chi, so it has go again, so he can use new to attack against. This is 6, potentially coming in for another 5 or 6 more behind it by playing a card out of Tatsuya's banish zone.
Jacob has put together a painstaking pitch stack all for this moment, folks. Levels of Enlightenment essentially had all modes active because, of course, the Beckoning Mistblade hit on the previous chain link. Tatsuya did not respect it, so this turn is going wide, 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 and Jacob is going to be able to deploy one of those powerful Earth attacks in the banish zone of Tatsuya Okanishi and bring this all home. He's presenting lethal damage here in a game where we just haven't been giving him any quarter. We've given the advantage to Florian this way and that, and here he's showing us that he's got more room, more actions to play.
Leaves the card on top, and now Jacob Clement is going to be able to play any blue card out of Tatsuya's banish zone. Probably going to grab, the make a rune chant into an Autumn's Touch. No, opting not to make the attack, deciding to keep that card in banish for a bigger turn later. Feels like Tatsuya is ready and willing to block with a card and opting to not let him cash in that block just at this moment.
I honestly don't know if it was there, Charles. I don't think there was a blue.
I thought it was the absolute bottom card.
I thought it was a yellow. Maybe,
there's a yellow.
I thought it was yellow.
Oh, no. I just saw Autumn's Touch, and I assumed because, blue is the best color of Autumn's Touch.
Yeah, that's the one that got banned. But alas, I think it's a yellow that was at the bottom of Tatsuya's banish zone. I don't think there was an option, which maybe Jacob would have made a different decision. Maybe the Mask of Recurring Nightmares would have been. But at this point in the game, you have to assume that there are blue attacks in that banish zone. Oh no, that was such a masterful turn that he put together, but maybe the cards in the banish zone just weren't there. Maybe he should have saved them for a rainy day earlier when he played the Fruits of the Forest into the Autumn's Touch.
Could have been so close, but that Codex of Frailty now coming back to bite Jacob Clemens. I did say that we were out of Felling of the Crowns, but turns out Codex of Frailty is a great card, but it does allow for the 4th Felling of the Crown to hit Jacob Clemens this game.
Look how thin that deck is for Jacob Clemens. The Englishman is got so precious little cards left with which to work. One of them is a Codex of Frailty, but 2 have been resolved this game, and so there's only 1 power card left in the deck, and Tatsuya just keeps coming with those rune chants. and Reaping Blades. And his deck, however, is looking very healthy indeed in comparison.
Yeah, I think this might just be the checkmate play here, playing the Channel of the Millennium Tree, coming in for 4 and 1 Arcane with these rune chants. With an Earth card in the pitch means this Channel of the Millennium Tree will stick around to next turn. Jacob Clemens only has 1 Arcane Barrier. So as long as Tatsuya is able to keep at least 1 card going into the next turn, he's going to be able to send another 4 Arcane from this grasp of the Arknight. And that is going to be curtains for Jacob Clemens unless he finds some other form of life gain.
Man, this is a difficult spot for the new player. It makes it feel like this was inevitably where we were going to end up every single time. But, you know, it makes you wonder if there was just one more blue attack in the Banish Zone, what the texture of this game would have looked like. That being said, there's so few cards left in deck. Makes you wonder if we would have ended up here anyway.
Oh, wow. Yeah, 1 extra attack could have maybe come in for 5, but Tatsuya has life to spare, has some armor to give too if he really felt threatened at all.
But he's got to use all those cards in hand because there's just 1 more turn cycle left to draw up. He blocks with the Codex of Frailty because it's the only blocking card in his hand, and he simply must stay alive. Otherwise, he's giving it over to the Florian, who, by all intents and purposes, might just have it here.
It certainly looks that way. He's not going to be able to gain any life, and certainly Tatsuya, as long as there's at least a single blue in this hand, he's going to be able to come in with enough arcane damage that Jacob cannot block.
Oh, he banishes a blue off the top, but it is a Germinate, which is not going to be super useful to the new player because even though she's allowed to play blue cards for free, any card with an X cost is still going to need to be paid for. He's digging. So he's trying to find something useful here. It's Summer's Fall, which is indeed a blue attack. So he's able to present some offensive value here.
Not able to decompose himself. Otherwise, that could have put the Channel of the Millennium Tree on the bottom of the deck. Could have played the Germinate to gain 1 life. X equals 0 in this case, which would gain 1 life. And then be able to Arcane Barrier maybe onto this Channel of the Millennium Tree. But it is grasping at straws here. It is too little, too late. Tetsuya has all of the options in the world on how to cover this up and then send an unmanageable amount of arcane damage back at Jacob Clemens next turn.
Grasping at straws is Jacob Clemens against the Grasp Master, Grasp of the Arknight, that is Florian the Rotwood Harbinger. The Face Purgatory finally comes out to play along with the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. Tatsuya takes only 1 damage, descends on down to 6. 2 plays 6 in this, the final match, and we're at turn 18. We're almost 63 minutes into this finals, and it has been a grind fest. No Aurora mirrors here. It's nothing but slow burn in the finals of Calling Kobe, and it really seems like we are just 1, maybe 2 turns away from the conclusion and the crowning of perhaps Tatsuya Okanishi defending the home turf in Japanese soil. Looks like we do have a judge call. We're going to have to take a little bit of a delay here.
We'll have to see what that judge calls about. It does look like Florian and is in a great position at the moment. We'll have to see exactly what they are going to be asking the judges about here.
But like any amazing season finale, we're going to go ahead and cut back to our ugly mugs before we find out the beautiful conclusion. What do you think of what we've seen so far, Charles? Never mind, we're getting back into the action.
I think this has been a 65-minute long game, and I have personally loved every single minute of it. I love these long games, these grindy games that really test every single card in your deck. Make sure that you have a plan to play this long game and have the mental fortitude to play tight and play precise for this entire time. This is what Flesh and Blood is, and I absolutely love it.
And even though this has seemed a little bit like a cursed matchup for Jacob Clemens, he definitely has the fortitude to play this out. But that being said, a Channel Mount Heroic has hit the combat chain, which means that this Fruits of the Forest is coming in for 8. Also, we have 2 rune chants, one of which is being amped up by 3. And Jacob is kind of just going through the motions here because this is, by all intents and purposes, a foregone conclusion. Jacob gives a wry smile as he just continually activates new, banishing all the blue cards left in the Florian player's deck, finding finally a non-blue. He looks one more time with the final inner chi in his hand and extends the fist bump. Jacob Clemens, what an amazing amazing performance he put up, but he ultimately fell to the Japanese man on the right side of your screen. Tatsuya Okanishi being the pride of Japan here, defending his home turf and Japanese soil against the interloper from England.
Congratulations to Tatsuya Okanishi with Florian the Rotwood Harbinger, showing his absolute mastery of this deck across many rounds this weekend, taking down Auroras, taking down Zens, taking down New in the final. Really just such a well-rounded deck, played masterfully through this entire weekend.
Oh, Charles, if that was not the most amazing end to an amazing weekend of Flesh and Blood. Wowee. Did you think that Florian was going to take this event down?
He was certainly not my top pick. I think most people were expecting Aurora to do great. There was a lot in the top 8, but did not make it into the finals, and it turns out Florian is possibly the real counter to this Aurora meta.
And it makes you wonder how much he was being gate-kept by Viserai, right? Because it's not like he's had a massive amount of cards injected into his card pool. Except, of course, Trot Along. That card has been
Trot Along.
I'm not going to glaze over
Very
that
important.
this time. But that being said, there hasn't been a lot of power creep anyway. It's just that the meta has kind of been shaken up by that Living Legend change. And now, you know, it seems like the floodgates are open for all you you edgy emo Runeblades to do your worst.
Yes, I really loved seeing just the way this came together in so many different matchups. For the way this Florian deck just got tons of value, played very well, was able to turn and pivot even in matchups where he looked a little bit behind. That Felling of the Crown is just so impactful in that mid game. And of course, the end game lock of make 2 rune chants and come in for 3 with the Reaping Blade ends a lot of games.
I know one person that is going to be absolutely ecstatic at this result, and that is our third co-caster, who is unfortunately not here today, Sam O'Byrne, who happens to be the voice of Florian Rotwood Harbinger, so that is a hero that is so close to his heart, and I'm sure he's devastated that he can't be here to witness the final, but it's going to be an amazing consolation prize. He's not here but physically, but he is definitely here in spirit. Well, folks, the sun has set on Calling Kobe. We still get a little bit of action at World Tour Kobe, but that being said, that's it for us in the coverage desk. As we close the chapter on this part of Flesh and Blood history, let's look to the future. We don't have to look too far because just next week we've got another stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour in 2025. It's Sao Paulo, Brazil, March 21st to 23rd. That's just next weekend, and we're so excited to bring the first calling ever to a community that has desired it for so long. That's right, the passionate community of Brazil is going to get a massive Flesh and Blood event. And who's going to be there, Charles?
I think this great caster named Bryce Platts. Do you know this man?
Oh, I do know him. Thank you so much for saying
Wonderful. He is an amazing caster. We'll be covering a World Tour Sao Paulo along with Felipe Lima Cardoza.
Felipe is not only an amazing human being, I know firsthand now because he and I have been doing practice casts here and there, but he's also an incredibly skilled Flesh and Blood player, most notably winning the first ever Battle Hardened in Brazil, his home country, and also piloting Kano to a top 8 finish at Calling Los Angeles. So he knows his stuff, and we are going to put on a great show. I assure you of that. Get your Fabled package and get yourself on down to Sao Paulo for a lot of fun. Get yourself a Hunt to the Ends of Rathe playmat, also a bunch of event vouchers, Fabled Silver and Bronze, and of course, the promo packs for either Ninja or Warrior. You can also get the Go Again package. Both are still available. The only difference between the two packages is, of course, the Fabled event voucher. So if you'd like to be a side event warrior, go ahead and get on down to Sao Paulo. We want to see you there regardless of whether or not you're competing in the more illustrious Calling. Just get up there and play a lot of great games of Flesh and Blood. We would love to have you. Again, that is March 21st to 23rd. I will be there, and if you happen to stumble on by, please say hi. I would love to see you, and we would all love to see you from the Flesh and Blood community, folks. That's about it for us here. We've done all of our plugs. We've watched our last match, which means we need to finally say goodnight. And of course, a wholehearted thank you to everybody that tuned in. Thank you so much to all the players that competed for our viewing pleasure. And thanks to Legend Story Studios for creating such an amazing game system that we can all enjoy and coalesce a really, really heartening community around. Anything I missed, Charles?
This was just some of the best Flesh and Blood games I have personally ever witnessed. I think we've just had absolute bangers every single round, all the way down to the nail biter in the finals. I've been really impressed and had an amazing time casting with you, an amazing time watching these great players play games in the Flesh and Blood.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Sam O'Byrne, who is not here, but in spirit. Thank you to our producer, Ethan Van Sant, holding it down on site in Kobe, despite the fact that we are so many miles away. And thanks to you, the viewer, for making this such a wonderful experience for us. From all of us here, myself, Bryce Platts, Charles Dunn, Ethan Van Sant, Sam O'Byrne, and everyone at Legend Story Studios, thank you all so much, and have a great evening.
Look.